Immortal Aristocratic Family, starting by cultivating the clan's prodigies. Hey, fanfic family! So glad to see you here again to continue this incredible adventure. As always, kindly remember, this story is 100% fiction. So don't go looking for dimensional portals in your closet. All rights to this fantastic novel belong to the original author. We're just your humble narrators of epic tales. Are you enjoying the fanfic? Show it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and dropping us a like. And if you're impatient for more exclusive content, our Patreon is your happy place. Chapter 151 Classification of Students, Demon Palace. 100 years, to ordinary people, is almost a lifetime, which seems very long, but for Lin and others who have millions of years of life, it seems extremely short. In order to prevent accidents and gain experience, they had already left the Lin family and headed for the central continent located in the center of the Sea of Chaos when there were still 10 or 20 years before the enrollment of Zhenwu College. Yanhuang continent is located in the southeast of the Sea of Chaos, about hundreds of small continents away from the central continent of the Sea of Chaos. Ordinary true spirit realm experts cannot cross such a long distance even if it takes them a lifetime. However, for the people of the Lin family, whose lowest level of cultivation is the 9 tribulations nirvana realm, this is not an insurmountable distance. It can take a few months at most to reach the destination, who finally saw the outline of the central continent. At our speed, we can step into that land in up to 3 days. Along the way, Lin Chen and the others did not encounter any trouble, and soon arrived near the central continent. The central continent is not as good as our Yanhuang continent. When you are training, do not easily conflict with the forces on the continent, especially avoid antagonism with the 4 overlords, the tyrant sect, the Ji family, the Lei Ming dynasty and Yun Mengs. Of course, if others take the initiative to provoke, don't hesitate to suppress them directly. If anything happens, let's face it together. If it doesn't work, we also have life-saving treasures purchased from the family treasure house. Before stepping into the central continent, Lin Xiao's slightly wary voice suddenly sounded in the ears of many tribesmen. Don't worry, Uncle Lin Xiao, we will remember our ancestors' teachings and will not embarrass the Lin family. Yes, our ancestors told us to practice boldly with confidence. What should we be afraid of? I will not offend others unless they offend me. As a descendant of the Lin family, I should bear in mind the family's teachings. Hearing this, many strong men from the Lin family spoke one after another. When they left the Lin family, Lin Chen specially went out to practice for them, and at the same time gave them the confidence to face any force in the central continent. Although they are wary of the 4 overlord level forces, they are not afraid because, with the support of their ancestors behind them, there is no need to fear them at all. In that case, let's say goodbye here. Be careful not to miss the admission ceremony of Zhenwu College 18 years from now. Yes. Nodding, Lin Xiao looked up at the endless coastline not far away, which was unknown for how many miles, and then disappeared in a flash. Seeing this, Lin Ling, Lin Feng, Lin Yi and others also dispersed in a hurry. If they want to gain experience, naturally they cannot gather together. Separation is the best choice in this way. More than 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Lin Xiao, Lin Yi, Lin Ling and Lin Feng also became famous because of their experience. Especially Lin Xiao, in a battle for treasures, he broke out his unparalleled terrifying strength and defeated the enemy with his own strength. 3 veteran strong men in the same realm, and after grabbing the treasure, they drifted away. This battle made Lin Xiao rise from obscurity to the top 5 on the central continent's prodigy list. If he hadn't shown other achievements later, it would have been possible for him to reach the top 3 or even the first place on the central continent's prodigy list. After all, in this central continent where the essence of the entire chaotic sea is gathered, there are no more than 10 existences under 12,000 years old with cultivation levels as high as the cave heaven realm. Moreover, most of them are over 11,000 years old. In comparison, Lin Xiao was less than half their age, but his cultivation reached the peak of the early cave heaven realm. Looking at the entire central continent, there were only a few people whose cultivation could rival him in comparison. Although Lin Ling, Lin Yi, and Lin Feng have achieved some fame, they are not worth mentioning compared to Lin Xiao. But no matter what, many people in the Lin family will not be jealous of Lin Xiao's achievements because of this. Instead, they will be happy, excited, happy for it, and even proud of it. Hey, are you still unable to break through to the middle stage of the cave heaven realm? In a temporarily open cave, Lin Xiao couldn't help but sigh as she felt the rock-like solid bottleneck in her body over the years. He would compete so high profile for various treasures just to try to break through to the middle stage of the cave heaven realm. Unexpectedly, the bottleneck that troubled him was so strong. Even if he refined several 8th grade low-level heavenly materials and earthly treasures, he would not be able to break through. Shake it even a little bit. Obviously, his accumulation is not enough to break through to the middle stage of Dongshan realm. Forget it. Counting the time, Zhenwu Academy's recruitment of disciples is about to begin. I'd better rush to the central imperial city as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Lin Chen didn't hesitate. As soon as she thought about it, her figure disappeared from the spot. At the same time, the geniuses of the Lin family who were practicing in various places on the mainland also left their original places and rushed towards the first imperial city in the center of the mainland. At first, there were only a few people along the way, but as they got closer and closer to their destination, they met more and more people, accompanied by the chatter of these creatures on the road. After 9,000 years, Zhenwu Academy is finally recruiting disciples. This time our Chaos C won't be at the bottom, right? Definitely not. Among the young people who are eligible to participate in this Zhenwu Academy assessment this time, our Chaotic C has nearly 20 super geniuses who have reached the cave heaven realm. This is more than double the usual number, and perhaps even more than not a big religion or a big clan, but the average second-grade forces are definitely not as good as us. If nothing else, surpassing Fian continent is not a problem. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help laughing. Fian continent is a medium-sized continent near the Sea of Chaos, but it is larger and stronger than the central continent. If the central continent is considered to be the top existence among medium-sized continents, then Fian continent is an existence that has stepped into the ranks of large continents. However, it is unable to complete the final transformation because there is no powerful person in the realm Lord realm to take charge. That's all. Since the two are close to each other and have similar strengths, they have been secretly competing with each other. It must not be underestimated. I heard that a peerless genius appeared in Fian continent. In just 10,000 years, his cultivation reached the peak of the early cave heaven realm. His combat power was even more terrifying. I heard that a certain genius once entered the cave heaven realm for the first time. The strong players in the mid-game maintained an undefeated record for a quarter of an hour. His is actually so strong? You know, even our peerless genius, the young master of the tyrant sect, who is ranked number 1 in the genius list of the central continent, has no experience fighting against the strong men in the middle stage of the Dongshan realm. So, even if our central continent has more disciples who have passed the examination than Fian continent, we will still be crushed by them in terms of quality? Upon hearing this news, many strong men who were still smiling suddenly changed their expressions. Zhenwu Academy recruits disciples not just once or twice. It has been done tens of thousands of times for hundreds of millions of years, and they have a deep understanding of this process. Generally speaking, when Zhenwu Academy recruits disciples, it will accurately classify the disciples' levels based on age and strength. Creatures that can pass the examination are called low-level students, while disciples with certain potential and superior combat power will be awarded the title of intermediate student or senior student, which will be judged based on your actual situation. Above the senior students, there is a level called top students, which is also the highest honor among the disciples of the outer courtyard. These students' levels are not only reflected in honors, but are also closely related to treatment within the academy. It can be said that one intermediate student is worth more than 10 low-level students. Judging from the situation of Fian continent's peerless genius, he is likely to be awarded the title of intermediate student by the academy. By then, even if there are several more people joining Zhenwu Academy than Fian continent, in the eyes of the world, their central continent is still not as good as Fian continent. This is what they don't want to see. Didn't the huge central continent give birth to a being who is comparable to the peerless genius of Fian continent? It's easier said than done. Even if a super prodigy named Lin Chen has emerged recently, he only has a record against 3 strong men of the same realm. Compared with the peerless beings who can fight against a mid-stage cave heaven realm, it is still far behind. Yes, although the peak of the early stage of the Dongshan realm is only one step away from the middle stage, this step is completely different. Under normal circumstances, a being in the middle stage of the Dongshan realm, even if he has just stepped into this realm, can easily defeat him. To fight or even kill the former, the difference in strength is too big. Hateful. As he talked, many creatures couldn't help but feel anxious and fell into silence. Originally, I thought that with so many cave heaven realm geniuses born in the central continent, they were expected to shine in the upcoming enrollment of Zhenwu Academy. With their numerical advantage, They could crush their rival Fian continent. However, unexpectedly, someone actually gave birth to a genius. It's a bit funny to have a unique talent that surpasses ordinary geniuses. Haha, you have only been fighting against the middle stage of the Dongshan realm for a quarter of an hour, but you still want to be on par with the great uncle Lin Xia. That's ridiculous. However, the Lin family disciples who heard these discussions along the way showed a hint of disdain in their eyes as children of the Lin family. They are very aware of Lin Xia's true strength, not to mention anything else. When he was in the Yanhuang continent, Lin Xia had fought against a mid-stage cave heaven realm figure in the Yanhuang alliance. The conclusion drawn is that they are comparable. Compare the two and make a judgment. Despite this, they did not jump out to correct everyone's thinking. There is no proof for such a thing. As long as this Henshi Academy assessment begins, the truth will be revealed. The Sea of Chaos is located in the south of Zhenwu world. In addition to territories of the same level such as Fian continent, there are also first-level forces known as great religions or great clans that are commanded by powerful men in the realm of realms who are relatively close to him. This kind of strength is enough to rank among the top forces in the entire Zhenwu world, second only to the Transcendent Supreme Sect and the Immortal Family. For example, Xian'ai Palace and Xian'ai Continent, Xianwu Holy Dynasty and Xianwu Continent, Zhuanshan Sect and Wang Family in Zhuangheang Continent. These four top forces, within a radius of hundreds of millions of miles, are like the scorching sun in this world, shining in all directions. In addition to the four top forces on the mainland, there are also three top groups in the sea. They are the Dragon Clan, the Abyss Corp Spider Clan and the Undead Cricket Clan. They command countless sea tribes within a sea area of hundreds of millions of miles, and their background is terrifying, far beyond the imagination of the world. However, after a long period of time, and with the three major races having powerful men in the realm of realm lords, the influence left by the Demon Clan has been much smaller on them, and they no longer have to fight to the death with the major forces on the mainland. Of course, the grievances accumulated over a long period of time also caused them to have frequent frictions, and their relationship was not friendly and deep. Under the sea, dozens of medium-sized continents away from the central continent, there is a dark hall engraved with various runes, located in a trench, surrounded by mountains, making it extremely secretive. Not bad, not bad. More than 1,000 years have actually allowed you to recover to the peak of the cave heaven realm. If you continue to work harder to restore the Dongyan realm to perfection, I will allow you to act together. In the main hall, a strong man in black robes with a faint light all over his body looked at the Heavenly Desire Realm Master in the formation, and couldn't help but reveal a smile on his face. Do you really mean what you said? You have no joke. Seeing the black-robed strongman's expression that didn't look like he was lying, the Lord of Heavenly Desire showed excitement on his face. Then, he glanced at the surrounding formations that had lost their effect, and quickly begged, "Please help me, sir. As long as I can avenge you, I will do your best to help you in the future." Easy to say, this formation of 7 emotions and 6 desires has been deduced by me for hundreds of thousands of years. If you had not been willing to enter the formation to test it, the formation would not have been perfected so quickly. In this bottle, the power of the 7 emotions and 6 desires of hundreds of millions of people has been collected and digested. This power should be able to restore you to the perfection of the cave heaven realm. By then, your combat power will probably be comparable to the peak of the Holy Emperor. After you get out of seclusion, take charge of the mission against the central continent. As he spoke, the black-robed strongman waved his hand, and a white jade bottle suddenly appeared in front of the Heavenly Desire Realm Lord. Thank you, sir. Heaven will definitely live up to your expectations. Seeing the jade bottle in front of him, the Lord of Heavenly Desire immediately thanked him excitedly. When he escaped from Lin Chen's hands and after a struggle, he completely controlled the body of Emperor Jiao. He contacted the powerful demons hiding in Zhenwu world through secret methods. The first person who came over was the black-robed strong man in front of him. Like the Lord of Heavenly Desire Realm, he was a strong man who died in the catastrophe in ancient times and was resurrected through various means. However, he was a peerless strong man who had perfected the World Lord realm during his lifetime. He was resurrected nearly 1,000,000 years earlier than the Heavenly Desire Realm Master. His cultivation has returned to the peak of the Middle World Lord realm. He is the member of their demon clan, the leader of this punishment hall. In order to better restore his own cultivation, the master of the Black Robe Palace spent hundreds of thousands of years relying on the knowledge of his previous life to deduce this formation of 7 emotions and 6 desires. Thanks to book friends 20220819150220209 for the 500 starting coin reward. Chapter 152 The Power of the Realm Lord. The 7 emotions and 6 desires formation was also called the Red Dust Formation by the Master of the Black Robe Palace. This formation can refine the power of the 7 emotions and 6 desires into a special energy called the power of the world of mortals, improving oneself in his vision. As long as he has enough understanding of the realm, he can use the power of the mortal world to quickly improve his cultivation level, and there will be no side effects, which is very suitable for reborn strong men like them. However, after all, this formation had just been introduced not long ago. The Master of the Black-Robed Palace was worried about any side effects, so he approached the newly reborn Master of Heavenly Desire Realm in order to eliminate the hidden dangers of this body as soon as possible. He was extremely thirsty for strength. After some consideration, he finally agreed to the request to enter the 7 emotions and 6 desires formation to practice. Of course, this was also because the Master of the Black Robe Palace promised a lot of benefits. The power of the Realm Lord can reverse time. Seeing that the Heavenly Desire Realm Master was ready, a terrifying force similar to the power of heaven suddenly erupted from the body of the Black-Robed Palace Master in an instant. The flow of time and the space where the Heavenly Desire Realm Master was located changed dramatically. 2:15, 120, 1. I don't know how long it took, but after the time flow rate in this space stabilized, the time flow reached an astonishing 500, 1. My cultivation level is still a bit low. When I was at my peak, with the power of the Realm Master in my body, I could reverse the flow of time 10,000 times in a top-level middle thousand world like this Zhenwu Great World. The Master of the Black-Robed Palace shook his head, looking quite emotional when he was reborn. He was not as lucky as the Heavenly Desire Realm Master. There were strong men from a higher realm to verify his ideas and help him grow. According to the situation of the Lord of Heavenly Desire Realm, with the help of the power of mortal world, it will take at most half a year to break through to the perfection of the Cave Heaven realm. By then, with the foundation of his previous life to rely on, even if he has just entered the realm of perfection, he will be able to exert an incredible performance. Compared with the peak combat power of the Holy Emperor, I remember that in the central continent of the Sea of Chaos, there are only 2 Saint Emperors with strong combat power, right? Even if you add a Saint Emperor level strongman sent by Zhenwu Academy, there are only 3 Saint Emperors at most. Whether there are any hidden dangers in improving one's cultivation with the power of mortals can be seen by just watching the next battle. It's a pity that in addition to being responsible for the central continent, my Soul Eater branch is also responsible for Fian continent, Ghost continent and Zhenwu continent. The former can be dispatched by the strong men of the branch, but the latter can only be handled by me personally. But it is impossible to personally observe the situation of the Heavenly Desire Realm Lord. Thinking of this, the Master of the Black-Robed Palace once again glanced at the Master of Zhenwu Realm who was in seclusion, and disappeared in a flash facing the large continent Zhenwu continent. Even he did not dare to underestimate it on the surface. The Zhenwu Holy Dynasty, as the sole overlord of the Zhenwu continent, only has 2 superpowers in the middle stage of the Realm Lord realm. However, the Black-Robed Palace Master can feel the faint threat coming from the Zhenwu Holy Capital even though he only has the cultivation level at the peak of the middle stage of the World Lord realm. In his previous life, as a super strong man who had perfected the World Lord realm, his combat power far exceeded his own cultivation level. The existence in the later period must be better. Even in this situation, he could feel the danger. This undoubtedly does not explain how terrifying the Zhenwu Holy Dynasty's background is. Of course, his purpose is not to deal with the Zhenwu Holy Dynasty, but to kill as many geniuses as possible who have passed the Zhenwu Academy examination and suppress the effective forces of the Zhenwu world. Therefore, he had nothing to worry about, and just when the Soul Eater branch began to secretly prepare to take action against the geniuses of various continents, on the other side Central Imperial City, in a manner many geniuses from the Lin family have gathered together at this time after these years of experience. Everyone's aura has obviously changed, becoming more fierce than before, and gradually gaining the temperament of a strong man. After my research over the past few days, I have compiled information on the younger generation who can pose a threat to us. You all can take it and take a look. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you be victorious in every battle. With that said, Lin Chen handed the documents he had prepared long ago to the many Lin family geniuses present in this information. Most of them are the proud ones on the list of geniuses in the central continent, but there are also a small number of hidden geniuses that have been exposed by various forces recently. There is less information and only a general information. 1, 2, 3, The younger generation in Central Continent actually has 18 Cave Heaven Realm experts, so strong, it seems that our strength has exploded this time. Usually at this time, the younger generation can only reach 10 Cave Heaven Realms at most. The last time Zhenwu Academy recruited students, I heard others said that they only recruited 10 disciples, right? So, those of us who have not reached the Cave Heaven Realm, the younger generation, can't join Zhenwu Academy. No, admissions to Zhenwu College are based on comprehensive consideration of age, cultivation, talent, etc. You will not be rejected just because of one factor. With our age and cultivation, joining Zhenwu College is not 100% sure, but it is still a certainty matter. Indeed, hearing Lin Xia's nod, many Lin family disciples present could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. They don't want to return to the family in despair just because their cultivation is not up to standard. How embarrassing it would be. If that's the case, then I don't have to worry. I've only been practicing for more than 2,000 years. Although my cultivation has not reached the Cave Heaven Realm, I have also reached the 9 Tribulations Nirvana Realm. In terms of potential, I will not give in to them. Yes, although I am not as good as Lin Zhengxiang, I am still a supreme divine body. My cultivation level is also in the 9 Tribulations Nirvana Realm. I am only 4,000 years old. I am not half as old as the so-called geniuses in the Central Continent. If I were their age, I would definitely be as good as them. It's a good thing to have this confidence, but you must not be blindly confident. During the assessment, you must give me your best. Yes, uncle. Hearing Lin Xia's words, many Lin family geniuses straightened their expressions and patted their chests in assurance. Lin Xia is far superior to others in terms of cultivation and seniority. He is also deeply respected and admired by his tribe, so naturally they will not ignore his speech. After a full hour, after many Lin family disciples had written down the opponent's information, Lin Xia led them out of the manor and walked outside the inn. At this time, there are still 3 months left before the Zhenwu Academy's assessment. At this time, even if they wanted to improvise, it was too late. Therefore, they came out to experience the customs of the Central Imperial City and see if they could pan for gold. This Central Imperial City looks no different from our Yanhuang Imperial City. I even think it's not as good as us. Not long after walking, some younger tribesmen spoke with some disappointment. Although the concentration of spiritual energy in the Central Imperial City is not bad, it is far behind compared to the Yanhuang Imperial City. If we really want to make a comparison, it would be like the aura concentration of the Yanhuang Emperor City before the 5 continents merged. However, just as he finished speaking, a sneer suddenly sounded in their ears. Yanhuang Emperor City? Haha, where did this country bumpkin come from? A person from an unknown imperial city, with such a loud tone. Lin Xia, who was originally leading the children of the Lin family to stroll along various stalls, couldn't help but froze when he heard these words. Turning around, he immediately saw a young man wearing khaki robes, looking at them with disdain. The Zhuangjian ranked 20th on the Central Continent's prodigy list. Seeing the appearance of the speaker, Lin Xia quickly recognized the young man's identity. However, at this time he felt a little dull. The 20th place on the list of geniuses may seem a bit bluffing, but it is only for ordinary creatures. For Lin Xia, an ant who has not even broken through the Cave Heaven Realm, if this is not the Central Imperial City, there are super strong people. If you were to sit down, he would have slapped him to death. However, this is not the reason why you can insult my descendants of the Lin family. Thinking of this, Lin Xia winked at Lin Zhengxiang beside her. The latter immediately understood and took a step forward. Are the qualities of people from the dignified Zhuan family solo? If you don't agree with someone, you'll insult others. You're really not afraid of offending people you can't afford to offend. I'll slap you to death. Lin Zhengxiang, as a peerless genius of the Lin family and Lin Xia's great-great-grandson, was not an easy character to get along with, so he spoke in an inexplicable tone of voice. Someone you can't afford to mess with. Ha. In this huge Central Imperial City, apart from the 4 overlord-level forces, who else can't be offended by my Zhuan sword? You? PFFT, Zhuangjian's exaggerated performance attracted the attention of many creatures. However, as the 2 parties involved, they had long been accustomed to this kind of attention-grabbing situation, so they didn't care. However, what he didn't know was that Lin Xia, who was watching Zhuangjian's performance from beginning to end, frowned. At this time he vaguely felt that something was wrong. This Zhuangjian is intentional. For some reason, such a sentence appeared in Lin Xia's mind. His eyes couldn't help but glance around. With the powerful power of the soul, he actually discovered an equally strange yet familiar figure. Mystery. the mystery that ranks 6th on the list of geniuses in Central Continent. Are you here to test me? But, a mere ant who has not even reached the cave heaven realm? Why do you think he can detect anything from me? For a moment, Lin Xia couldn't help but feel confused. They really don't understand what kind of tricks they are playing. HMPH. If you have the guts, come to the Xianjiao arena and have a battle. If you lose, just yell that I, name added, are trash. How about that? When Lin Xia was filled with thoughts, suddenly, Zhuangjian's words brought him back to reality. Xianjiao arena, and this bet. Okay, that's great. Do you want to take this opportunity to lower the morale of the genius of the Lin family before the competition, or even mess with my mentality so that I will perform abnormally in the upcoming Zhenshi Academy assessment? If this is the case, then your plan is completely wrong. Thinking of this, Lin Xia's mouth couldn't help but curl up with a hint of sarcasm. Although Lin Zhengxiang is young, his cultivation level is not inferior to that of his opponent, who is also in the 9 tribulations nirvana realm. The most important thing is that Lin Zhengxiang is a high-level holy body and can be called the most talented person among the younger generation of the Lin family. Even if he is Lin Xia felt ashamed with the blessing of such terrifying talent, Lin Zhengxiang's combat power is naturally very terrifying. He has reached the peak of the Holy Emperor realm, and no one in the entire Lin family can defeat him. I'll just fight. I'm afraid you won't succeed. Lin Zhengxiang, who is very confident in his own strength, agreed to the bet without any hesitation, which made Zhuangjian's expression froze. He didn't expect that the Lin family genius in front of him, who looked much younger than himself, would actually challenge him directly, which made him a little surprised in his opinion. After knowing his identity, even if the group in front of him wants to fight, they should send Lin Chen, a genius like Lin Qi who is a strong man at first glance, to fight. Right, a young boy, haha, good, very good. Zhuangjian flicked his sleeves, turned around and rushed towards the nearest Xianjiao arena. He couldn't wait to teach this ignorant boy lesson. Wow, this Zhuangjian is so shameless that he dares to challenge a young baby. Isn't this too mean-spirited? You two are in love with me, what's the use of it? It's a pity. Although I don't know this young man's cultivation level, judging from his momentum, he must have reached the nirvana realm or above. He is a proud man of heaven. If he loses, he will shout so many words in front of the public. I guess my morale will be gone, and my achievements in this life will be limited. Who can say otherwise? The young man who is obviously the leader didn't know how to stop him. It's really a shame, seeing Zhuangjian, Lin Zhengxiang, and Lin Xia and others following them towards the Xianjiao arena. Many creatures who witnessed this scene immediately shook their heads, sighed, and started talking. However, that's all. There is no one who can be a hero and fight against injustice after all. Although Zhuangjian's words were arrogant, the Zhuan family behind him was indeed a behemoth in the chaotic sea. It was a powerful force second only to the 4 major overlords. There were many super strong people in the clan who were at the peak of the cave heaven realm. There are even vague rumors that the Zhuan family has an ancestor who has reached the perfection level of the cave heaven realm. Alive with such strength, even the 4 major overlord forces would give the Zhuan family some face in normal times. Compared with them, passers-by like Yinghuo and Haoyu, they are not worth mentioning at all. How dare they care about Zhuangjian's affairs? There is no secret in the central imperial city about this kind of thing happening in public soon. The news about Zhuangjian, who was ranked 20th on the list of geniuses, and a young man had a fight, spread throughout the central imperial city. Many geniuses who were preparing to participate in the selection of Zhenshi Academy, heard the news and headed towards the ring where they competed. Rush to where you are. They don't care about that young man's strength. However, Zhuangjian's strength can be a reference for whether they can be selected by Zhenshi Academy. After all, apart from the 19 peerless geniuses who have reached the cave heaven realm, he is the strongest according to the previous enrollment standards of Zhenshi Academy. If they have strength beyond Zhuangjian, there is a high probability that they will be favored by Zhenshi Academy and become students of the academy. Chapter 153. The Central Holy Emperor is noticed. Central Imperial City, East City, Xianjiao Arena. 2 young figures stood opposite each other. One of them looked more mature and strong, looking at his opponent with a trace of disdain. Don't say that I'm bullying you. I'll give you 3 moves first. Glancing at Lin Zhengxiang and the many Lin family disciples standing under the ring, Zhuangjian couldn't help but reveal a hint of joking on his face. The eldest brother asked him to provoke Lin Xia's tribe without worrying about the consequences. Of course he wouldn't miss this opportunity to show off. Let me do 3 moves. Hearing Zhuangjian's words, Lin Zhengxiang couldn't help but reveal a look of astonishment on his face. He didn't expect the former to be so arrogant. However, Thinking about his age, Lin Zhengxian couldn't help but feel a flash of relief in his heart. You sure, you bastard who doesn't take advantage of you? Lin Zhengxian rolled his eyes slightly, and a hint of joy appeared on his face inadvertently, which happened to be seen by Zhuangjian. This made him feel a little regretful after saying these words, and he instantly became more confident. A man of his words, Zhuangjian said confidently. In his opinion, Lin Zhengxian was happy for these 3 moves. It was obvious that the latter was not that strong as for why he couldn't see through the details of the person in front of him. That's so normal. To be able to cultivate to such a level at this age, and to have Lin Xia, a peerless talent ranked in the top 10 on the list of geniuses, sitting there. Even if the Lin family behind it is weak, it will not be much weaker. It is very likely that the Chaos CA newly born first-class force. It's not surprising at all to have such a powerful person sitting in charge and bestowing some treasures and secret techniques to cover oneself. Although Zhuangjian is a bit shameless, he is worthy of being ranked at the top of the list of geniuses. He is still very confident in his own strength. After all, he is also one of the top 20 beings on the list of geniuses in the central continent. Apart from the 19 peerless geniuses in the Cave Heaven realm, he is the strongest being. And that young man's cultivation is obviously not when you reach the Cave Heaven realm. The life breath exuding from your body is extremely young, definitely not older than 5,000 years. Under such circumstances, it is difficult for Zhuangjian not to be confident. Yes, originally it was very disgraceful for him to provoke a young man who was more than half his age like that, but with this move, he saved a lot of his reputation. Zhuangjian is very thoughtful. Seeing what happened in the ring, many onlookers couldn't help but burst into heated discussions. However, Lin Xia and many other Lin family disciples had a strange look on their faces at this time. This guy is going to be in trouble. If anyone among the many creatures present had a clearer understanding of Lin Zhengxian's strength, it was none other than their clan members among the dozen or so children of the Lin family. Apart from Lin Xia and others who have already broken through to the realm of the Great Emperor, the strongest one is Lin Zhengxian. It can be said that among them all, his strength ranks among the top 6 because the top 5 are all powerful in the Cave Heaven realm before Lin Xia and others could think too much. Sure enough, after receiving Zhuangjian's confirmation, Lin Zhengxian's whole aura changed. And he was caught in the trembling eyes of countless people. The cultivation level of the 9 tribulations nirvana realm immediately rose from his body at the same time. A fierce artistic conception of the domain also spread in the air. 9 tribulations sword technique, kill. With a secret shout in his heart, Lin Zhengxian immediately released the power of the first-level monarch sword domain that he had comprehended, integrated it into a small magical power that had been cultivated to the level of Xiaochen, and crushed it towards the Zhuangjian. Tear apart. The terrifying power of the sword pierced the void, and the sharp sword energy, with its invincible momentum that destroyed all things, tore a large piece of the surrounding void. The realm of nirvana of 9 tribulations? The realm of the first-level sword realm? You feeling the fatal crisis coming from his body? Zhuangjian's expression suddenly changed, and his eyes were full of disbelief when he looked at Lin Zhengxian. He didn't expect that Lin Zhengxian, who is young, not even half his age, is so terrifying. What are you? You told me to give you 3 moves. This is the first move. I hope you can catch it. However, facing Zhuangjian's panic, Lin Zhengxian's mouth showed a hint of sarcasm, and he was about to hit his body without losing any strength. It was at this time that he faced the threat of death. Zhuangjian, who ignored the previous gentleman's agreement, suddenly burst out with his extremely terrifying momentum. At the same time, all kinds of trump cards faced Lin Zhengxian's sword as if they were free rumble. Soon enough, as soon as Zhuangjian made such a move, Lin Zhengxian's sword collided with him, erupting with earth-shaking loud noises. Puff. Immediately afterwards, an earth-yellow figure flew out instantly, spurted out a mouthful of blood, and hit the floor of the ring heavily. If it hadn't been for the critical moment when the formation power of the Xianjiao arena was activated, reducing the impact by 99%, the Zhuan sword would have been injured twice as much if it fell like this. However, even so, his aura became chaotic. You asked me to do 3 moves? Is this the result? It was at this moment that Lin Zhengxian held a gentleman's sword and stood in the void in front of the Zhuangjian. His faint tone contained 7 parts disdain and 3 parts disappointment. He thought that the genius ranked 20th on the genius list was very powerful, but the result really disappointed him. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. With the life breath you exude, it is obvious that you are not more than 5,000 years old. How can you have such strength? You are the remnant of the powerful demon clan from ancient times who took away their bodies and were reborn, right? Yes, you must be the remnant of the demon clan. It was at this moment that Zhuangjian suddenly roared crazily. I thought that dealing with Lin Zhengxiang was just a matter of success, but I didn't expect that the gap was so big, which made him desperately start throwing dirty water on him. It's a pity that he went crazy because his strength was not as good as his popularity. When he said such words, the onlookers around him, who had some knowledge, just sneered. The power Lin Zhengxiang used was dignified, and he understood the gentleman's sword domain. Such a character is incompatible with the power of the demons. If he was a remnant of the demons, then their world of true martial arts would have been lost long ago. Haha. Is this the character of the geniuses on the Central Continent's genius list? It's really disappointing to be so miserable. Facing Zhuangjian's slander, Lin Zhengxiang felt a sense of boredom in his heart. He glanced at him lying on the ground, and his eyes no longer had disdain, but were replaced by disregard. That's right, just ignore it. Therefore, after saying this, Lin Zhengxiang didn't look at Zhuangjian again, turned around and walked out of the ring. Hateful. I am the second member of the younger generation of the Zhuan family and the most powerful genius in the cave world. Why can you, a remnant of the demon clan, ignore me? Why, death, I want you to die? Looking at Lin Zhengxiang's back, Zhuangjian's expression was gloomy and uncertain. In the end, a black energy even emerged from his body, and then his whole person suddenly became crazy. He unleashed all his strength and threw a poisonous dagger towards Lin Zhengxiang. Seeing this scene, many onlookers suddenly shouted, and the faces of some strong men were filled with anger. They didn't expect that Zhuangjian, as the loser, would dare to make a sneak attack in full view of everyone. Asshole, if Zhengxiang is even slightly injured because of this, I, Lin Xia, will definitely crush the family behind you trashes. Seeing this scene, Lin Xia, who had been calm and composed, suddenly became angry. An extremely terrifying aura swept out of him in an instant. The power of the yin and yang realm that had reached the third level turned into a huge black and white yin and yang fish. Blast towards the Xianjiao arena. He actually ignored the rules set by the Central Imperial City. Isn't it a bit too much for a peerless genius who is one of the top 5 geniuses on the list to take action against a junior who cannot reach the cave heaven realm like this? Why don't we just let us compare? However, at this moment, the mystery that had been hidden in the dark suddenly stopped Lin Xia. In the final analysis, Zhuangjian would attack the Lin family because he was instigating them now, because Lin Zhengxiang, his opponent, was defeated without any resistance. Inner demons are growing. If you can't kill the former, then his younger brother will be useless. As the saying goes, a dead Taoist friend will never die. A poor Taoist for the future of his younger brother, and to avoid punishment from the family elders, Zhuangji took action without hesitation. Okay, what a mystery, what a Zhuan family. Seeing the mystery in front of him that prevented him from taking action, Lin Xia suddenly looked up to the sky and roared, his words filled with murderous intent. Since you want to stop me, I'll collect some interest from you. After taking a look at Lin Zhengxiang, who barely escaped the sneak attack of the Zhuangjian in the arena, Lin Xia breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time, a strong murderous intent burst out in his eyes as he looked at Zhuangji without any nonsense. He raised his hand and shot towards Zhuangji with a small magical power that had been cultivated to great perfection and integrated with the power of the yin and yang realm. Humph, I'm afraid you don't have the strength. Seeing this scene, a trace of fear flashed through Zhuangji's eyes, but on the surface he responded calmly. The two fought fiercely outside the ring, and the powerful battle fluctuations instantly shook the void millions of miles around. It was at this moment that an extremely terrifying energy shot up into the sky from the city lord's palace. Just when everyone thought that this breath was going to suppress the fighting and affect the two people in the Central Imperial City, they did not take action. Instead, they limited the aftermath of the battle between Lin Xia and Zhuangji within a certain range and stopped their actions. Although this made many powerful people present feel confused, they did not think too much because of the excitement and continued to look up at the sky. I didn't expect that a battle between two Nirvana realm geniuses would actually lead to a tit-for-tat confrontation between Lin Xia and Zhuangji, the 5th and 6th geniuses on the genius list. Who do you think can win? Of course it's Lin Xia. If nothing else, his ranking is higher than Zhuangji. Having said that, the ranking of the genius list is not completely accurate. Some people are high profile and will use all their strength, while some people are more low-key and only use part of their strength. The 5th and 6th places are not much different, and the mystery has always been in the top 5 of the list of geniuses. If you say that such a person has no trump card, I won't believe anything you say. It makes sense. Haha, let's wait and see. Countless creatures who were alarmed by this battle started talking about it and made a lot of noise. However, what they don't know is in the city lord's palace not far from here, there were two old men with gray beards, standing on the edge of a tea pavilion on the mountainside with their hands behind their backs. They looked at the battle below, with a look of interest flashing on their faces. Old Man Central, I didn't expect you to have good seeds in Central Continent. At such an age, he has reached the peak of the early stage of the Cave Heaven realm, and has mastered the power of the three levels of Yin and Yang realm. It seems that he is also a genius in martial arts and supernatural powers. With my many years of experience, this boy can at least get the title of intermediate student of Zhenwu Academy. 18th Elder, are you serious about this? Hearing this, the Central Saint Emperor couldn't help but reveal a hint of joy on his face, and asked quickly, as the 18th Elder of the dignified outer court, could I lie to you? No, that's not what I meant. Aren't I excited? I haven't had an intermediate student in Central Continent for so many years. It really makes me feel ashamed. The resources are different and the environment is different, so you don't have to worry too much. However, this time there is a genius like Lin Chen in charge, and there is also that young man. Judging from his life aura, I think he is at most 3,000 years old. His cultivation and strength have reached this point. He is probably an intermediate figure at the beginning. Student, you are going to make a lot of money now. Speaking of this, the 18th Elder couldn't help but show a hint of envy on his face. In Zhenwu Great World, ordinary medium-sized continents cannot enter the eyes of Zhenwu Academy. Only top-level medium-sized continents like the Central Continent are qualified to be used as an assessment point, as an assessment location, as the actual owner of the location. There are benefits once a student above the intermediate level is born in his area. Not only the family behind the student, but also himself will be able to receive awards from Zhenwu Academy. You know, Zhenwu Academy was founded by a group of supremely powerful people, not to mention the extremely mysterious inner courtyard. As for the outer courtyard, they are all as powerful as clouds. The tutors inside start out as beings at the peak of the Cave Heaven realm and above. Some powerful tutors even have the cultivation of the World Lord realm. As for the elders, that is not to mention there are a total of 18 elders in the outer courtyard. He is only the last one, but his cultivation has reached the perfection of the Cave Heaven realm, and his combat power is much stronger than that of the ordinary Holy Emperor above him. There are several powerful Saint Emperor elders, and the elders ahead of them are all super strong men in the World Lord realm without exception. It can be said that given the size of the outer courtyard of Zhenwu Academy, any leakage of resources would be enough to keep them fed. Luck. To be honest, I didn't expect that our chaotic sea could actually give birth to such a powerful clan. Not to mention the talents of Lin Chen and others. Let's talk about the development speed of the Lin family. Given time, they will definitely become a powerful clan. Yes, at this stage, the remnants of the demon clan are acting more and more frequently. The birth of every powerful force is a good thing for our Zhenwu world. You must be careful and don't let the so-called mysterious something bad happen at home. Chapter 154, Ginger is still spicier when old. Yes, at this stage, the remnants of the demon clan are acting more and more frequently. The birth of every powerful force is a good thing for our Zhenwu world. You must be careful and don't let the so-called mysterious something bad happen at home. As soon as the 18th Elder said these words, the Central Holy Emperor's expression suddenly became serious. He nodded solemnly and said, Elder, don't worry, I will take good care of the Lin family. Although he is the only powerful Saint Emperor in the Central Continent, he also came out of the Zhenwu Academy. However, his talent was limited and he could not climb to a higher level, so he returned to the continent that gave birth to him and founded the Central Imperial City. It has become one of the peripheral forces of the college. Naturally, he would not take the Elder's warning seriously. Not to mention, with the talents of Lin Chen and Lin Zhengxiang, it is worthy of him to do this intermediate student title. That is a super genius who has more than 30% chance of being promoted to the Realm Lord realm. Even if he cannot break through, he will at least be on the same level as him in the future. Hey, Zhuangji is about to lose. It seems that Lin Chen is much stronger than I thought. At this moment, the 18th Elder suddenly let out a sigh, causing the Central Holy Emperor to look around. I saw that after dozens of moves, Zhuangji's figure flew out without any suspense and landed heavily on the ground. At this moment, Zhuangjian, who had failed in the sneak attack, was kicked by Lin Zhengxiang like a ball, and then kicked to Zhuangji's side with a whip kick. Boom boom, two heavy landing sounds in succession made the noisy sky instantly become silent. Countless onlookers stared blankly at Zhuangji and Zhuangjian, who were lying on the ground, breathless and looking as if they were seriously injured, and couldn't help but open their mouths. They did not expect that Xuanjian and Xuanji, the two great geniuses, would be defeated so quickly. One of them is ranked in the top 6, and the other is known as the strongest super genius under the Cave Heaven realm. As a result, facing two geniuses who were obviously younger than them but had the same level of cultivation, they were no match for them. Lin family, Lin Xia, Lin Zhengxiang, too strong, simply too strong. Countless onlookers trembled in their hearts. They knew that it was not that the strength of Xuanjian and Xuanji was not worthy of the name, but that Lin Xia and Lin Zhengxiang were too powerful. It's not just them. Many of the geniuses on the central genius list and the hidden geniuses of major forces were looking at Lin Xia and Lin Zhengxiang with serious eyes at this time, feeling like Alexander in their hearts. Originally, they thought that Lin Xia's ability to be among the top 5 on the list of geniuses was already all he had. As a result, it was still underestimated with this kind of combat power, let alone the top 5. Even the top 2 or even the first is still qualified to compete. Ahem, I didn't expect your strength to be so terrifying. Fortunately, I want to test you to prepare for the next test. At this moment, the pale-faced Xuanji covered the wound with one hand and said mockingly to himself, as a well-known and proud man in the central continent, he has always been ranked in the top 5. Suddenly, he discovered that an unknown genius had taken a photo of him overnight, knocking him out of the top 5. How could he bear this? However, the whereabouts of Lin Xia and others were erratic at that time, and he had no choice but to endure it secretly and improve his strength. Now, as the enrollment of Zhenwu Academy is about to begin, many talented people are gathering in the central imperial city. He also noticed the traces of Lin Xia and others in the crowd. In order not to be weak, he hinted to his younger brother Xuanjian to provoke the Lin family. It would be best to attract Lin Xia to take action. Therefore, he stood up openly, defeating Lin Xia in full view of the public, regaining his own ranking, and adding to his record for the next Zhenwu college enrollment. Unexpectedly, he underestimated Lin Xia's strength and overestimated his own, which led to the current disastrous defeat. Just test me and challenge me directly. Why do you need to engage in such crooked ways? The assessment of Zhenwu Academy focuses on strength. Even if you defeat all the geniuses in the central continent, if your strength cannot meet the enrollment standards of Zhenwu Academy, you will still not be able to enter the academy. You are lucky that Zhen Xiang is fine. Otherwise, I, Lin Xia, will never let you and the Xuan family behind you go. Lin Xia snorted coldly. He looked at Xuanji and Xuanjian with disdain, and his tone was extremely cold. Oh, is it so? With your cultivation at the peak of the early stage of the Cave Heaven realm, you won't let go of my Xuan family? Are you worthy? However, not long after Lin Xia finished speaking, a voice with a hint of murderous intent suddenly sounded between heaven and earth. Then, immediately after, a middle-aged man in brocade clothes appeared in front of Xuanjian and Xuanji, and a monstrous momentum rose from him. Late stage of Dongshan realm. Peak of late Dongshan realm. Peak of Dongshan realm. But in the blink of an eye, the aura erupting from the middle-aged man in brocade climbed to the peak of the cave world. The terrifying aura made the surrounding void tremble, and in full view of everyone, he stepped towards Lin Xia and the others, crushing them step by step. This sudden scene caused the pupils of many strong men present to shrink suddenly, and they looked at the middle-aged man in brocade clothes with a hint of anger and coldness in their eyes. They didn't expect it. It was obviously just a matter for the younger generation, but this man in brocade, the dignified head of the Xuan family, actually bullied the younger ones, trying to crush Lin Xia and others with his momentum. He is planning to destroy these two geniuses. This damn Xuan family, are they crazy? They are challenging the bottom line of all major forces. What's going on in the city lord's mansion? Why is there still no movement? Don't they come forward to take care of it? At this moment, countless onlookers felt huge waves in their hearts, feeling extremely angry at the actions of the head of the Xuan family this time. If the head of the Xuan family takes action after that, how can there be any fairness in the competition among their younger generation? By then, the entire sea of chaos will be in complete chaos. It looks like I'm going to trouble my father again. Seeing this scene, Lin Xia couldn't help but have a cold flash in her eyes, but she smiled bitterly in her heart. Before leaving the Lin family, Lin Chen revealed some of his strength to them. In the sea of chaos, you don't need to be afraid of any force or any strong man. If anything happens, I will crush such a famous person to support you, so you can bravely venture forth. Although Lin Chen's words did not mention any level of cultivation, anyone who is not a fool knows what this sentence means. There are 4 overlord-level forces in the Sea of Chaos, 9 top-level forces, 36 first-class forces, and it transcended Central Imperial City. 36 first-class forces are headed by strong men with the peak of the Cave Heaven realm. The 9 top forces are headed by strong men who have reached the perfect Cave Heaven realm. The 4 major overlord forces are headed by strong men with the combat power of the Heavenly Emperor. The Central Imperial City is the only Saint Emperor level powerhouse in the central continent sitting in charge, but Lin Chen said that there is no need to be afraid of any strong person or force. This almost made it clear to them that they had the combat power of a Holy Emperor, although this is a bit exaggerated. Based on Lin Xia's understanding of his father, it is most likely true. Therefore, even when faced with the attack from the head of the Zhenwu family, Lin Xia did not panic at all. Thinking of this, a jade talisman appeared in his hand at some point. However, just when he was about to crush the jade talisman and release the incarnation of his father's soul, an angry voice like the mighty power of heaven suddenly sounded in the world. You are so impudent that you dare to attack our Central Imperial City, even if you are a small person at the top of the Cave Heaven realm? It seems that I have not done anything for millions of years, and you have forgotten my reputation. As he spoke, a terrifying figure that was more than 100 times stronger than the head of the Zhenwu family suddenly appeared in the void, and at the same time, a giant palm dozens of feet in size suddenly fell from the sky like squeezing a chicken. He easily threw the head of the Zhenwu family out of the Central Imperial City. However, just as the body of the head of the Zhenwu family left the range of the Central Imperial City, suddenly, a big old hand caught him and removed the power of the Central Holy Emperor from him, the 6th generation ancestor of the Zhenwu family. Zhenwu, I didn't expect that old guy like you is still alive. No wonder your Zhenwu family dares to be so arrogant. However, with your mere Heavenly Emperor level combat power, you still dare to challenge the rules I have set. Are you underestimating me? Seeing the old man's figure, the Central Saint Emperor recognized his identity in a flash of thought. However, even so, the Central Holy Emperor still dismissed it. Although there is only one level difference between the Holy Emperor and the Heavenly Emperor, a strong Saint Emperor can easily suppress 10 or even dozens of Heavenly Emperors. The two are not on the same level at all. Don't dare, don't dare. The reason why my head of the Zhenwu family dared to take action was partly because of Lin Xia's reckless provocation, and on the other hand because Lin Xia took the initiative to interfere with the Xianjiao arena and was the first to violate the rules of the Imperial City. The head of the Zhenwu family, couldn't be more angry. In order to maintain the majesty of the Imperial City, I would not hesitate to use the big one to bully the small ones. Please ask the Holy Emperor for his warning. As soon as these words came out, many students present could not help but be startled, but then he couldn't help but shook his head. Did the head of the Zhenwu family attack Lin Xia because he was protecting the majesty of the Imperial City? Only a devil would believe this. However, Zhenwuji's words are reasonable and well-founded, and you can't say that he is not. After all, it was Lin Xia who was the first to violate the rules of the Imperial City. Ginger is still spicy when you are old. It seems that the Zhenwu family has escaped this disaster. Lin Xia would intervene in the Xianjiao arena competition. Isn't it because of Zhuangjian's shameless sneak attack? In the final analysis, it is still the Zhenwu family's fault. Having said that, Zhuangjian's shamelessness does not violate the rules of the Imperial City. It is just a bit immoral. Zhu Qiang, who reacted, was filled with emotions. However, they felt a little disgusted with the Zhenwu family. Why do you need to interfere in the affairs of my Emperor's city? Hand over 10,000 origin stones as punishment, and I will put this matter in the past. Zhenwu found such an impeccable reason, and the Central Holy Emperor could no longer take action against them. He could only snort and let the Zhenwu family draw some blood. It is different from the practitioners before the Cave Heaven realm. After arriving at the Cave Heaven realm, everyone's common currency has changed from spirit stones to source stones. However, like spirit stones, source stones are also divided into 4 levels: lower, middle, upper, and top grade. The value of each level also differs 100 times, but this does not mean that 100 top-grade spiritual stones can be exchanged for 1 low-grade source stone. It can even be said that if you spend 10,000 top-quality spiritual stones, there may not be anyone who can exchange them with you for 1 source stone. The reason is that the source stone already contains a trace of original power. Although it is extremely rare, its value is no longer on the same level as spirit stones. It can be said that as long as you have enough source stones, you can quickly accumulate enough foundation and open up a new cave. And spiritual stones, even 100 million top-grade spiritual stones, have no effect at all on the powerful ones in the Cave Heaven realm. Thank you, Holy Emperor, for your forgiveness. Hearing the punishment imposed by the Central Holy Emperor, Zhenwu felt a little painful. but he still took out 10,000 origin stones from the cave and pushed them in front of the former hum. Seeing this, the Central Holy Emperor snorted coldly, collected the origin stone, and disappeared from the spot without looking back. But what no one present knew was that the moment he disappeared, the kind voice of the Central Saint Emperor came to Lin Xia's ears. "Little friend Lin Xia, after everyone has dispersed, please come to my city lord's mansion." Hearing this, Lin Xia couldn't help but was slightly startled, but in full view of the crowd, he didn't show any abnormality. He glanced at Xuanjian and Xuanji lying on the ground, and didn't say anything more. With many feelings from the Lin family, people left here directly as Lin Chen and others left. Many onlookers who had no fun to watch also dispersed. However, the reputations of Lin Xia and Lin Zhengxiang spread rapidly, with the central imperial city as the center this time. Lin Xia not only secured a 5th place in the Xianjiao list, but also had a faint tendency to hit the 4th, 3rd or even 1st place. However, he defeated Xuanji, who was ranked 1 lower than him, so he didn't. Variety. However, Lin Zhengxiang rose to the top in one fell swoop. He was not even on the list of geniuses at first, but climbed to the 20th place on the list of geniuses, replacing Xuanjian's position, and became famous. Lin Xia, who is expected to compete for the top spot on the Xianjiao list, and Lin Zhengxiang, who is the strongest under the Cave Heaven realm. What is the background of the Lin family? The Xianjiao they cultivated actually completely crushed the Zhuan family, which is known as the strongest among the 4 overlords. I heard that they seem to be from Yanhuang continent. Yanhuang continent? Is it the Yanhuang continent that was transformed into a medium-sized continent by the fusion of 5 small continents? Yanhuang continent, Yanhuang alliance, Lin family? It turns out they are from this force, able to integrate 5 continents. The Yanhuang alliance also has super strong men at the peak of the Cave Heaven realm, and may even have the perfect existence of the Cave Heaven realm. It is also a powerful force that can rank among the first-class forces in our chaotic sea. It's a pity that I offended the Zhuan family. Under the attention of countless powerful people and forces, the origins of Lin Xia and others were quickly exposed. Although this strength was good, it offended the Zhuan family, and the Lin family and even the Yanhuang alliance may be in trouble. Chapter 155 Perfection of the Cave Heaven Realm, Invincible Combat Power. No matter what the sentient beings thought, it did not affect Lin Xia and others. Knowing the strength of their ancestors, they did not pay attention to the threat of the Zhuan family at all. It would be okay if he doesn't move, but once he does, it just like the Lin family's former opponents, they disappeared from this world. After settling Lin Ling and others, Lin Xia told them what had just happened. It is rumored that the Central Saint Emperor is a student of Zhenwu College, so he should not do anything to Lin Xia. That's right. Besides, we have the trump card given by our ancestors, so we don't have to worry too much. In that case, let me go for it. After hearing what the tribesman said, Lin Xia, who didn't think the Central Holy Emperor would harm her, decided to go to the city lord's mansion without much hesitation. After cleaning up, Lin Xia quickly arrived at the door of the city lord's mansion. At this time, Lin Xia's reputation was at its peak, and the guards naturally recognized him. After some communication, a strong man from the city lord's palace soon led him to meet the Central Holy Emperor. Lin Xia didn't stay in the city lord's mansion for long, only an hour, but when he left here, there was an unstoppable smile on his face. What? The Central Saint Emperor invited you over, chatted for a few words, gave you some pointers, and gave you a considerable amount of resources. Let me go. All the 10,000 origin stones compensated by the Zhuan family were given to you by the Central Holy Emperor. This is too generous, in a manner. In the inn, many Lin family disciples could not help but open their mouths as they looked at the small mountain of origin stone in front of them. They didn't expect that Lin Xia would gain so much from a trip. These are 10,000 origin stones. If a strong man who has just stepped into the Dongshan realm is given as training resources, it is enough for him to quickly advance to the peak of the early Dongshan realm. But for a being like Lin Xia, who is already at the peak of the early Dongshan realm, breaking through the early promotion, reaching the bottleneck in the midterm is not to say a piece of cake, but it's not much different. It's a pity that there are only a few months left before the admissions assessment of Zhenwu College. Otherwise, we can use these origin stones to try to break through to the middle stage of the Cave Heaven realm. Lin Xia shook her head, feeling a little regretful. However, even if there is not enough time to achieve a breakthrough, he is still sure to get a good ranking and become an intermediate or even advanced student of Zhenwu Academy. So, it's not too regretful. Time passed by, and soon it was the day of Zhenwu College's admissions assessment. At this time, The central imperial city was already overcrowded, and everywhere was filled with beings who came to watch the ceremony and young geniuses participating in the selection. Let's go. It's time to meet the many talented people in this chaotic sea. This is the first time that our Lin family has appeared in front of many forces in the Chaos Sea, and it is also the beginning of our Lin family's reputation in the Chaos Sea. People, come on, come on. The Lin family members, who had been in seclusion in the manor for about 3 months, felt that the excitement in the outside world was also gathered together. They stretched out their right hands and overlapped each other to cheer each other up afterwards. Without much delay, they all left the manor and rushed towards a huge square where the Zhenwu Academy was conducting the assessment. By the time Lin Xia and others arrived around the square, the place had long been surrounded by water. Only 4 passages blocked by teams of guards and opened up enough to accommodate the 3 carriages were revealed to everyone. Boom! Just when Lin Xia and others were about to step into one of the passages and enter the field, suddenly, an embarrassed figure flew out of the passage and fell heavily in front of them. At this time, the disdainful comments of many onlookers also sounded in their ears. These guys really don't know what to say. They all said that those over 12,000 years old are not allowed to participate in the admissions assessment. They must not believe in evil. Now it's better. They were detected by the formation of the channel. It's just a matter of luck. This injury will probably not take 1,000 years to recover from. It's all your own fault. From the words of the surrounding creatures, Lin Xia and others also understood what was going on and couldn't help but shake their heads. They had no sympathy for this guy who wanted to fish in troubled waters, so they walked directly past this creature and stepped into the passage. Suddenly, Lin Xia and others felt as if they had entered another world. The earth-shattering noise from the outside world completely disappeared, and was replaced by an indescribable chilling air. Enough to make the average Nirvana realm expert feel hairy or even emotionally collapse. Are the contestants screened in advance? Feeling the changes in the environment and body, Lin Xia and others couldn't help but have such an idea in their minds. However, they can understand it. The number of creatures in the entire Chaos Sea is in the trillions. Although there are not many geniuses on one continent who are under 12,000 years old and can reach the Nirvana realm or above, there are nearly 100 even on small continents, and thousands on medium-sized continents. The entire Chaos Sea is composed of dozens of medium-sized continents, thousands of small continents, and the top medium-sized continent, the central continent. There are at least 1 million creatures that meet these 2 requirements. Especially this time, the number of strong men born in each continent is far greater than before, and there are more geniuses who meet these 2 conditions. If some people are not eliminated first, it will undoubtedly delay the progress of the competition. This is definitely not what Zhenwu Academy wants to see of Lin Xia, Lin Zhengxiang. They are members of the Lin family. 1, 2, 3, there are a total of 15 contestants, and they don't seem to be weak. The Lin family's background is somewhat extraordinary. Yes, even if there are no geniuses who have reached the cave heaven realm among these contestants, their background is enough to be on par with the established first-rate forces. It's the same sentence. It's a pity that they have offended the Zhuan family. Except for Lin Xia, other Lin family children may be targeted. Isn't that true? If they dare to target Lin Xia's clan members, aren't they afraid that Lin Xia will also target the Zhuan family? Haha, is it useful? Lin Xia is only one person after all. Upon hearing this, many onlookers fell silent. Yes, no matter how strong Lin Xia is, he is only one person. The assessment of Zhenwu Academy is divided into 3 levels. The first level is a test of perseverance. All contestants will enter an ancient road, and then all their cultivation will be sealed, turning them into powerless mortals. Here, there is no sound, no companions, just endless loneliness. What the contestants have to do is to keep moving forward step by step until they reach the finish line. This may seem easy, but you must know that walking alone in a place with no life and no sound is a very scary thing in itself. If you don't do it well, you may even have a mental breakdown and disappear. Of course, this ancient road is formed by the supreme power of this Zhenwu world. It will move you out of the ancient road before your spirit collapses. There will be no life-threatening danger. However, leaving the ancient road will only mean elimination after passing the first level. There is the second level. At this level, the test is force. All contestants will be pulled into a huge space. There are tens of thousands of arenas in this space. You can challenge your opponents at will, but if you lose 3 games in a row, you will be eliminated. If you fight 2 games in a row, you can refuse the challenge of others once, but you will only have a quarter of an hour of rest at most. After this time, if you don't challenge others, and they challenge you again, You can no longer refuse. Such rules are a great test of personal strength after passing the second level. It is the third level. This level tests your understanding during the competition. Players can choose any type of martial arts such as swordsmanship and swordsmanship. Zhenwu Academy ensures that the level of each type of martial arts is the same and the difficulty of training is the same at the beginning. Everyone was given basic martial arts skills at this one level. If you practice to a small degree within the specified time, you will be considered a pass. However, this is not over yet. Next, elementary earth level and elementary level heaven level martial arts will be distributed after all assessments are completed. Those who exceed the score line will be admitted into the academy based on their total scores. I remember that among the three major light cards of Zhenwu Academy, the first level has a total score of 200 points, the second level has a total score of 300 points, and the third level has a total score of 500 points. If the total score of the three levels is greater than 600 points, you can enter the town. In the World Academy, you will become a low-level student. If you score more than 700 points, you will be rated as an intermediate student. If you score more than 800 points, you will be rated as a high-level student. As for the top students, you must have a good score of more than 900 points. In addition, for every 1,000 years younger, you can get an additional 30 points. As I am nearly 6,000 years old, I can probably add 180 points. Lin Chen, who didn't know what the outside world was thinking, recalled the admission rules of Zhenwu College in his mind while leading many Lin family disciples to the assessment point. So, given my age and cultivation level, it is very likely that my total score will be above 800, or even 900. It is not impossible, guaranteed to be a senior student and strive for the title of top student. Thinking of this, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a flash of excitement in her heart. She must know that the Sea of Chaos has existed for hundreds of millions of years and has held tens of thousands of academy assessments. However, the vast majority of students who can enter Zhenwu Academy are low-level students. It can even be said that intermediate students hold a 1,000 times may not appear. If he can become a senior student or even a top student of Zhenwu Academy, then not only will his treatment in the academy be greatly improved, but even the Lin family will benefit from this and be protected by the academy. Just when Lin Chen was excited, on the other side, Lin Chen, who is in seclusion deep in the Lin family in Yanhuang continent, suddenly opened his eyes and extremely terrifying momentum flashed across the void. Is this the perfect power of the cave heaven realm? It is indeed powerful. Feeling this terrifying power in his body, Lin Chen couldn't help but reveal a hint of intoxication in his eyes. After 100 years, almost all his merit points were consumed, and he finally broke through the bottleneck of reaching the perfection of the cave heaven realm and open up the 37th cave heaven. With my current cultivation level, even without the help of the eternal sword, with the power of the small thousand worlds and the special magical powers, I still have the combat power of the heavenly emperor, right? If I take out the eternal sword to fight against the enemy, under the tenfold increase, even if it is in existence at the level of the saint emperor, I can still fight against one or two. If I use the power of Ziokian world, it will be easy to crush the ordinary saint emperor powerhouse, not to mention that I have the trump card of special magical power, the unity of the people. Thinking of this, Lin Chen couldn't help but reveal a faint smile on his face. Originally, he was a little worried about Lin Chen and the others having an accident. After all, that feeling of heart palpitations cannot be groundless. As a strong man, he pays more attention to this mysterious feeling. However, as his cultivation broke through to the perfection of the cave heaven realm, this feeling completely disappeared in his heart. He didn't believe that the heavenly desire realm lord, who had only been in the early stage of the realm lord realm for more than 1,000 years during his lifetime, could return to his peak in such a short period of time. As long as no powerful person in the realm of realm lord takes action, he is invincible under the realm of realm lord system. Open my personal panel. With his mind spinning, Lin Chen couldn't help but look at his various data. Name: Lin Chen. Cultivation: perfection in the cave heaven realm, 37 cave heavens. Physique: top level innate holy body, innate Tao body, continuing to fuse. Martial arts artistic concept, great divine power, one sword, heaven and earth, perfection, 8th level guard sword territory. Task 1. Train Lin Ling to become an alchemist. This task is divided into multiple stages. The 7th level alchemist stage has been completed, and the 8th level alchemist stage, to be completed. 2. The 5th stage of the ultimate challenge mission. The requirements are as follows. 1. There is a strong man in the cave heaven realm in the clan, completed. 2. The number of powerful men in the Nirvana realm exceeds 100, completed. 3. Cultivate 1 8th level alchemist, 2 7th level alchemists. 1 8th level array mage, 2 7th level array mages, 1 8th level talisman maker, 2 7th level talisman makers, and 1 8th level weapon refiner. Master, 2 7th grade weapon refiners, unfinished, 4. The number of clan members exceeded 100 million, unfinished, merit points. 21 family buff, total, 1. The chance of a newborn being born increases by 60%. 2. The qualifications of newborns are increased by 85%. 3. The cultivation speed of all Lin family members is increased by 85%. 4. The chance of being born with a special physique increases by 20%. 5. The chance of being born with great luck increases by 4%. Seeing his luxurious panel, the smile on Lin Chen's face grew stronger according to the current situation. As long as Lin Ling and others enters Henshi Academy, the obstacles that prevent them from being promoted to 8th level alchemists will naturally be broken. Next, as long as they are given a period of time, they will definitely be able to complete the ultimate challenge. The third requirement of the mission, in other words, only the last requirement is left to complete. The number of members of our Lin family is close to 20 million. With this base, if nothing happens, we can reach the goal of 100 million in a few hundred years at most. Fortunately, it's not too long. Thinking of this, Lin Chen immediately stood up and looked into the distance. It's also time to go to the central continent. While muttering to himself, he separated a ray of soul incarnation and sat deep in the Lin family just in case. Then he tore up the void in front of him and rushed towards the central continent. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156. In the arena battle, Lin Xia takes action. At the same time, there are dozens of medium-sized continents deep under the sea from the central continent. With the help of the master of the soul-leading branch hall, the master of heavenly desire realm, who had practiced in the formation for hundreds of years, finally digested the power of this mortal world, and his cultivation level returned to the perfection of the cave heaven realm. Relying on the foundation of his previous life, his combat prowess is comparable to that of the Holy Emperor. Okay, you really did not disappoint me. From now on, you will be the deputy hall master of the battle hall, the 4 halls of my soul-leading hall. The master of the black-robed palace felt a movement here and saw the aura emanating from the master of Xianai realm. He immediately laughed heartily and directly asked him to take on the important task so that he could stay by his side and observe carefully. The Lord of Heavenly Desire Realm is also well aware of this. However, with his strength, he was not qualified to resist the black-robed palace master, and he never thought about resisting. After all, he had already used the 7 emotions and 6 desires formation to practice, and he was worried about what problems might arise if the master of the black-robed palace wants to completely perfect the 7 emotions and 6 desires formation. He will not sit back and watch something happen to him while observing him. You can also provide him with some protection. Only a fool would refuse. Thank you, Lord Palace. Suppressing the messy thoughts in his heart, the Lord of Heavenly Desire quickly thanked him. The soul-leading branch hall has 4 halls, namely the War Hall, the Dark Hall, the Reward and Punishment Hall, and the Elder Hall. Among them, the War Hall is responsible for foreign wars, the Dark Hall is responsible for intelligence collection, and the Reward and Punishment Hall is responsible for rewards and punishments as well as logistics work according to the rules of the Soul Eater Hall. As for the Elder Hall, strictly speaking, they do not have any tasks. Most of them are in charge of Soul Eater. Temple, devote yourself to cultivation, and only take action when necessary. Okay, the admissions assessment for Zhenwu College in Central Continent has begun. You should act as soon as possible. The master of the black-robed palace waved his hand and signaled, yes. Without any hesitation, the Heavenly Desire Realm master immediately agreed. After a while, 4 strong men exuding extremely terrifying auras emerged from the soul-leading palace and disappeared into the void. It's time for me to take action. Seeing the departing figures of Lord Xianai Realm and others, the Lord of Black Robe Hall immediately withdrew his gaze, then looked in the direction of Xianwu continent, and murmured to himself, as long as this operation is over, there will be no problems with a Heavenly Desire Realm master. That means that his 7 emotions and 6 desires formation is completely perfected by then. His cultivation recovery speed will increase exponentially until he reaches the realm of World Lord. The most important thing is that after experiencing that life and death crisis, the bottleneck for him to break through to higher realm has been loosened. As long as he returns to his peak, he can try to break through to the Realm Lord realm and become the top existence in this Zhenwu world in one fell swoop. 1. The formation of 7 emotions and 6 desires was his opportunity to break through. The changes in the outside world did not affect the admissions assessment of Zhenwu College. Along with many geniuses, they passed through the teleportation array and entered the ancient road. A huge picture appeared in the sky above the entire central imperial city. What was shown on it was the scene of many geniuses undergoing assessment. The geniuses who lost their power all walked forward with calm eyes at first, but as time went by, in the silent and empty void, with only the winding path under their feet, and the loneliness of themselves alone, they no longer had the concept of time in their hearts. Gradually, someone stopped and looked around hesitantly. Someone is yelling like crazy. This silent, colorless space caused their spirits to collapse. Swish, swish, swish. As the first player disappeared from the ancient road, more and more geniuses turned into a stream of light and disappeared here. When they reacted, they had already appeared in a square in the central imperial city. Am I back? I'm back, father, mother, I'm back. This is the first level, and I am eliminated. What a scary level. Some of these eliminated contestants cried loudly, and some were filled with emotion, but no matter what, failure was failure. They didn't even get past the first level, so naturally they had no hope of entering Zhenwu Academy. But even so, no one dared to laugh. They were eliminated, but it did not mean that they were weak. At the very least, more than 90% of the many onlookers present were inferior to these eliminated players. Moreover, at their age, they still have a bright future. Just like that, an hour passed in the blink of an eye. The time for the first test has also reached the end. More than 19,000 people passed the first level, which is less than 1% of the total number of contestants. Hiss. What a terrifying elimination rate. This number is already very good. In the usual assessment, not even 10,000 people passed the first level. No way. Why are you lying to me? There are records about the previous enrollment and assessment of Zhenwu College. They are available among all the major forces. They are also sold in some trading houses. Just ask around and you will know. Seeing the high-spirited geniuses standing on the stage, the surrounding crowd burst into uproar and looked extremely excited, and compared to them the powerful people from all major forces present had a hint of surprise in their eyes at this time. It's strange. All the disciples from our major forces and even the 4 superior overlord forces were eliminated in the first level. All the 15 participating disciples from the Lin family actually passed the first level? How did they do it? Did you do it? The most important thing is that all the Lin family disciples participating in the competition are very young. It seems that the Lin family is going to be in the limelight this time in the Zhenwu Academy assessment. The powerful men from all major forces looked at Lin Chen and others, with many thoughts flashing in their eyes. Although this Zhenwu Academy examination is just the first level, anyone with a discerning eye knows that with the age and cultivation level of Lin family disciples, the chance of passing this Zhenwu Academy examination is quite high. At the very least, Lin Chen and Lin Zhengxiang have no problems at all. It can even be said that in the former case, there is still a chance to compete for the title of intermediate student. Damn Lin Chen, damn the Lin family. Compared with other major forces, the head of the Zhuan family, who is also staying in this place to watch the ceremony, looked at Lin Chen and others with a hint of resentment and murderous intent in his eyes for this culprit who had made him lose face in front of everyone. He wanted to crush him to ashes and level the 9 tribes behind him. Unfortunately, just when they wanted to take action against the Lin family, a warning came from the central imperial city, forcing them to suspend their plan. After all, the power of their Zhuan family is still far behind that of the central imperial city. HMPH, let you be proud for a while. The combat power of my ancestor of the Zhuan family is about to break through to the realm of the Holy Emperor. By then, what about the Lin family? Just as the hearts of the major forces were turbulent, a deacon of Zhenwu Academy wearing a moon-white robe with mountains, rivers, sun and moon embroidered on his sleeve suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. He glanced at the many geniuses on the stage below, couldn't help but reveal a smile on his face, and said loudly, "The first level assessment has officially ended. A total of 19,877 people have passed the level. Among them, 5 people have obtained a perfect score of 200. They are Lin Xia, Ba Dao, Yun Mang, Lin Zhengxiang and Lei Yun. As for the scores of the remaining contestants, you can use the Jade Talisman given to you before the assessment to check by yourself. Get ready. In half an hour, the second level assessment will officially begin." After saying that, the deacon, who is wearing the uniform of Zhenwu College, closed his eyes and waited for the assessment time to arrive. The players on the huge ring below, after a period of commotion, also checked their scores in the first level, 188 points. I actually got 188 points. It's great, great, I'm not bad either, with a score of 187, only 1 point less than you. Why am I only 120 points? I just passed. It's over. The next 2 levels are getting more and more difficult. I probably won't be able to enter Zhenwu Academy. After a while, the voices of many players were heard in the arena. Some were excited, some were desperate, or some were plain and simple. Not only them, but many of the Lin family disciples gathered together also had smiles on their faces. They all obtained quite high scores, especially Lin Ling, Lin Yi and the others, who are strong in the cave world, all scored over 195 points. As for the remaining Lin family disciples, the lowest score was 170 points, far above the passing line. If this situation continues, we may all become students of Zhenwu Academy. Not bad, not bad. Keep up the good work and we can give the family a surprise. 15 people from our family participated in the competition, and all 15 people successfully joined Zhenwu Academy. If this happens, it will definitely shock the jaws of all the people in the chaotic sea and create an unprecedented myth. I feel so excited just thinking about it, everyone in the Lin family whispered, with a hint of hope in their eyes. Their ambitions are great, of course, with their background. They are qualified to have such ambitions just like that. Half an hour passed quickly. The deacon, who had his eyes tightly closed, happened to open his eyes at this time. The time has come, the formation is up, the arena is now. As a loud shout resounded between heaven and earth, countless mysterious runes flashed with light fluorescence in the void, and then, the genius arenas suddenly appeared in the void, with mysterious fluctuations flashing all around. The space where the arena is located is much more stable. The second stage of Zhenwu College's admissions assessment, the arena battle, has officially begun. After saying that, the deacon in white disappeared from the spot, leaving the stage to the many geniuses present. Everyone looked at each other, but no one came up. The rules of this arena battle are very simple. The 3 consecutive losers will be eliminated, and the 10 consecutive winners will advance to the next round within 3 days. Those who cannot obtain 10 consecutive wins will be eliminated. The shorter the time to win 10 consecutive games, the higher the rating. Zhuangji, come and fight in the ring. I don't know how much time passed, but Lin Xia, seeing that no one was taking action, declared war on Zhuangji, the first genius of the Zhuan family, without any hesitation. Wow! As soon as these words came out, there was a commotion at the scene. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but focus on Lin Xia, who was already standing on a floating arena, and Zhuangji not far away, with a hint of excitement in their eyes. They didn't expect that the first battle would be so exciting. In the past, these geniuses who had reached the cave heaven realm would not choose each other as their opponents. Are you crazy? Zhuangji looked at Lin Xia with disbelief. He did not expect that the latter would be so disregardful of the overall situation. In his opinion, even if there is a conflict between them, the top priority is to pass the admissions assessment of Zhenwu College first, and everything else can be put aside for the time being. Unexpectedly, Lin Xia was so tough. Stop talking nonsense, come up quickly, you are not qualified to refuse yet. Facing the mysterious question, Lin Xia's expression remained unchanged. He was confident in his own strength. Even if he wastes some time dealing with a mystery, he is still sure to be the first to complete 10 consecutive victories and pass the assessment. Okay, if that's the case, then I will satisfy you. I hope you won't regret it. According to the rules of the arena competition, you cannot refuse other people's challenges without losing 2 games in a row. Therefore, the mystery was released, and the whole person appeared on the other side of the ring in an instant, standing opposite Lin Xia. Fight! As 2 loud shouts resounded between heaven and earth, the aura of 2 peaks of the early stage of the cave heaven realm suddenly filled the entire arena. Lin Xia's aura occupied 60% of the entire range of the arena, while his mystery accounted for only 40%. It was obvious that although the 2 were at the same level of cultivation, the former was much stronger than the latter. Yin Yang Wuji, Kyankan Divine Fist, without any hesitation. Lin Chen took the lead, integrating the mysterious power of the yin and yang realm into his boxing skills, and struck a terrifying blow that could shatter mountains, rivers, time and space, and destroy hundreds of millions of miles of earth even under the suppression of the floating arena formation. This punch was several hundred feet in size, and it struck Zhuangzi with an unparalleled sound of breaking through the air, mysterious and mysterious, the secret palm. Feeling the terrifying pressure brought by Lin Xia's punch, Zhuangzi did not dare to be careless at all, and directly used the foundation of his special physique, coupled with the power of the mysterious realm he had understood, to display his family's magical power. Boom! A punch and a palm collided together in the blink of an eye, erupting with an earth-shaking loud noise. The two were in a stalemate for a moment, and then a figure stepped back one after another. And then the power acting on it was relieved. Gudong. This has just begun, and Zhuangzi has already fallen into a disadvantage. If this continues, he will probably be defeated in just a few moves. Sure enough, a defeated general is a defeated general. We can't expect too much from him. I don't know how far Lin Xia's strength has reached. I hope the mystery can be stronger and force him to use some of his trump cards. Seeing this scene, many young people in the arena below couldn't help but talk about it, although they had long expected that Zhuangzi was no match for Lin Xia, but I didn't expect that the strength gap between the two would be so big, even wider than when they fought in the central imperial city a few months ago. Therefore, Badao and others can only pray that Zhuangzi has other means to force out some of Lin Xia's trump cards. After all, they knew very little about Lin Xia. Chapter 157 Shocking all major forces. Unfortunately, the next scene disappointed them. Mystery did have a trump card, but no matter what trump card he revealed, it was easily resolved by Lin Xia, and the situation even became worse and worse. Finally, after holding on for a quarter of an hour, Zhuangzi's figure flew out and was about to hit the ground. Suddenly, a green light fell from the sky and moved his body to the high platform where everyone was standing below. Lin Xia wins. As the referee announced the winner, he was moved out of the ring by the power of the formation. Under the green light, he had recovered most of his injuries, and then he looked at Lin Xia above the ring with a gloomy face. Especially the strange gazes gathered on him made him feel like a sharp edge was on his back, as if the owner of these gazes was laughing at him. Hateful. Zhuangzi clenched his fists tightly, feeling extremely angry in his heart, but his remaining sense told him that this was not a place where he could run wild, so he forcibly suppressed the agitation in his heart, with Lin Xia taking the lead. Next, one after another, the proud men of heaven walked into the ring and challenged the opponents that they had already observed. Lin Linglin and the others are no exception. Lin Zhengxiang challenges Zhuangzi and Lin Ling challenges Xuan Feng. It is not a gentleman to retaliate without revenge. The younger generations of the Lin family, who were deeply influenced by Lin Chen, sought out the genius of the Xuan family one after another. As a result, the result shocked the whole audience. Whenever there was a battle between the two, the Xuan family would fight and lose, never winning a single battle. Even during this period, the younger generation of the Xuan family took the initiative to challenge the seemingly weak Lin family, but no one won, of course. This also exposed the overall strength of the younger generation of the Lin family. The 15 contestants are all at the lowest level of the 9 tribulations Nirvana realm, although there are highs and lows in terms of combat power. At least the combat power is at the peak of the true emperor, and most of them are in the realm of the god emperor, and there are also several super geniuses with the combat power of the holy emperor. The most important thing is that in addition to Lin Xia, there are actually 3 peerless geniuses in the cave heaven realm in the Lin family. Such an exaggerated lineup shocked countless onlookers. I have 4 cave heaven realm masters and 11 9 tribulations nirvana realm geniuses with extraordinary combat power. Their quality and quantity are simply overwhelming to all the forces in our chaotic sea. Is the Lin family really just a first-rate force headed by a strong man at the peak of the cave heaven realm? If the Lin family has cultivated a young genius of the cave heaven realm, it can be said to be good luck. But this is a total of 4 peerless geniuses of the cave heaven realm, and 11 super geniuses of the 9 tribulations nirvana realm. This is no longer good luck. What can be described as the foundation, a foundation that is terrifying to the extreme. Yes, I suspect that the power shown by the Lin family now is not his true strength. Probably, judging from the performance of Lin Xia and others, they had doubts about the true background of the Lin family. After all, a mere first-class force with a peak of the cave heaven realm cannot produce so many geniuses, especially this quality, which is much better than the 4 overlord-level forces in the chaotic sea. It's scary to think about it. In this way, with tens of thousands of arenas opening at the same time, the arena battle ended quickly this time. Out of more than 19,000 contestants, only less than 1,000 talented people made it to the final level. It is worth mentioning that all 15 contestants from the Lin family entered the third level. This has attracted more and more attention to them. The major forces didn't even bother to pay attention to their own geniuses, and kept their eyes fixed on these geniuses of the Lin family, especially Lin Xia, Lin Ling, Lin Yi and Lin Feng. There is no way. The performance of these Lin family disciples is really too amazing. The assessment of the ring battle is over. Those who have not lost a single game and have won 10 games in a row within 3 hours and received full marks are Lin Xia, Lin Yi, Ba Bao, Yun Meng, Lei Yun, Lin Feng, Lin Ling, and Ji Quanzi. Please check the scores of the remaining contestants by yourself. In half an hour, the third level assessment will begin. As the deacon's voice sounded in the central imperial city, countless creatures couldn't help but cast their eyes on the 8 geniuses he mentioned, and the whole world instantly became silent. After a long time, everyone who came back to their senses took a breath of cold air. 4 of the 8 peerless geniuses who received full marks were from the same force, and among the disciples sent by this force to participate in the competition, these were the only 4 Cave Heaven realm experts. In other words, all the geniuses of the Lin family passed the second level with perfect scores. Too strong, too strong. According to the performance of these geniuses from the Lin family, as long as the performance in the third level is not too bad, it is almost certain that these 4 geniuses of the Cave Heaven realm will become students of Zhenwu Academy. No, there are 4 guaranteed students of Zhenwu Academy. If they return after completing their studies, they will be at least 4 super powerful men whose combat power is comparable to that of the Emperor of Heaven or even the Holy Emperor. If they are lucky, they may even get a glimpse of the Realm Lord realm. The mystery. No, after this assessment is over, I must go to Yanhuang continent and personally congratulate the Lin family. Yes, I will go there too. According to the talents shown by Lin Xia and others, as long as they don't die and become students of Zhenwu Academy, they will at least be super powerful at the level of a Saint Emperor, sitting at the top of the Chaos Sea. Looking at the entire Chaotic Sea, there is currently only one Saint Emperor level powerhouse, the Central Saint Emperor, and the Lin family will have 4 in the future, and there may even be a terrifying existence in the World Lord realm once such a powerful person is born. The Lin family will be the undisputed overlord of the Chaos Sea. If we don't make good friends now, when will we wait? Not only them, even the Zhuan family, who were at odds with the Lin family's geniuses, had differences when they saw the performance of Lin Xia and others. Some strong people believe that Lin Xia and the others are already guaranteed to enter Zhenwu Academy, and will be at least a Saint Emperor level strong man after graduation. They are not something they can offend. It is better to settle the matter while the grievances between the 2 parties are not big. Cause and effect. Of course, there are also some strong people who are loyal to Zhuangji and the head of the Zhuan family, and believe that Lin Xia and the others have not grown up yet and cannot pose a threat to their Zhuan family. Besides, with the opportunities that their Zhuan family had obtained tens of thousands of years ago, waiting for after Lin Xia and the others returned from their studies, the strength of his Zhuan family was no longer what it used to be. There were more than 1 Saint Emperor level powerhouses in charge, and even their ancestors might break through to the Realm Lord realm. There is no need to be afraid of the mere Lin family. Both sides have their own reasons for speaking, and no one is convinced by the other. Enough. The Lin family is not qualified to ask my Zhuan family to retreat. Seeing the many strong men of the Zhuan family arguing, the head of the Zhuan family could not help but scold them, setting the tone of the matter in this regard. Those strong men of the Zhuan family who advocated peace were somewhat dissatisfied, but their arms could not twist their thighs, and they could only remain silent in the end. Proceed as planned. After waving to the confidants behind him, the head of the Zhuan family stared at Lin Xia and others on the stage with bright eyes. The thoughts in his heart were surging. Ever since he had a bad relationship with the Lin family, he sent the family's intelligence organization to investigate the Lin family, and the results were shocking. The Lin family is actually a family that has developed over the past 10,000 years. Before this, the Lin family was just an ordinary force, not even extraordinary. Therefore, as a result, the head of the Zhuan family and several elders discussed and finally came to a conclusion that the ancestor of the Lin family is very likely to have obtained the inheritance of the top power or top powerhouse in this Zhenwu world. Otherwise, the Lin family would not have developed so fast in just a few thousand years. Even if the ancestor of the Lin family has acquired the inheritance of a top powerhouse, the most he can achieve now is the cultivation of the peak of the Cave Heaven realm. Even if his combat power is extraordinary, the great thing is that he has the combat power to open 45 caves. It should be impossible to reach the Emperor of Heaven. level. With the strength of my ancestor of the Zhenwu family and several supreme elders, it shouldn't be difficult to take down the ancestor of the Lin family. Once I capture the ancestor of the Lin family and plunder his opportunity, combined with the treasure land that my Zhenwu family discovered tens of thousands of years ago, within 100,000 years, I will be sure to develop the Zhenwu family into a top-notch force that plays a decisive role in the world of Zhenwu. When he thought of this, the head of the Zhenwu family could not help but have a flash of fire in his eyes. This is definitely a legend that will go down in history and be remembered for eternity. Life is all about fame and power. Once the Zhenwu family becomes a top and most important force in the world of Zhenwu, these two things will be easily accessible to him, the head of the Zhenwu family. Just like that, half an hour passed quickly. I announced that the third level of Zhenshi College's admissions assessment has officially begun. All contestants are asked to enter this space. Enter the secret room, choose the type of martial arts you want to learn, and practice it to a specific state within the specified time. Start. As soon as the deacon's figure fell, a hole appeared not far away from the many geniuses. Everyone's figures flashed, and they entered this space in a short while. They saw endless rows of stone houses appearing in front of their eyes. Not daring to delay at all, Lin Xia took the lead in choosing a stone house and stepped into it. Everyone followed suit, and after a while, they all entered the stone house, and the stone door was closed tightly. Contestant, please choose the type of martial arts you want to learn. Swordsmanship. Without any hesitation, Lin Xia made her choice. It was at this moment that a dazzling light suddenly appeared in the void, and then, a basic Zhenwu level sword technique appeared in front of him. Flowing cloud sword technique. Looking at the four big characters on the cover, Lin Xia stretched out her right hand and took it over. It was at this moment that the previously set emotionless and ethereal voice sounded in the stone house again. Contestants are asked to practice this Zhenwu level elementary martial arts to perfection within 1 hour. If they exceed the time limit, they will be eliminated. Cultivation to great success within an hour. Hearing this request, Lin Xia's eyes couldn't help but condense slightly. However, with his current background, there is no need to worry too much. It's just a basic Zhenwu level martial skill, and it's more than enough to master it within an hour only. I wonder if after passing the comprehension test of Zhenwu level martial arts, the next comprehension test of Earth level martial arts will also require me to practice to perfection within an hour. If you do, it will be troublesome. The speed of practicing martial arts depends on a person's cultivation and understanding. Lin Xia is still very confident about his own understanding, but even so, it is impossible to practice an Earth level elementary martial arts to a great level within an hour unless with soul talent or cultivation can get closer. There is hope, but obviously, this is impossible. He doesn't have the time to break through. Forget it. Let's practice the Liu Yin sword technique to a great level first before the soldiers come to block the water and the earth will cover it up. Shaking his head and suppressing the messy thoughts in his heart, Lin Xia couldn't help but focus on the swordsmanship in front of him and began to study it carefully. As a descendant of Lin Chen, he was born with an innate yin and yang body. The talents of Lin Ling and others can transform, let alone Lin Xia, as early as 2,000 years ago. His innate yin-yang divine body was promoted to the innate yin-yang holy body. After these years of polishing, although he has not been promoted to the intermediate level of innate yin-yang holy body, it is not much different in terms of talent. Looking at the entire chaotic sea, apart from Lin Zhengxiang and Lin Chen, he has not met anyone else who is more talented than him. Therefore, it only took half an hour for Lin Xia to practice the Liu Yin sword technique to great perfection, becoming the first to complete the trial of Zhenwu level martial arts. The moment Lin Xia had mastered the Liu Yin sword technique to perfection, a dazzling light suddenly fell from the sky, and then another martial arts book appeared in front of his eyes. Extremely Yin sword technique, a ground-level primary martial skill. Contestants are asked to practice their martial arts skills to perfection within 2 hours. The moment Lin Xia saw the technique, an ethereal reminder sounded in his ears again. Extreme Yin sword technique, 2 hours? Not bad, not bad. As an innate yin-yang holy body, Lin Xia has great advantages in practicing martial arts with yin-yang attributes, not to mention that there is an extra hour. In this case, he is still very sure to get through this level. However, even so, Lin Xia did not dare to waste time and immediately started studying and practicing. Meanwhile, the outside world. As Lin Xia completed the Zhenwu level martial arts assessment, he entered the next level. The light curtain outside bloomed with bright light, and among the stunned expressions of countless people, Lin Xia's name suddenly floated high in the sky. Lin Xia. It took half an hour to perfect Liu Yin sword technique. Everyone who reacted immediately took a breath of cold air. Half an hour? Oh my god, this is a monster. I remember that in the assessment of Zhenwu Academy in the past tens of millions of years, it took 5/4 of an hour to practice a basic Zhenwu level martial skill to a great level, right? Half an hour, 4/4 of an hour, a full improvement, 1/4 of an hour, you monster. In this enrollment assessment, the Lin family can be said to have eclipsed the light of all our major forces. Outstanding. Countless strong men couldn't help but stood up suddenly, looking at the name suspended in the sky in amazement, as if they were lording over the world, and their hearts were shocked thanks to book friends. 1,666 book coins for the reward of Doomsday Catastrophe. Chapter 158, Demon Clan Siege. Desperate, Lin Chen takes action. However, this is not over yet. Just as many onlookers were trembling in their hearts, another bright light bloomed from the light, and then another familiar yet unfamiliar name appeared in their eyes. Lin Zhenwu, in 4/4 of an hour and more than one stick of incense, Zhenwu level elementary martial arts is completed. Wow! Seeing this scene, the pupils of countless onlookers couldn't help but shrink suddenly, and a trace of disbelief flashed in their eyes. Lin Zhenwu was able to practice a basic Zhenwu level martial arts to perfection at a lower level than Lin Xia by only one stick of incense. In a sense, his understanding was not inferior to the latter's at all. He is another peerless talent that no one has been able to match in the past tens of millions of years. Everyone was amazed, and even the Lin family became more and more mysterious in their eyes. Just like that, a day passed in the blink of an eye in full view of everyone. The third level of comprehension test finally came to a successful conclusion without exception. Lin Xia won the first place in the Xianjiao competition, and also received a high score of 877 points. This was because he did not complete the last assessment of the third level. Otherwise, there is absolutely no problem in getting a score of 980 or above. But even so, with the extra points added by his age, his total score exceeded 1,000 points. In addition to Lin Xia, there is also Lin Zhenwu who scored 854 points, beating many talented people and ranking second. The rest of the Lin family performed well, each with around 600 points. With the additional blessing of age, it was safe to enter Zhenwu Academy. The top students, and even the top students, can be called geniuses, 2 at a time. Send it, fellow Taoist Central Committee, you send it. At this time, not only the onlookers, but also the well-informed Central Holy Emperor and the 18th Elder were extremely excited. They knew the ages of Lin Xia and Lin Zhenwu, but it was precisely because of this that they could understand what their scores represented. They were 2 top students. Even if they are only in the outer courtyard, their future is limitless, and the probability of becoming a powerful person in the Lord realm is as high as 90%. In addition to them, there are also 2 senior students and 5 intermediate students among the remaining Lin family disciples. In this wave, the Central Holy Emperor can be said to have taken off directly. It is not impossible to even use this reward to break through to the Lord realm in one fell swoop. No wonder the 18th Presbyterian Church was so excited. Calm down. By the way, report it to the college quickly and ask them to send additional manpower to protect Lin Xia and others from enrolling successfully, as it should be. Although the top students in the outer courtyard cannot compare with those monsters who directly become the inner courtyard, they are still rare talents who can grow up to be able to stand alone and protect the high-end combat power of Zhenwu world. Nature must be well protected. With that said, the 18th Elder took out a jade talisman from his arms, used his spiritual consciousness to input a secret message, and then crushed it into pieces in an instant. An invisible wave spread in his hand, and was about to sink into the void and shoot towards the time and space where Zhenwu Academy was located. Suddenly a series of extremely terrifying auras suddenly fell from the sky, blocking the transmission of the jade talisman's information. In the frightened eyes of countless creatures, 4 figures exuding monstrous demonic aura appeared in front of their eyes, the remnants of the demon clan. Seeing this scene, such an idea suddenly appeared in the minds of many strong men, which made their expressions change greatly. If it hadn't been for the 18 elders and the Central Saint Emperor who had appeared in the void to confront these 4 powerful demons, these powerful men would have been in chaos. But even so, everyone was still uneasy. The appearance of powerful demons posed a huge threat to their lives. What's going on? Why did the demons come to our chaotic sea? I heard that since the ancient catastrophe, the remnants of the demon race have been hunting down the real geniuses of our Zhenwu world. Are they coming for these geniuses? This is impossible. We in the central continent have held the Zhenwu Academy admissions assessment not once or twice. The powerful demon clan simply doesn't like our place, let alone deliberately target it. There must be other reasons. Yes, in the past, The powerful demon clan only targeted those top forces or large continents when they carried out sabotage, but now they are attacking our central continent. Could it be that, when they thought of this possibility, many strong men present felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave and instantly became quiet? If that's really the case, the entire Zhenwu world will reappear in the great crisis of ancient times, and no one will be able to avoid it. Not only them, but the 18th Elder and the Central Saint Emperor who were confronting the 4 demon race Saint Emperors also had similar thoughts in their minds. The two looked at each other, and the 18th Elder took a step forward with a solemn look on his face, questioned, "Remnants of the demon clan, what do you want to do? Aren't you afraid of causing the Supreme Sect and the Changsheng family in our Zhenwu world to take action to eradicate you at all costs?" In ancient times, Zhenwu world was able to win and defeat the demon army that invaded its own world. Naturally, its strength was not comparable to that of the demon remnants remaining in Zhenwu world. However, because these remnants of the demon race were hidden too deep, and the major longevity families and supreme sects suffered heavy losses, many powerful people fell into deep sleep, but they were not able to completely eliminate them. Of course, this is only one of the reasons. Without completely wiping out these remnants of the demon race, there are still some supreme strongmen in this Zhenwu world who want to use this to warn all living beings and temper themselves to become truly strong men anyway, no matter what, as long as the major immortal families and supreme sects in this Zhenwu world are willing to pay the price. It can still be done to destroy the remnants of the demon clan hidden deep in the world. Naturally, the powerful demons hiding in the dark also knew this. Therefore, they have been only engaging in assassinations and have not dared to push the major forces into danger. For example, if these powerful demons assassinate the top forces or the geniuses among the supreme forces, if they are still within the tolerance range of Zhenwu world, then it is simply an offense to attack these areas where there are not even top forces. The bottom line in the hearts of major forces and powerful people, because they understand very well what the foundation of Zhenwu world is, they also understand very well that they have the ability to resist and even fight back against the powerful demons. But these forces at the middle and lower levels of this Zhenwu world have no power to resist the demons at all. Therefore, the battle between the remnants of the demon clan and this Zhenwu world has always been between the top forces and the supreme forces, because any demon force or strong person who dares to take action against the local forces below the top forces in this Zhenwu world will be waiting for ruthless attacks from the top forces and the supreme forces without exception. In the past, we naturally wouldn't have dared to do this, but now, the supreme sects and longevity families in your Zhenwu great world are almost in danger of protecting themselves, so how can they care about you? Just wait, ha ha ha. If it doesn't take 100,000 years, this huge world of Zhenwu will eventually fall into the hands of my demon clan. GGG. As the deputy hall master of the demon clan war hall, the master of Xianyu realm knows many secrets, among which there is one that makes countless strong demon clan men happy. Their demon clan is about to come back again. Even now, outside this Zhenwu world, there are strong demons who are confronting the powerful men of the Supreme Sect and the Changsheng family, holding back most of the top combat forces in this Zhenwu world. It is precisely because of this that the demon branch temples hidden in various worlds make such crazy plans. Assassinate the latest batch of geniuses from this Zhenwu world. No matter what level you are at, as long as you can enter Zhenshi Academy to study, you will be assassinated. What? Hearing this secret, the 18th Elder and the Central Holy Emperor were shocked, and a trace of confusion flashed in their eyes. But before they could ask any more questions, the Heavenly Desire Realm Lord, who was worried about Qi Zhesheng's change, led 2 other Saint Emperor level powerhouses to kill them. Zhan Sen, you go and kill those geniuses. Zhan 1, Zhan 2, you hold the 18th Elder while I go and kill this so-called Central Holy Emperor. Before he finished speaking, a special wave of power erupted from the body of the Heavenly Desire Realm Master, which raised his combat power, which had barely reached the Saint Emperor level, to the peak of this realm in one fell swoop. Even more than a little the power of the Realm Lord. No, it's not the power of the Realm Lord. You are actually a powerful person in the Demon Realm Lord realm who has returned and resurrected. As a former student of Zhenshi Academy, the Central Saint Emperor was also a well-informed person. When he saw the terrifying aura erupted by the Lord of Heavenly Desire Realm, he suddenly looked shocked. After a brief daze, hey, you actually discovered it. However, if you find it, just find it. It would be an honor for you to die at the hands of this world lord. Hearing this, a trace of surprise flashed across the face of the Heavenly Desire Realm Master, but it was fleeting. And then a sneer appeared on his face. Suddenly he burst out with his magical power to become famous heavenly desire demon. Fist instantly kill towards the central holy emperor. In this regard, the central saint emperor naturally would not sit still and wait for death. He raised the long sword in his hand and also displayed his famous magical power, central sword technique, and immediately faced him rumble. But in the blink of an eye, the offensives from both sides collided. The terrifying power caused the surrounding void to crack. Even the great formation hidden deep in the central imperial city revived and formed a huge protective shield. The shield shrouded the entire giant city in it. At this time, the aftermath of the battle between the first and second battles against the 18 elders and the heavenly desire realm master against the central saint emperor also happened to fall within this huge protective shield. Although it caused a slight ripple, it was still blocked down. However, neither the central holy emperor nor the 18th elder showed any sign of happiness on their faces because, long before the formation was activated, a saint emperor level strongman from the demon clan entered the city. Damn it, you damn demon clan remnants, our Zhenwu Academy will not let you go. Seeing Zun San's figure that had arrived above Lin Chen and others, the 18th elder suddenly became anxious. If you feel like worrying about others, why not worry about yourself instead? You dare to be distracted while fighting with us. Court death, Zan Yian's honor sneered, not caring about his threats at all. But their methods became more and more fierce under the siege of the two men. The 18th elder quickly fell into disadvantage. Not only him, but also the central holy emperor. Although the Lord of Heavenly Desire now only has the cultivation level of 37 cave heavens, relying on his background as a world lord in his previous life, his explosive combat power is even stronger than that of the central saint emperor. For a while, the situation was very bad. Damn, how could this happen? It's over, everything is over, our chaos sea is over. Damn demons, how hateful. The external situation made many strong men within the formation feel despair. Looking at Zun San walking towards them step by step, they couldn't even muster any resistance in their hearts. Although there are many powerful ones among them who have the fighting power of the heavenly emperor, facing a holy emperor, even if they unite, they cannot be the opponent of the latter unless more than 100 heavenly emperor level warriors attack together. They may still be able to resist, however, let alone the central imperial city. Even if all the powerful heavenly emperors in the entire chaotic sea were added together, there would be no 20 such powerful ones, let alone 100 such powerful ones. They are destined to perish here. Hey, there is actually a genius who has won the title of top student. Ha ha ha. My demon clan is really lucky. Zan San glanced at them, and soon fell on Lin Chen and Lin Junxiang, and suddenly laughed wildly. In his opinion, the Chaos Sea has not given birth to a high-level student for hundreds of millions of years. Now, luck has exploded, and 2 top-level students have been born at once, but they happen to be targeted by them. This is not a protection of the ethnic group's luck, killing the enemy in advance. What is Fang Xianjiao, death? While laughing, Zan San moved his hands very slowly and clapped his right hand forward. A huge palm suddenly condensed in the void, and then with unparalleled power, it crushed Lin Chen, Lin Junxiang and others. Seeing this, Lin Chen and Lin Junxiang, who had been prepared for a long time, crushed the jade talisman in their hands without any hesitation. Tear apart in an instant, 2 bright sword lights pierced the darkness and tore into pieces the huge palm that shrouded the sky above everyone. Then, a faint shadow stood in the void, blocking Lin Chen, Lin Junxiang and others. Father, ancestor. Seeing Lin Chen's figure, many of the Lin family disciples present shouted excitedly. As soon as these words came out, many powerful people present were shocked, and their eyes were full of disbelief. Shadow, the incarnation of the Soul One sword, tore apart the offensive of the Saint Emperor level powerhouse. Could it be said that the ancestor of the Lin family is a Saint Emperor level powerhouse? As this idea emerged in everyone's minds, a hint of joy appeared on their faces, but then it dimmed. Even if the ancestor of the Lin family is a Saint Emperor level powerhouse, it is of no use. This is just an incarnation of him. Without his true form, it is impossible to resist a powerful demon clan Saint Emperor. Oh? I didn't expect that in addition to the central Saint Emperor, there is a Saint Emperor level powerhouse in the Chaos Sea. Unfortunately, you can only collect the corpses for your descendants. A hint of surprise flashed across Zan San's face, but that was all. Chapter 159, Killing the Holy Emperor, an unexpected surprise. How can he be a Saint Emperor level powerhouse? It's over, it's over. My Zhuan family is completely over now. I am the sinner of the family in the crowd. The head of the Zhuan family looked at Lin Chen's figure standing in the void with dull eyes, Filled with regret in his heart, the Lin family has a powerful Saint Emperor sitting in charge. His previous plan is tantamount to hitting an egg with a stone, and even the entire Zhenwu family will be dragged into hell. However, the Central Imperial City's city defense formation had been activated, and he was unable to transmit information to the outside world at all, so he could not terminate the plan. However, the abnormality of the head of the Zhenwu family did not attract everyone's attention because, under the threat of the powerful Saint Emperor-level demons, not only him, but also the powerful people from many forces felt sad, depressed, and as if they were dead. But no matter how everyone reacts, they can't stop Zun San's murderous intention. After the attack was blocked by Lin Chen's soul incarnation, he did not hesitate at all. He immediately unleashed all his power and struck a powerful blow to kill many talented people, including Lin Xiao and others. This blow was more than 10 times more powerful than the previous casual blow. The mighty power, carrying unparalleled power, crushed the void and crushed everything. Nice shot, but it's a pity you fell for it. However, facing Zun San's terrifying blow, the incarnation of Lin Chen's soul standing in front of everyone showed a hint of sarcasm. His body had already arrived at the scene after the powerful demon clan took action in order to eliminate future troubles. All 4 Saint Emperor-level powerhouses, including the Lord of Heavenly Desire Realm, were left behind. He asked Lin Xia and Lin Zhengxiang to reveal their trump card and release the incarnation of his soul to attract their attention, while his true body was hiding in the void to accumulate strength. That's right. Lin Chen planned to make a sneak attack, use the simplest, most effective and fastest method to quickly inflict triple injuries or even kill the enemy. Only in this way can it be possible to completely keep these 4 powerful demons. Not good. Flash. It was at this moment that Zun San felt the hairs on his body suddenly rise. A fatal threat emerged in his mind, and he subconsciously wanted to dodge. Unfortunately, it is already too late. At this time he saw a brilliant sword light appearing beside him out of thin air, and the terrifying power that was enough to make anyone in the cave heaven realm feel jealous or even afraid of it rippled out from it, tear apart in the shocking eyes of countless creatures. This bright sword light tore everything into pieces, tearing the void where Zun San stood, including his physical body, into 4 pieces. Dark red blood fell like a rain of bloodland. At this moment, Zun San's broken body suddenly emitted bursts of dark light, and a huge pulling force centered on the torso tried to put it back together. However, how could Lin Chen, who was prepared long ago, be able to fulfill his wish? Die? As soon as these words fell, a terrifying force of the sword domain spread across the world, carrying unparalleled power and pouring into Zun San's body that was chopped up by his sword energy, stirring up the will and even the soul inside. Broken at this time, Lin Chen's guardian sword realm has been cultivated to the 8th level, and its power is extremely terrifying. In some cases, it can even pose a threat to the terrifying existence of the World Lord realm. What's more, facing Zun San, who is not as strong as himself, in just a few breaths, Zun San's vitality was completely wiped out. Rumble. In an instant, the situation in the world suddenly changed. Dark clouds fell from the sky, endless electric light jumped in the clouds, and an inexplicable sadness rose in the hearts of all living beings. Wow! It was at this moment that a downpour of blood suddenly fell from the sky. Silence, overwhelming silence. Everyone stared blankly at the mutated sky, looking at the terrifying mountain-like figure standing in the void, and couldn't help but froze in place. However, what they didn't know was that Lin Chen was also experiencing a storm in his heart just because, as he killed the demonic Saint Emperor in front of him, the system that had been silent for a long time once again sent out its mechanical and cold reminder. Congratulations to the host for killing a powerful demon Saint Emperor and receiving a reward from heaven and earth. 20,000 merit points. Killing demons actually has merit points. Lin Chen couldn't help but be overjoyed when he saw the extra 20,000 merit points on his personal panel. His eyes were shining as he looked at the several powerful demons fighting in the sky above the Central Imperial City, with a captivating light shining in his eyes at this time. Xianyu Realm Master and others who were fighting suddenly felt a chill on their backs. When they looked down, they suddenly looked shocked. What? Zun San actually died? The eyes of the Heavenly Desire Realm Master were filled with incredulity. You must know that Zun San is a Saint Emperor level expert according to the intelligence from their soul leading branch hall. No one in the entire Chaos Sea could do anything to him. Why did he fall? The battle between Xianyu Realm Master and others was located above Jishan. In order to resolve the battle quickly and avoid being discovered by the strong men of Zhenshi Academy, they were all focused on it and did not dare to be distracted. It was precisely because of this that he didn't notice the scene just now, nor did he notice the strange phenomenon of the strong man falling, because the void they were fighting in was hundreds of millions of miles above the thunder clouds. Lin Chen, the ancestor of the Lin family, it's you. Your strength has actually reached the realm of the Holy Emperor? How is this possible? Suddenly, the Lord of Xianyu realm noticed Lin Chen's tall figure that seemed to be the center of the world. After being stunned for a moment, he suddenly went crazy and shouted with disbelief on his face, you know, even if he was a powerful person in the World Lord realm in his previous life, he was assisted by a palace master who had returned to the peak of the midterm World Lord realm, and his cultivation had just returned to the perfection of the Cave Heaven realm. Being able to explode into the Saint Emperor realm relies on the foundation of his previous life. And what about Lin Chen? He was only in the middle stage of the Cave Heaven realm before. At the same time, while staying in this barren sea of chaos, he actually broke through to the perfection of the Cave Heaven realm, and his combat power reached a terrifying level that could kill a strong Saint Emperor realm expert. Although there was a reason for the sneak attack, there was no denying Lin Chen's terrifying combat power. At least it's better than him, and this makes the Lord of Heavenly Desire even more incredible. It's no wonder that with his cultivation and state of mind, he couldn't help but ask questions from the depths of his soul. No, how could a monster like you be born in the world of Zhenwu? It's absolutely impossible. Impossible. I understand, you must be the reincarnation of the supreme powerhouse in the world of Zhenwu, right? Yes, it must be so, it must be. Before Lin Chen could reply, the Lord of Heavenly Desire began to think to himself and gave a reasonable explanation for Lin Chen's unreasonable growth and cultivation. In response, Lin Chen just smiled faintly. The figure flashed slightly, and then came to the front of Xianyu Realm Master and others. So what if it is? So what if it's not? This time, you can't escape. Lin Chen's voice was full of confidence. He looked at the three demon Saint Emperors not far away, as if he saw prey, and burst out with bright light. He couldn't wait to kill the three powerful demons in front of him and reap a wave of merit points. Two fellow Taoists, please stop the other two demon Saint Emperors and don't let them escape. Leave them to me. Without any hesitation, Lin Chen pointed at the Lord of Xianyu realm not far away and said, no problem, don't worry. They can't even think of escaping with the two of us here. The 18 elders and the central Holy Emperor heard the words and nodded in agreement. Joke, they have always been at a disadvantage and have been holding back their anger for a long time. Now, the most difficult Lord of Heavenly Desire realm does not need to be dealt with by them. Although the remaining two demon Saint Emperors are also strong, compared to them, they are just weak. It's a bit off. Kill. Nodding without looking back, Lin Chen suddenly unleashed all his strength, holding the eternal sword in hand and displaying the magical power he had cultivated for many years. One sword makes the universe rumble. As Lin Chen used it, countless transparent long swords appeared in the void with a radius of hundreds of millions of miles. They seemed to be independent individuals, but they were inextricably linked with each other. The terrifying power that is enough to destroy the world and destroy all things is crushing towards the Lord of Heavenly Desire realm. This power is several times more powerful than before. The great supernatural power of the perfect state is so terrifying. Damn it! Feeling the threat from Lin Chen's attack, the Heavenly Desire realm master was suddenly shocked and quickly revealed the secrets left over from his previous life. Heavenly Desire barrier. With an angry shout, a dark red barrier suddenly emerged from the body of the Heavenly Desire realm lord, wrapping his body tightly. Seeing this, the Lord of Heavenly Desire realm couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. This foundation, although with the passage of time, has no longer reached its peak, but in his opinion, it is not something that a mere Holy Emperor can defeat. Boom boom boom. Just when the Lord of the Heavenly Desire realm was relaxing, the sword energy in the sky was like a downpour, pouring towards him. The collision between the two erupted with earth-shaking loud noises, causing countless people to pay attention to this battle. A strong man. His mind is full of yearning. Damn it, the ancestor of the Lin family is too strong, isn't he? Beheading the demon Saint Emperor in just a few breaths, this strength is really terrifying. Unfortunately, I thought the Lin family was only a first-rate force in our Chaos Sea. Now it seems that, let alone a first-rate force, even if it is the 4 Overlord-level forces are far inferior to the Lin family. Ha ha ha, no matter what level of force he is, I only know that we can be saved and we survived. In the central Imperial City, countless creatures looked at the 2-level reversal scene in front of them and couldn't help but laugh crazily, thinking about heaven and hell. This kind of great sadness and joy almost drove them crazy, but no matter what, they survived and they didn't have to die. That's enough. No matter how excited everyone is, it can't affect Lin Chen and others who are fighting in the 9 heavens blocked by the Heavenly Desire barrier. Lin Chen's blow did not cause much damage to him, but it also caused the Heavenly Desire realm master's energy and blood to surge, and the barrier that appeared on his body became dimmed. as expected of a powerful person who has returned to the Realm Lord realm. If you are an ordinary Saint Emperor level powerhouse, even the peak Saint Emperor might not be able to do anything to you. It's a pity that you met me. Seeing the situation of his opponent, Lin Chen had a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes and his expectation. This blow should be able to severely damage the Heavenly Desire Realm Lord. Even if it didn't work, it would at least cause a lot of injuries. As a result, it was just a surge of energy and blood, which made him feel very embarrassed. It seems that we still can't underestimate such a strong person who has returned. Originally I wanted to hide some trump cards, but now it seems that it is no longer necessary. It must be resolved quickly. The battle between strong men like them was very exciting, and Lin Chen couldn't guarantee whether it would attract the attention of the strong demons just in case. It's better to resolve the battle quickly after all. In the eyes of his destiny, whether it was the soul-eating demon palace behind the Heavenly Desire Realm Lord or the strong men from other demonic forces, they were all sent to various continents with enrollment points for the World's Henshi Academy in an attempt to gather people. The geniuses who got up were killed together in this case. The powerful demon clan should be unlikely to pay attention to other people, but if we continue to drag it out like this for a long time, it will be difficult to say. Thinking of this, Lin Chen no longer hesitated, and his heart moved suddenly. An extremely mysterious wave suddenly emerged in his body. Special magical power, united by one mind, start up. In an instant, Lin Chen felt that his soul had been sublimated, as if he was overlooking the heavens and clearly knew the location of every member of the Lin family, and he was even able to communicate with them. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that Lin Chen has a mysterious feeling. With this state, he can draw on the power of every member of the Lin family without loss, power, fusion. With a hint of expectation, Lin Chen's heart moved, and the power of everyone in the Lin family was combined and superimposed on himself. In an instant, Lin Chen's aura began to increase rapidly. The cultivation level that originally opened 37 caves has continued to soar 38 caves, 39 caves, and 40 caves, but in the blink of an eye, Lin Chen's cultivation level rose to the level of 43 caves, and he had no intention of stopping. Amidst the stunned eyes of countless creatures, Lin Chen's cultivation level soared to the level of 43 caves. Then it slowly stopped. At this time, the aura emanating from Lin Chen's body had far surpassed that of the so-called Holy Emperor, reaching an incredible level, but he also had a hunch that his combat power had not yet entered the Realm Lord realm. 43 cave heavens, what kind of secret technique are you using that can actually improve you to so many realms in one go? Also, who are you? At this time, the Heavenly Desire Realm Master, who was the first to react, felt the terrifying aura coming from Lin Chen and asked in a panic. He had no idea there is nothing more powerful than the Heavenly Desire Barrier. Who I am. If you don't change your name, you won't change your surname. This is the case for Lin Chen, the ancestor of the Lin family. Okay, it's time for you to hit the road. As if feeling the panicked mood of the Heavenly Desire Realm Lord, Lin Chen looked indifferent and raised the eternal sword in his hand. Calmly, a bright sword light struck out from his hand again. Chapter 160. Destroy the Ancients. Block me. Facing this terrifying sword, the Lord of the Heavenly Desire Realm suddenly shrank his pupils, and then poured all his strength into the Heavenly Desire barrier that enveloped him. Roaring loudly rumble, the bright sword energy collided with the dark red barrier, and bursts of earth-shaking loud noises erupted. The terrifying aftermath of the battle split a huge hole in the world, and the dim void exuded. The soul-stirring light seems to be able to swallow everything, making people feel fear. Hiss. Is this still a combat power that can be exerted by the Cave Heaven realm? Why do I feel that I have surpassed this realm? It must be surpassed. Look at the other two battlefields. They are also strong men at the level of the Holy Emperor. The strength burst out by the Lin family ancestor, and the demon strong man is obviously much stronger. So, the ancestor of the Lin family is not really the reincarnation of a powerful man, right? It doesn't matter if he is. Yes, wouldn't it be better, so that our chaotic sea will have the most powerful person sitting in charge? Didn't you hear the secret revealed by the powerful demon clan just now? The catastrophe is coming, and the world of Zhenwu will be in chaos. As soon as these words came out, the scene fell into silence, and everyone couldn't help but fall into silence. Ancient catastrophe, what a heavy word. These are the Zhenwu Great World, which was originally at its peak and was about to be promoted to the Great Thousand Worlds, collapsed after this battle. It could not even keep its position at the top of the Great Thousand Worlds. One can imagine the horror of this catastrophe. In this case, no one will follow the rules if there are no top experts in your territory. Don't blame them for crushing you like an ant. You don't even need to deliberately take action. Just the aftermath of the war with other powerful forces is enough to make you confused. Death in vain, and with a powerful force sitting in control, although it is very dangerous to fight against the powerful demons, there is always a glimmer of hope, and this is the difference between having a top power in charge and not having a top power in charge. Look, it's time to decide the winner. I don't know how much time passed, but a cry of surprise suddenly broke the silence of this space. Everyone looked up involuntarily. I saw that after countless moves, the dark red light group was obviously defeated by the silver white light group. It was hit by one blow and flew backwards. The silver white light group was unforgiving, and then it bullied him. Swish, swish, swish. Without any hesitation, the bright sword light exploded in the 9 heavens, splitting the heavenly desire realm lord's hard imperial body into 2 halves. Without giving him a chance to recover, Lin Chen immediately used his 8th level protective sword domain, shattering his soul and true spirit rumble. There was a deafening roar again in the sky and the earth. Countless dark clouds gathered, and a torrential downpour of blood began, making everything mourn. This is the rule of heaven and earth, triggered by the fall of the strong. To express respect for the strong. What? The deputy palace master is actually not good. Retreat quickly. Seeing this scene, the other 2 demon saint emperors could not help but tremble in their hearts and wanted to run away. However, how could it be so easy to retreat when faced with the 18 elders and the central holy emperor, who were equally matched and even stronger than them? Just when they took action, the 18 elders and the central holy emperor immediately entangled them. At this time, the system's mechanical and cold notification sound also came from Lin Chen's mind. Congratulations to the host for killing the Lord of Heavenly Desire Realm and receiving a reward from heaven and earth. 50,000 merit points. 50,000 merit points. It's actually a full 30,000 more than the beheading Zun Sen. He is indeed a powerful person who has returned to the Realm Lord realm. This is too valuable. Lin Chen was extremely pleasantly surprised. He was delighted to see the balance of merit points on his personal panel skyrocketing. However, his eyes couldn't help but look at the other 2 demon saint emperors, as if he saw walking banknotes. His eyes were shining brightly. Big risk, 2 fellow Taoists, I'm here to help you. Before he finished speaking, Lin Chen's figure had already appeared near the battlefield between the 18th elder and Zhang Yi. He raised the long sword in his hand and started to kill the latter. The results are naturally self-evident. Lin Chen could kill him alone, not to mention the help of the 18th elder, but in just a few breaths, the demon clan holy emperor named Zhan would completely fail. Immediately afterwards, Zhan also followed in their footsteps. 2 visions of the holy emperor's fall rose up in the void. However, at this time, Lin Chen felt very happy. Just now, he received another 42,000 merit points. If I digest the corpses of 4 demon saint emperors and more than 110,000 merit points, my strength will definitely change dramatically. When he thought of this, Lin Chen couldn't help but reveal a smile on his face. If the corpses of the 4 demon saint emperors are swallowed and refined by the small thousand world, they will be able to grow to the peak of the 9th level small thousand world, and by then, they will be able to bless him with more power. As for the 110,000 merit points, if nothing else, after digesting the treasures redeemed, it would not be a problem to help him open up a few caves. I don't know if after digesting these gains, my strength will be able to compete with the super strong people who have just entered the realm of the realm. Thinking of this, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a flash of excitement in his heart. Realm of Realm Lord, this is a fierce man who can open up the world and create a world. Even if he looks at the entire world, he can barely touch the class of strong people. Many huge forces and races, their backbone is the World Master Realm. Thanks to you, fellow Taoist, for turning the tide of this incident. Otherwise, our central imperial city would have been completely destroyed. Yes, our Zhenshi Academy was careless this time. I didn't expect that they would dare to attack low to mid-level territories such as the Sea of Chaos. At this time, the grateful words of the 18th elder and the central holy emperor came to Lin Chen's ears. Hey, you 2 fellow Taoists are too polite. I am also doing this to save my own people. Lin Chen waved his hand, not taking any credit regarding this. The 18th elder and the central holy emperor looked at each other and said nothing, but silently recorded this favor in their hearts. Lin Chen cannot care, but they can't really not care after all. If Lin Chen hadn't taken action, with the strength of Xianyu Realm Master and others, they might have ended up here. Such a great kindness must not be repaid afterwards. The 3 of them continued to chat for a few more words, and at the invitation of the central holy emperor, they joined hands and entered the main palace of the central imperial city. At this time, The people below came to their senses from the rain of blood in the sky. They looked at the direction where Lin Chen disappeared. After a short period of silence, bursts of noise suddenly erupted, resounding through the sky. We won. We won. It feels so good to be alive. 4 Saint Emperor level powerful men from the demon clan were killed by the Lin family ancestor like this? He has just stepped into the cave heaven realm and reached perfection. Damn it, this Lin family ancestor is definitely the reincarnation of a supreme powerhouse, whether it is or not, with such a peerless ancestor sitting in charge. From now on, we in the chaotic sea will probably respect the Lin family. In times of chaos, it is also a good thing for us to have such a strong clan rise, a force that can be passed down for hundreds of thousands or even millions of years. Generally, they are very confident in their hearts. After knowing that they cannot stop the rise of the Lin family, everyone relaxes and responds to the rise of the Lin family. A welcoming attitude. Some even worry that their own strength is not enough to deal with the coming catastrophic forces, and they have the idea of wanting to take refuge. However, since they didn't know the Lin family well, they didn't contact the Lin family immediately. Instead, he planned to secretly go to Yanhuang continent to see the situation, but while everyone was talking about it, they didn't realize that the group had quietly left the central imperial city. As soon as they go out, the leader of the Zhuan family used the emergency contact J talisman in an attempt to summon back the strong men of the Zhuan family who had acted according to the plan and attacked the Lin family. What should I do? What should I do? Why can't I contact you? However, no matter how much he inputted his magic power, he was still unable to contact those strong men of the Zhuan family, and the head of the Zhuan family was anxious. Not only him, but also the other strong men of the Zhuan family present were a little flustered. Once the powerful Zhuan family takes action, there will be no room for maneuver. After dozens of breaths, everyone was feeling anxious. A trace of determination suddenly flashed in the eyes of the leader of the Zhuan family. Let's go back to the Zhuan family and leave the sea of chaos with the resources. With that said, he did not wait for anyone to react, and took the lead in tearing apart the void and rushing towards the Zhuan family's headquarters. Seeing this, the expressions of many powerful Zhuan family members present could not help but change. They hesitated for a moment, and finally followed him. No matter what, first ensure your own life and family inheritance. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yanhuang continent, within Yanhuang Emperor City, several strong men exuding a terrifying aura were trapped in the rising yin-yang and 5 elements formations, unable to move at all. They are the powerful members of the Zhuan family. Damn it, how could the Lin family, which has developed in just 10,000 years, be protected by such a terrifying formation? At this time, the supreme elder and ancestor of the Zhuan family were extremely flustered. They were not at all arrogant, as they had just arrived over Yanhuang City. They looked at Chu Sighting and others not far away, their faces filled with aggrievedness in terms of strength. With their cultivation, they could easily kill the senior members of the Lin family in front of them. However, due to the existence of the yin-yang 5 elements formation, an 8th level top formation, before they could take action, they were trapped in the void by the power of yin-yang and 5 elements, unable to move. Have you found out their identities? Chu Sighting simply ignored the incompetent rage of these powerful Zhuan family men. She looked at a Lin family deacon not far away and asked softly, after so many years of development, not only has the Lin family's comprehensive strength been greatly improved, but even the yin-yang 5 elements formation, a city-protecting formation, has transformed to the top level of the 8th level. With the power of yin-yang and 5 elements accumulated over the years, even the Holy Emperor strong people of different levels will be restricted by this. Among these strong men of the Zhuan family, the strongest is just the ancestor of the Zhuan family, who has just broken through to the Heavenly Emperor level of combat power. The remaining few are all ordinary peak cave heaven realms. Reporting to Grandma, there's news from the family intelligence. At this moment, the sound of hurried footsteps rang in everyone's ears. Immediately afterwards, a middle-aged man wearing the Lin family's deacon's robe hurried over and handed the latest intelligence information to Chu Si. In front of Ting, the maid on the side quickly finished the work and handed it into her hands. Chu Sighting, who is already at the cave heaven realm, almost understood the information written in France in her hands in the blink of an eye. Zhuan family, I remember that my Lin family has never offended them, right? Hey, Central Imperial City, Zaire, conflict. I see, what a Zhuan family. As she thought, a trace of anger flashed in Chu Sighting's eyes. She didn't expect Zhuanjia to be so shameless. Without any hesitation, Chu Sighting took out the J talisman that her husband gave her to contact her, and briefly described what happened in the Yanhuang Emperor's city. Then she controlled the power of the yin-yang and five elements formation to kill the Zhuan family's strong men in front of her one by one. Behead in an instant, endless rain of blood fell from the sky again, shocking all living beings in Yanhuang continent, and couldn't help but look up at the sky. What's going on? Why are there visions of the emperor's fall again? I haven't heard any sound of strong men fighting from that place. That location seems to be the Yanhuang Emperor City. Huh? That idiot is so unafraid of death that he actually took the attention of Yanhuang Emperor City. It should be forces outside our Yanhuang continent. Forget it, don't worry about it so much, let's continue drinking, come on, do it. Regarding the vision of the Emperor's fall, all the people in the Yanhuang continent just marveled and went about their own business. After all, in their opinion, the strong man who was eliminated by the Lin family without even making a sound was probably just that strong. He should not come from the 36 first-class powers, the 9 top powers, and the 4 overlord-level powers. That is, they do not know the identity of the enemy. Otherwise, it would never be so peaceful. If the identity of the Zhuan family, the most powerful among the 4 overlord-level forces, were spread, it would definitely cause shock in the entire Yanhuang continent. And once again refresh the understanding of the Lin family. And just when Chu Siding was killing those powerful men of the Zhuan family, Lin Chen, who was in the central imperial city's palace, suddenly felt something in his heart. He took out a jade talisman, and then a hint of piercing murderous intent appeared in his eyes. The Zhuan family? What is Zhuan family? 2 fellow Taoists, I have something important to do, so I won't leave for now. With that said, Lin Chen's figure had disappeared into the city lord's mansion. Only the faces of the 18 elders and the central holy emperor were left, full of shock and anger. The Zhuan family? Could it be that they really took action against the Lin family? Damn it, why does this Zhuan family move so fast? The escort team will obey my order and dispatch all the properties of the Zhuan family and issue a wanted order. I want no one from the Zhuan family to be able to leave this sea of chaos. The central holy emperor reacted and issued a wanted order without any hesitation. He was so angry, just don't mention it. Lin Chen crossed billions of miles of mountains and rivers, saved countless lives in the central continent, and destroyed the demon clan's conspiracy. However, this idiot Zhuangji actually dared to attack the Lin family. Do they have shit in their heads? End of chapter. Chapter 161, Harvesting Resources and the Foundation for Explosive Growth. Lin Chen still knew about the famous Zhuan family. After leaving the central imperial city, he arrived in the sky above Shiangsuan continent in just a few breaths. The Zhuan family is located in a huge city called Shiangsuan Emperor City in the center of the continent. Huh? Are you planning to run away? Unfortunately, it's already too late. With just one glance, Lin Chen knew almost everything about the situation in Emperor Shiangsuan City. When he saw the actions of the head of the Zhuan family and others, he couldn't help but be stunned. But then a sneer appeared on his face. I will not offend anyone unless they offend me. If someone offends me, I will kill them. If the fight between Lin Xia and Zhuangji can be said to be a conflict between the younger generation, it would be difficult for the elders to intervene. So, if the Zhuan family unreasonably attacks the Lin family in an attempt to plunder the opportunity to achieve success, then don't blame them for suffering counterattacks from others because of their own lack of strength. Thinking in his mind, Lin Chen's figure had arrived over Shiangsuan Emperor City at some point. Quick, leave quickly, we don't need the remaining mid to low-end resources. Grandpa, my father hasn't returned to the family yet, so why don't we wait a little longer? We can't wait. If we continue like this, we will all be doomed. Please go down and gather all the clansmen above the cave heaven realm. Except for your closest relatives, you can only bring your descendants with treasure bodies in above, and leave the Sea of Chaos as soon as possible. A strong man in the cave heaven realm can theoretically ensure that the speed will not be slowed down even if he is carrying hundreds or even thousands of people. However, they were running for their lives and planning to escape into the endless void. It's not like being in Zhenwu world. Apart from man-made disasters, there are almost no threats in the endless void. Sudden void storms, time and space turbulence, and other natural disasters can severely damage or even kill the existence of the cave world. The more people you bring, the less you will be able to react when facing a crisis, so, only the head of the Zhuan family would set this limit. The cave heaven realm experts of the Zhuan family also know this very well. No objection at all anyway, for them, they are just some descendants. As long as they live, they can have as many as they want. Run? Can you run? However, just when they were ready to tear apart the space and step into the endless void, suddenly, a cold voice accompanied by a monstrous momentum fell from the sky, squeezing the surrounding space much stronger. For a moment, These Zhenwu family experts were unable to tear apart the void in front of them. Lin family, ancestor of the Lin family, why did you come here? The head of the Zhenwu family felt a thump in his heart. He quickly looked up and saw a familiar figure coming into his eyes. He immediately panicked. Not only him, but also many powerful Zhenwu family members present could not help but change their expressions when they saw Lin Chen's figure, causing a commotion. As soon as the head of the Zhenwu family comes back, he will lead many strong men of the Zhenwu family to escape from the Sea of Chaos, so he naturally has to explain why. Therefore, they also have a relatively clear understanding of Lin Chen's strength. The Holy Emperor, no, the existence beyond the Holy Emperor. Thinking of this, many of the powerful Zhenwu family members present could not help but tremble, and their expressions became increasingly embarrassing. If I hadn't come to my door right now, why would I have just sat and watched you run away? Okay, it's time to send you on your way. As he spoke, a silver-white longsword appeared in Lin Chen's hand at some point. He looked indifferently at the Zhenwu family below and was about to swing his hand. That's when, under the shocked gazes of countless creatures, the head of the Zhenwu family, as the absolute overlord of the Xiangsuan continent and the head of the Zhenwu family, suddenly fell to his knees with a plop. His tone was humble, his voice was slightly trembling, and he said with regret on his face, I was wrong, I was really wrong, ancestor of the Lin family. I am willing to contribute millions of years of my Zhenwu family's heritage as compensation. Please look at my Zhenwu family. As long as the family doesn't cause any damage to the Lin family, just treat my Zhenwu family like a fart. As soon as this statement came out, everyone in the audience was shocked. Countless people who were originally wondering who this young man in white was in front of them, and why the Zhenwu family was so frightened that they even gave up their family roots and fled to other places, were now even more surprised. Everyone's eyes fell on Lin Chen, waiting for his choice. You don't think you're wrong, you just know you're going to die? Lin Chen shook his head and said lightly, the Zhenwu family's millions of years of accumulation are indeed tempting, but letting the enemy go is not my style. Okay. You can go and die. After saying that, Lin Chen stopped talking nonsense to the head of the Zhenwu family. He picked up the long sword in his hand and struck it down with one strike. The monstrous sword energy, carrying unparalleled power, instantly penetrated the defensive formation of Xiangsuan Emperor City and crushed it towards the direction of the Zhenwu family. No, seeing this scene, many strong men from the Zhenwu family were so stunned that they unleashed all their strength in an attempt to resist Lin Chen's sword. However, the strongest of them were only at the peak of the cave heaven realm. Compared with Lin Chen, their burst of power was no different than hitting an egg against a stone. They did not stop them for even a moment before they were mercilessly killed by this sword rumble. In an instant, the void of Xiangsuan continent was filled with visions of several cave heaven realm experts falling. An endless rain of blood poured down, and this is not over yet. Under the shocked gazes of countless creatures, Lin Chen, holding the eternal sword, slaughtered all the powerful Zhenwu family members like chopping melons and vegetables. Devil, the devil is coming, everyone, run away, this damn Lin family, sooner or later I will uproot you, damn it. Seeing this scene, the hundreds of millions of Zhenwu family members living in Xiangsuan Emperor City immediately became a mess and rushed towards the outside world. Many members of the Zhenwu family even secretly swore that they would definitely come back for revenge in the future. Seeing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but a flash of coldness flashed in his eyes. The right hand holding the eternal sword couldn't help but tense up. That's when whoosh whoosh whoosh, a series of piercing sounds suddenly sounded in Lin Chen's ears, and then, in the eyes of countless people with surprise and uncertainty, the central imperial city lord's mansion guard suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. According to the order of the central holy emperor, I came here to listen to the arrangements of my seniors. Your Majesty, please give instructions. This group of city lords' palace guards, all of whom were at the lowest level of Nirvana realm, glanced around, finally fixed on Lin Chen, and shouted in unison with a respectful tone. Boom! Seeing this scene, the countless spectators in Emperor Xiangsuan City were immediately shaken, and their eyes looking at Lin Chen were filled with disbelief. Who is he? He actually wants to please the central holy emperor who is aloof from all things, ancestor of the Lin family. The Lin family? I have never heard of this force. Is it a powerful family outside? It should be, otherwise it would be impossible not to have heard of it. Now, the Zhenwu family is completely finished. Hey, who made them offend someone they shouldn't offend? The heated discussions around him did not affect Lin Chen. He looked at the tens of thousands of guards of the city lord's mansion in front of him, thought about it, and finally did not refuse the central holy emperor's kindness. There are too many members of the Zhenwu family. If he is asked to kill them alone, some fish will definitely slip through the net. After all, He couldn't just slap the entire Shiangsuan Emperor city to pieces just because he wanted to destroy the Zhuan family, right? There are tens of billions of people in this city, and most of them are not members of the Zhuan family. Killing innocent people indiscriminately is not what he wants. Kill the Zhuan family members, don't let anyone go. Although it seems that a lot of things happened during this period, in reality, only one breath passed. After making a decision in his heart, Lin Chen no longer hesitated and immediately issued his order. Yes, the guards of the city lord's mansion immediately shouted in unison, and they divided into 4 teams and chased the Zhuan family members in 4 directions. The escort team was invincible, and the Zhuan family they killed had no power to resist. Even if there were Nirvana Realm strong men trying to gather other Zhuan family Nirvana Realm strong men, has no effect at all with the combined efforts of the escort members. They were defeated in one blow. Seeing this, Lin Chen casually killed a few Nirvana Realm experts with advanced cultivation and relatively fast running skills, and then stepped into the Zhuan family in a flash. It took him more than 3 hours to plunder all the resources of the Zhuan family. Of course, these are only the resources within the Zhuan family. A family like this, which has many strong men in the cave world and has a long history, usually hides most of the resources in the small world opened by the strong men in the family. He harvested, yes, even if the resources brought by the head of the Zhuan family who want to escape are included, it will only account for at most 30% of the entire Zhuan family's heritage. Eye of Destiny, Kai? Thinking of this, Lin Chen's heart moved. He opened the Eye of Destiny, and carefully observed every corner of the Zhuan family. Perhaps the average Dongshan realm powerhouse cannot find the small world opened by the Zhuan family powerhouse, but he who has the Eye of Destiny is different. In Lin Chen's patient observation, he soon noticed several abnormal fluctuations. Without any hesitation, Lin Chen reached out and drew forward. Soon, a passage to an unknown space was opened by him. As soon as he entered it, an extremely rich spiritual energy enveloped his body, and then, wisps of the alluring fragrance from the elixir also hit his nostrils. Medicine field, martial arts field, training room? It seems that this small world is a world specially used by the Zhuan family to cultivate elixirs and train their descendants. Seeing dozens of spiritual fields stretching thousands of miles in front of him, and not far away, there were huge martial arts arenas, and many secret training rooms built beside them. Lin Chen couldn't help but have a flash of surprise in his eyes. Compared to the Zhuan family, almost all of the Lin family's spiritual fields and training sites are within the residence, which greatly limits the activities and living scope of the clan members. In comparison, the background is still much shallower. Very good. From now on, the small world belongs to my Lin family. After casually squeezing the Zhuan family members inside to death, Lin Chen opened the space where the origin of the world was. Using his powerful cultivation, he spent an hour refining the small world and took it away with the art of the universe within his sleeves. In this way, Lin Chen repeated this process twice. He also took into his possession a small world where the treasures of heaven, materials and earth were stored, and a small world where martial arts and weapons were stored, and then returned to the Zhuan family. At this time, the members of the escort team had almost killed all the Zhuan family members and entered the final stage. It is worth mentioning that after receiving the news, Lin Xia and others also rushed over, specifically hunting down those fast Nirvana realm experts. Father, ancestor, seeing Lin Chen's figure, many Lin family disciples rushed over and looked at him with excitement. When he was in the central imperial city, the ancestor almost single-handedly killed the 4 powerful demons. That is a Saint Emperor level powerhouse. Looking at the entire Chaos Sea, there is only one Saint Emperor level powerhouse, the Central Saint Emperor. Even in the entire Southeast region, Saint Emperor level existences can be regarded as high-end combat power, and their ancestor killed 4 of them in one day. If this spreads out, it will definitely become famous and admired by the world. You are all doing well. I hope you can maintain this progress when you enter Henshi College. Lin Chen nodded with a smile and warned, don't worry, ancestor, we will definitely study hard and not embarrass the Lin family. Lin Yi and others all patted their chests and promised. With a foundation laid in the Lin family and the rapid increase in cultivation speed every once in a while, they are not afraid of entering Zhenshi Academy, but feel eager to try it. Fighting with others is endless fun. Having confidence is a good thing, but remember not to be careless. The creatures who can enter Zhenshi Academy are all geniuses of the generation. Even if they fail temporarily, there is nothing to worry about. People take a long-term view. Only those who make it to the end can. It's a winner. After patting Lin Xiao on the shoulder, Lin Chen looked at the many geniuses of the Lin family present and said meaningfully. Hearing this, everyone nodded in understanding. Lin Chen didn't say anything when he saw this. but smiled and greeted the Central Saint Emperor who had just arrived. This escort team had helped him a lot, so naturally he had to thank them very much. Senior Lin's words just now have really helped me gain a lot. The one who laughs in the end is the winner. If I could understand this when I first entered Zhenwu Academy and not get into trouble because of it, maybe my cultivation would not stop here. As soon as he walked to the Central Holy Emperor, Lin Chen heard his emotional words, especially when he looked at Lin Xia and others. There was a flash of envy in his eyes. Looking at the entire Zhenwu world, the Sea of Chaos is just a corner of the southeast region. Although it is not the weakest, it is not much better, not even middle class. Although Lin Xia and others were able to crush the geniuses of Chaos Sea and enters Zhenwu Academy to study, especially Lin Xia and Lin Zhengxiang were the only two top students in Chaos Sea in history. It's legendary. However, although top students are rare in the Sea of Chaos, they are nothing if you look at the entire southeast region. To put it bluntly, the Zhenwu College that Lin Xia and others are going to is not the real Zhenwu College, but just one of the 8 outer courtyards of the Zhenwu College, except for some special circumstances. All the geniuses who participated in the assessment in the entire southeast region join this outer courtyard every time we recruit students. There are tens of thousands of students who can be rated as top students. Chapter 162 New Family Development Plan. They didn't keep everyone waiting for long. The City Lord's Mansion escort team quickly completely eliminated the Zhuan family. After thanking him, Lin Chen took Lin Xia and others back to the family without staying here any longer. This time, he did not immediately enter the secret room for seclusion, but stayed with his wife and children. It was not until Lin Xia and others were picked up by the strong men from Zhenwu Academy that he came to the secret room where he usually retreated. Of course, during this period, he also handed over the 3 small worlds captured from the Zhuan family to Chu Siding's management. Under his guidance, the Lin family's spiritual field, martial arts field, training room, etc. A large part of the building was cleared, making the Lin's house, which was originally a little crowded, become spacious again. At the same time, Lin Chen also fixed the entrances to the small world in a main hall, so that the children of the Lin family could freely enter and exit the small world as long as they passed through specific passages in the main hall. In addition, in order to better develop the Lin family, Lin Chen personally led the creation of 3 colleges unique to the Lin family. They are respectively, Young Dragon Academy suitable for children aged 6 to 30 years old, the Qianlong Academy is suitable for those aged 31 to 300 years old, and the True Dragon Academy is suitable for those aged 301 to 3000 years old. Each college is divided into 4 grades, corresponding to junior students, intermediate students, advanced students and top students. The family will also allocate corresponding training resources to you according to your student level. Resources will no longer be determined by talent. All clan members will be treated equally. Everyone studies in the same academy. Whether you can become a successful person depends on whether you are conscious enough and work hard enough. For tribesmen who study hard and practice hard, even if their talents are not good, they can apply for the treasures of heaven and earth to improve their qualifications through teachers or themselves. As long as they pass the review, they can be sent to you. It can be said that the Lin family has truly achieved this. Just work hard and leave everything else to the family. As long as your performance can be recognized by the family, they can provide you with a real path to heaven. Of course, in order to prevent corruption in the college, Lin Chen also established a law enforcement hall, with Xiao Jia, who had been staying in the Lin family, as the hall leader, and Lin Daling and Lin Yuanzhen, who had retired for many years, as deputy hall leaders, secretly supervising the Lin family members for violating clan rules. Now that the family is on the right track, with this development model of the academy stream, even if a person of great luck in the waste material stream is born in the future, there is no need to worry about delaying the cultivation time. I can also retreat with peace of mind. After taking a deep look at the Lin family in the outside world, feeling the vibrant and energetic scene, Lin Chen smiled faintly and then closed his eyes, and began to use merit points to exchange various heavenly and earthly treasures for cultivation with the assistance of a large number of training resources suitable for him. Lin Chen's training speed suddenly increased exponentially. Only 9 years later, the 38th cave was opened, and this speed has no intention of stopping. In this way, 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. Over 100 years, many members of the Lin family have adapted to the academic development method. Teaching students in accordance with their aptitude has also allowed many children of the Lin family to develop their own specialties, and the family's comprehensive foundation has been greatly developed. It can be said that the current Lin family's production in 1 year is enough to support the entire family's expenses for 3 years. Add in the treasures originally plundered from the Zhenwu sect, the 5C clan, and even the Zhuan family, and the Lin family can be said to be extremely fat. Countless creatures living in Dayan City watched with envy in their hearts. The Lin family's current development speed is too fast. In just a few years, they have given birth to several great emperors. If this continues, I am afraid that all the great emperors in the entire Dayan continent combined will not be able to match the number of the Lin family. It's harmful. The ancestors of the Lin family are in charge and have such abundant resources. This is what they deserve. However, the development of the Lin family has indeed been somewhat rapid in recent years. However, during this period, in addition to opening their own family academy, the Lin family, there are no other actions? Could it be that running your own family academy is really that effective? PFFT. You're overthinking. It's good to use the academy flow to develop your family, but if you want to be like the Lin family, you must first have enough capital. If you don't have this training resource, you don't have that training resource. You're kidding? Yes, the Lin family can be said to be the only family in our Chaos Sea that has a large number of cultivators of the 4 major sub-professionals. Although due to the short development time, no 8th level existence has been born yet, but every sub-professional at the 7th level, they are more than the number of hands, and no force can match this size. Countless creatures were filled with emotion and looked in the direction of the Lin family with envy, especially after seeing the Lin family members who were in the same realm as themselves before, but today, 100 years later, they were unable to find out the slightest details about them. They only hated that they were not from the Lin family. It can be said that in today's Lin family, magical powers are everywhere, and true spirits are as numerous as dogs. Only Nirvana can shake them, of course. It is well known that the Lin family is wealthy, but no one dared to show his covetous look. After all, the Zhuan family, which was known as the strongest among the 4 overlord-level forces 100 years ago, has become a thing of the past. It is only mentioned occasionally when people are free. Even as time goes by, fewer and fewer people talk about it. This happened. More people are still more interested in Lin Chen's deeds of turning the tide on his own and killing the 4 powerful demon clan saint emperors. Some creatures even believe that Lin Chen was the reincarnation of the supreme power. Otherwise it would be impossible to use such terrifying training speed and countless trump cards, and this caused the spies of the soul-eating demon palace to fall into silence when they passed many things about Lin Chen to the master of the black-robed palace decades ago, billions of miles away from the Sea of Chaos, deep in the sea, inside the soul-eating demon palace. In less than 10,000 years, I have gone from cultivating as immortal to having the terrifying power to kill the Holy Emperor, and my cultivation level has just reached the perfection of the Cave Heaven realm, the reincarnation of a supremely powerful man. It should be a high probability, thinking about his previous life as a super strong man who had perfected the World Lord realm. After his rebirth, it took him hundreds of thousands of years to return to the peak of the Middle World Lord realm. It took 100,000 years to recover from the beginning to have the combat power to kill the Holy Emperor. It was more than 10 times slower than Lin Chen, except for the reincarnation of the Supreme Powerhouse. He really didn't dare to think of any living beings in the world of Zhenwu who could possess such a cultivation speed. After all, if a creature born normally can grow to the point of killing the Holy Emperor in just a few thousand years, this will cause a sensation even in the world. It can be called a divine reserve. The top evil genius in all the worlds, this Zhenwu great world, is just a declining top-level middle thousand world. It is impossible to give birth to such evil geniuses that cannot even be born in ordinary great thousand worlds. If he is really the reincarnation of a supreme powerhouse, with my current level of cultivation, I may not be able to defeat him if I go to trouble him. Forget it. So what? If the sky falls, there will be tall people holding it up. Thinking of this, the master of the black-robed palace couldn't help but shake his head. Lin Chen killed the 4 holy emperors of his soul-eating demon palace, and among them were his experimental products. Of course he felt uncomfortable, but that was all. To say he cared a lot, he didn't care anyway. According to the news transmitted by his spies, the Lord of Xianyu realm experienced a fierce battle and there was no abnormality in his body. This means that there is no harm in using the power of the mortal world to restore his own cultivation realm. In this way, the power I have accumulated over the years can finally be put to use. It's a pity that my own use of the power of the Realm Lord to reverse time and space has no effect on my cultivation. Otherwise, I would be sure to return to the peak of the Realm Lord within 100 years or even go further. While muttering to himself, the black-robed palace master's eyes couldn't help but reveal a gleam of light, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curve into a perfect arc. He has collected countless amounts of power in the world of mortals over the years. Even with his cultivation level, if he could digest it, his strength would change drastically. Thinking of this, the master of the black-robed palace could no longer suppress the excitement in his heart, so he ducked into the secret room and began to practice in seclusion. As for the soul-eating demon palace, it was not as important to him as his recovery of cultivation. Let's fend for ourselves. The soul-eating demon palace did not come to trouble Lin Chen, and the Sea of Chaos was naturally extremely quiet. However, because of what the Lord of Heavenly Desire said in the central imperial city, the major forces in the Sea of Chaos tightened their grip, and each family let go of their own secrets and began to try their best to improve their own strength. However, resources are always limited, and under such unrestrained consumption, many forces with slightly weak foundations, but in just 1,000 years, had exhausted the foundations they had accumulated over hundreds of thousands or even millions of years. For a time, they couldn't help but feel anxious. North of the Sea of Chaos, Shiangxin continent, inside Shiangxin Emperor City, a huge palace was filled with terrifying figures exuding the aura of powerful men in the cave heaven realm. They come from the lower 5 families among the 36 first-class forces in the Sea of Chaos. They are basically families or sects that have become first-class forces within millions of years due to their similar strength. They have more exchanges with each other, but this also means that their background is relatively shallow, and they are the first batch of first-class forces that are about to exhaust their foundation. However, at this time, their faces were extremely excited, as if they were arguing about something. Why should your Shiangxin sect take the lead in the integration of our 5 continents? Everyone is a first-rate force, and no one is weaker than the other. It's just that, with your Shiangxin sect as the main one, it's better to have my Sun family as the main one. The strength of my Sun family is much stronger than yours. Then what do you think we should do? Continental integration will always be based on one continent. Besides, if everyone doesn't work together, it will be difficult for the 5 of us to successfully integrate a continent. Even if the 5 of us work together, the success rate is less than 50%. We may even have overestimated it. Just when everyone was arguing, suddenly, a faint voice sounded in the hall, making the entire space silent. Ever since Lin Chen led the Dongshan continent and other 5 continents to merge into the Yanhuang continent, countless creatures have known the benefits of the continent's integration. However, knowing is one thing. Can they let each other put aside their prejudices and merge the continents together? Another thing. Likewise, whether or not there is such a fusion of strengths is still one thing. The 5 major forces are now sitting together. The reason is very simple. The foundation was almost exhausted, and there was no way to replenish it quickly, so I thought of Lin Chen's approach and planned to merge the continents where their respective forces are located to form a larger, more spiritual, high-end or top-level medium-sized continent. This will create more resources suitable for the development of their respective forces, and they can also form an offensive and defensive alliance in this way. Facing the great calamity mentioned by the Lord of Heavenly Desire Realm, there is a glimmer of hope. It's a pity that the strength of the 5 major forces is not much different. Even the strongest Sun family only has 1 or 2 more Cave Heaven Realm experts than others. Moreover, they are still in the early or middle stage and cannot affect the overall situation at all. As for the powerful person at the peak of the Cave Heaven Realm, there is only one among the 5 major forces. Therefore, it created a situation where no one could convince anyone. Otherwise, we should not integrate the mainland, right? We are less than 50% sure. Once it fails, the consequences are not something we can afford. We don't even need the demons to invade, and we will be finished by ourselves. No. If we don't seize the time to become stronger within 100,000 years, we will have no choice but to wait for death when the demons invade. However, if we don't fuse, we can live for at least 100,000 years. Once fusion fails, everything will be like a mirror, and we will also suffer God's punishment, and our body and soul will disappear. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of many powerful men present suddenly froze and fell into silence again. Why is it that in the world of Zhenwu, continental integration has many benefits but so few people try it? First, it is difficult, very difficult, and requires strong strength and soul. Secondly, the consequences of failure are too serious enough to severely damage or even destroy a top second-grade force. The failure of continental integration will cause extremely terrifying earthquakes, causing the continent to collapse and all life to be devastated. No matter who is the creature who caused all this, they will not be able to escape. They will suffer backlash according to the degree of their responsibility, ranging from being seriously injured and having their cultivation level crippled to being wiped out in ashes. How about we go find the Lin family? Just when many powerful men fell into silence, a voice that seemed a little lacking in confidence suddenly sounded in everyone's ears. Hearing this, many strong men's eyes lit up, and they looked at the person who made the sound, gesturing for him to continue speaking. Seeing this, the head of the Sun family looked calm, sorted out his thoughts for a while, and then spoke. The Zhenwu continent where my Sun family is located is relatively far away from the Yanhuang continent and there are frequent contacts. I think I understand the Lin family fairly well. Back then, when the Yanhuang continent was still the Cave Sky continent, the ancestors of the Lin family worked for Lurk. The head of the Sun family talked eloquently, telling everything he knew about Lin Chen and his behavior. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163 1 million merit points, surprised Lin Chen. In this case, it would not be a bad idea to join the Yanhuang Alliance. Yes, it makes no sense that after Baiyun Continent, Kangqiang Continent and other forces joined the Yanhuang Alliance, they lived happily and had considerable autonomy. After we join, our lives will be worse than theirs. The purpose of the ancestors of the Lin family. Everyone knows very well that he just wants to use the luck of the major forces to increase his cultivation speed. For safety, what if he donates part of his luck to him? Yes, the ancestor of the Lin family is very likely to be the reincarnation of the legendary supreme power. We may make money from this relationship, since everyone has no objections. It has been decided like this. Let's choose a few strong men representing their respective forces to contact the Lin family. Good. After listening to the narration of the head of the Sun family, many strong men present could not help but feel a flash of emotion on their faces. As long as you show your willingness to surrender and contribute some luck, you can join the Yanhuang Alliance, gain the protection of the Lin family, and have considerable autonomy. This is completely within their acceptance range. Therefore, the 5 major forces made a decision on the spot. 9 people from each family, led by the family head or sect leader of their respective forces and the strongest ancestor, would go to Yanhuang continent to visit the Lin family. In this regard, Lin Chen, who was unaware of their plans, was still drinking tea with his wife in his courtyard, talking freely, and admiring the beautiful scenery of the Lin family at the foot of the mountain. The atmosphere was very warm. This more than 1,000 years of seclusion after consuming most of the merit points. The number of cave heavens in Lin Chen's body has increased from 38 at the beginning to 45, and has truly reached the perfection of the cave heaven realm. At the same time, the Xylokian world is also under the influence of the demon clan Saint Emperor. With the support of corpses and a large number of treasures, he climbed to the peak of the 9th level small thousand world, only one step away from the middle thousand world. Based on the comparison of the cultivation levels of the 9 elders from the outer courtyard of Zhenshi Academy who came to pick up Lin Xiao and others more than 1,000 years ago, Lin Chen is confident enough and is not weaker than him. In other words, his current combat power, when unleashed at full strength, is comparable to that of an average strong man in the early stage of the Realm Lord realm. There has been a qualitative breakthrough in strength. Now the Lin family's rate of acquiring merit points has increased to 80 merit points a year. At this rate, it will take me about 50 years to open up a new cave. If I want to open up 480 million caves, the Lin family alone, the number of merit points gained through development, I don't know. It will take until the year of the monkey to be successful. I have to find new ways to obtain resources. While thinking about it, Lin Chen couldn't help but fall into deep thought after reaching the cave heaven realm. His cultivation method is completely different from that in this Zhenwu world. He does not need to merge the cave heavens in his body into one and turn the void into reality. He only needs to constantly open up new cave heavens to improve his own strength, and this requires an extremely huge amount of energy. The resources seized from the Zhuan family can support me to open 2 or 3 caves at most before they are exhausted. With the merit points accumulated during the time of opening the caves, I can open about 5 caves before I am without resources. Available. Embarrassing situation, but by then, I can also try to completely refine the origin of the innate Tao body in my body, and my strength should be greatly improved. As his strength broke through to the Realm Lord realm, Lin Chen felt that he could actively refine the origin of the innate Tao body in his body, instead of passively absorbing it. However, Blindly practicing hard can take a huge toll on a person's mental state, so he did not stay in seclusion all the time. From time to time, he would go out to meet his wife, or to inspect future generations, which made him live a meaningful life. The cozy situation did not last long, as the third-generation head of the Lin family, Lin Chen, personally came to inform him that the Sun family, SYNOPSIS sect and other 5 first-class forces in the chaotic sea were visiting with their ancestors. Lin Chen was surprised and brought Shu Siding to the reception. In the main hall, we have met Senior Lin. Seeing Lin Chen's figure, everyone who was sitting on their seats drinking tea immediately stood up. Their tone of voice was respectful, and they looked at him with a trace of curiosity in their eyes. There are quite a few of them, but only their names are heard, but their faces are not seen. Now that I see a legendary figure in the sea of chaos, I can't help but feel a little curious. No need to be polite, fellow Taoists, please take a seat. Lin Chen smiled faintly, and after a few polite words, he quickly got to the point. I wonder why fellow Taoists came to visit my Lin family? Our 5 families want to join the Yanhuang Alliance. I wonder if seniors can accommodate us? Hearing this, the head of the Sun family and others looked at each other, without any embarrassment, and stated the purpose of their trip in a straightforward manner. Oh? Is it possible that fellow Taoist is afraid of the demon clan? Yes, 100,000 years is undoubtedly a very long time for ordinary people, but for experts like you and me in the cave heaven realm, it is just a blink of an eye. For Lin Chen to be able to guess the reason, the powerful people from the Sun family and other 5 major forces were not too surprised. After informing the former of their thoughts and plans in detail, they fell silent and just looked at Lin Chen expectantly. That's it. If that's the case, I would naturally welcome it. Naturally, Lin Chen would not refuse anything that was beneficial and harmless anyway. This alliance is just a means for him to harvest merit points. He has no intention of using it to enslave many forces. He doesn't bother to do so, and there is no need to do so. The Sun family and other 5 major forces joining the Yanhuang Alliance will definitely allow him to gain a large amount of merit points. Coupled with the integration of 5 medium-sized continents that are larger than the Yanhuang continent, his benefits will definitely be beyond imagination. For Lin Chen, whose merit points were at the bottom, it was as if someone would give him a pillow whenever he fell asleep. It's so comfortable. As for the difficulty of merging a medium-sized continent, for Lin Chen, whose strength has reached the realm of world masters, it is not much different if not easy. It is impossible to fail. Therefore, he does not have so many scruples. Okay, thank you very much, Senior Lin. Seeing that things went so smoothly, the powerful men from the 5 major forces were extremely excited and thanked them repeatedly. Lin Chen smiled and dealt with it. After a few words they took their leave. They planned to move their respective continents to the vicinity of Yanhuang continent as soon as possible so that the integration can be successful as soon as possible. Lin Chen naturally would not refuse this. The movement of moving the continent was so loud that it was impossible to hide the major forces in the Sea of Chaos. When the Sun family, SYNOPSIS sect and other 5 first-class forces took action, the news about their joining the Yanhuang Alliance spread throughout the Sea of Chaos. What? The Sun family and other 5 first-class forces have joined the Yanhuang Alliance? Is it true? Why is there no warning? This can still be false. People have already made an official announcement. Also, the foundation of these 5 first-class forces is relatively shallow. If they don't find a powerful force to protect them, they will simply not be able to survive in the chaotic era of the future. The Yanhuang Alliance seems to be a force created by the ancestors of the Lin family. I heard that it treats the forces that join it very well and gives them a lot of autonomy. Our sect was also discussing before and planned to join. Countless creatures heard the news and rushed towards the place where the 5 powerful men used their great supernatural powers to move the continent, while discussing with their companions around them. Those who don't know the twists and turns may be shocked, but for those who know the future situation, the actions of these 5 major forces are just to plan ahead and plan ahead. The Yanhuang Alliance has the most powerful man in the Sea of Chaos, the ancestor of the Lin family, who can kill the Holy Emperor, sitting there. It is natural that the Sun family would choose to join. However, this is not over yet. Just when everyone was talking about the actions of the Sun family and other 5 major forces, a new announcement once again caused the Sea of Chaos to boil. Dayan sect announced its alliance with Zhenwu sect and Zhuangling sect, 2 of the 9 top powers, as well as Xianzong, Zhenwu sect, and 7 Stars sect among the 36 first-rate powers. Boom! As soon as the news came out, the entire Chaos Sea was in a state of shock, and countless creatures rushed to tell each other to express the turbulent emotions in their hearts. Let me go. What is this going to do? Why are everyone all in alliance? First, the 5 major forces joined the Yanhong Alliance, and then the Tyrant Sect and other 6 well-known forces formed the Sect Alliance. Then, the other 3 Overlord forces will also establish their own alliances, right? It's very possible that the 4 major overlords have long-standing inheritances and unfathomable foundations. The Tyrant Sect has begun to form an alliance, and they definitely don't want to lag behind him. Yes, but I don't know what Central Imperial City means. Will they form an alliance? In the heated discussion of countless living beings as expected. It wasn't long before Dayan City issued this announcement immediately afterwards. The Ji family, Lei Ming dynasty, and Yun Meng's also issued announcements to form their own alliance. For a moment, all the major forces that had originally planned to wait and see panicked when the 4 overlord-level forces formed an alliance. They all brought forces with whom they had a good relationship to play. This created a very embarrassing situation, with 2 top-level forces and nearly 20 first-rate forces in a state that no one wanted. This won't work once this continues. Without organization, they will inevitably be oppressed by other forces in the future and become weak. This is something they do not want to see. Therefore, countless forces in the entire chaotic sea could not help but surge up undercurrents. The 4 alliances composed of the Sect Alliance, the Family Alliance, the Imperial Alliance, and the Alchemists, Weapon Refiners, Formation Masters, and Talisman Makers, plus the Yanhong Alliance that has existed for nearly 10,000 years, are forcing us to make a choice. Then what can we do? If we don't join one of the forces, it means we will be eliminated in the near future. If you can accept it, you can choose not to join any party. For some reason, the Central Imperial City has not taken any action until now. Does the Central Holy Emperor still want to remain neutral? Which side are you going to join? The remaining unorganized major forces communicated with forces that also did not join the alliance. The situation in the Sea of Chaos changed so fast that they were not prepared at all. However, complaints are complaints, and the action capabilities of the major forces are still not weak. They actively communicated with the major alliances, tried out, and attempted to make comparisons before making a choice. In this regard, all the major forces refused to accept anyone who came, and offered superior conditions one after another. However, even if the 4-way alliance is relatively loosely organized by Yunmengs, they still have to hand over about 30% of their resources every year as the foundation of the alliance. Unlike the Yanhong Alliance, which only requires you to hand over a symbolic 10% of your resources. And it also retains a great deal of autonomy for everyone. Therefore, a large part of the remaining 21st-class forces and top forces chose to join the Yanhong Alliance. A few companies were attracted by old acquaintances in major leagues. For a time, the pattern of the Sea of Chaos began to gradually stabilize, forming a situation of one superpower and multiple powers. This is changing too fast. If someone had told me 100 years ago that the Sea of Chaos would form such a one super many strong structure, I would have definitely sprayed him to death with a mouthful of salt soda. Who said it isn't? However, this is a good thing for those of us at the bottom. At least after the integration of the continents controlled by various forces, not only the area is much larger than before, but even the concentration of spiritual energy has increased. A lot, almost catching up with this central continent. Yes, with this concentration of spiritual energy, I am confident that I can shorten the time it takes to break through to the magical realm by 100 years. Not only that, it is also easier to find heavenly materials and earthly treasures suitable for our own cultivation. And it is also much cheaper to purchase resources suitable for our use. Tell me, how great would it be if all the continents in our Sea of Chaos were integrated together? As soon as these words came out, the eyes of many creatures present could not help but light up. Just the integration of the continents controlled by various alliances has caused such a big change. If all the continents are integrated together, it is estimated that the concentration of spiritual energy will skyrocket, and the resources for cultivation of various heavenly materials and earthly treasures will be more abundant. The difficulty will also be further reduced by then. They don't know how happy they will be. However, when they thought about the situation of the major forces, they couldn't help but shake their heads. Integrating all the continents together is not easy unless the ancestor of the Lin family comes forward. It is possible to use iron-blooded methods. It's just that this would be a bit harmful to Cheyenne, and the ancestor of the Lin family probably wouldn't do this. At the same time, Yanhong continent. During these nearly 100 years, Lin Chen continued to use his great magical powers to integrate all the continents into the Yanhong continent, so that the mechanical and cold prompts of the system finally came to his mind. Congratulations to the host. The successful integration of 23 continents has promoted the Yanhuang continent to be promoted to the top medium-sized continent, and received the Heavenly Merit Award from this Zhenwu Great World. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 million merit points. 1 million? Hearing this number, Lin Chen's breathing became rapid, and a trace of uncontrollable surprise flashed across his face. The Lin family only produces 80 merit points a year. 1 million would take the Lin family more than 10,000 years to save if it were replaced by resources. After Lin Chen finished refining it, it would be enough for him to open more than 200 caves one after another. Chapter 164 Surrender or Die. This is about 200 caves adding to his existing 45 caves. There will be close to 300 caves in his body by then. His regular strength will at least be comparable to the peak of the early stage of the World Lord realm. If his combat power is at full strength, even the average mid-stage World Lord realm may not necessarily be his opponent, and this is not over yet. He still has yet to harvest the merit points derived from the major forces joining the Yanhuang alliance. When he thought of this, Lin Chen felt impatient in his heart. Soon, the masters of many forces boarded the heaven sacrifice platform together with Lin Chen, make an alliance based on blood. Afterwards, everyone looked serious and swore an oath to the sky. God is above me. I am Lin Chen of the Lin family, the head of the Sun family in Zhenwu continent, Zhenwu. From now on, I will voluntarily join the Yanhuang alliance, help each other, and rely on each other. If I violate it, I will suffer the tribulation of my inner demons. Let me take a lesson from heaven. Rumble. As soon as everyone finished speaking, a muffled thunder sounded in the void. Immediately afterwards, the situation in the world changed, and streams of purple light descended from the 9 heavens to the sky over the Yanhuang continent. Then, in the trembling eyes of countless creatures, the almost 300,000 feet of lavender gas above the Yanhuang alliance appeared. The Sea of Fortune merged together. 300,000 feet, 400,000 feet, 500,000 feet in the blink of an eye. The Yanhuang alliance's Sea of Destiny expanded to as much as 500,000 feet, and it had no intention of stopping its rise. It continued to soar to the level of 900,000 feet of lavender luck, and then slowly stopped. It was at this time that the system's mechanical and cold prompt came to Lin Chen's ears again. Congratulations to the host family for receiving the luck support from Xiangxin sect of the Yanhuang alliance and gaining 6,721 merit points. Congratulations to the host family for receiving the luck support from the Qin family of the Yanhuang alliance and gaining 33,123 merit points. 23 system prompts sounded in Lin Chen's ears in succession, causing the balance of merit points on his personal panel to skyrocket from the original 1,021,231 to 1,352,476 merit points. It is nearly 1/3 of the merit points awarded by Fusion Continent. The most important thing is that due to the sudden increase in luck in the Yanhuang alliance, the number of merit points the Lin family can derive each year has also increased from the original 80 to 90, greatly improving Lin Chen's efficiency in opening up the cave. With so many merit points, if they are all digested, at least more than 330 caves can be opened up. Maybe the merit points accumulated during the cultivation can open up another 10 or 20 caves, plus how about the 45 I have now, the 400 caves? I don't know where my final strength will be by then, comparable to the middle or late stage of Realm Lord realm. When he thought of this, the smile on Lin Chen's face became wider and wider. Nothing special happened next. After the grand banquet, Lin Chen returned to the secret room where he usually retreated without any delay. He selected a large number of cultivation resources suitable for him and began to greedily devour and refine them. For a moment, his aura was increasing at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. 45 caves, 46 caves, and 47 caves. Almost every few years, a phantom will appear behind Lin Chen, and then gradually disappear and merge into his body in this steady climb of cultivation. 2,000 years have passed in the blink of an eye. During this period of time, the news about the possible comeback of the Demon Clan has spread to many first-level and above forces, which has also caused the undercurrent of Zhenwu world to begin to surge. The major forces are trying every means to improve their own strength. To the north of the Sea of Chaos, there is a large continent hundreds of times larger than the central continent, called the Zhuanghuang continent. This continent has been controlled by the Zhuangshan sect and the Wang family, 2 first-level forces, for hundreds of millions of years. Their power is deep-rooted and their background is unfathomable. The Huangshan Holy Dynasty, which once had a trillion-mile empire and caused quite a stir in the entire southeast region, felt that its strength had accumulated to a certain level, so it took up the idea of the Zhuangshan sect and the Wang family to prepare them conquer. As a result, Before they even hit the Zhuanghe continent, they were the first to be annihilated by the two. Even the ancestor of the Huangshan Holy Dynasty, a super strong man who was at the peak of the early Realm Lord realm, fell into their hands from then on. People knew about it. How profound is the foundation of the top forces that have stood in this world for hundreds of millions of years. On this day, all living beings in Zhuanghe continent were still practicing as usual, practicing and having fun. Everything was so normal. That's when two consecutive sounds like the mighty power of heaven suddenly resounded throughout the Zhuanghe continent. Send the order and send me, the supreme elders of the Zhuangshan sect, to lead my disciples to conquer all territories within 50 light-years north of the Zhuanghe continent and seize resources to cope with a catastrophe. Send the order and send me, the supreme elders of the Wang family, to lead the strong men in the clan to conquer all territories within 50 light-years south of the Zhuanghe continent and seize resources to cope with a catastrophe. We will obey our ancestors' orders. We will obey our ancestors' orders. In the shocked eyes of countless creatures, figures exuding a terrifying aura emerged between the sky and the earth, leading groups of people and horses to go against each other. It wasn't until the figures of these powerful men completely disappeared from the eyes of all living beings that they came back to their senses. Can the Zhuangshan sect and the Wang family not be able to bear it anymore? Could it be that this disaster is not simply caused by the remnants of the demon clan? Didn't you notice something strange? The remnants of the demon race frequently cause turmoil, but no supreme sect or immortal family has taken action to suppress it. Hey, it's scary to think about it. Speaking of this, the expressions of countless creatures across the Zhuanghe continent suddenly became solemn. In the past 2,000 years, the remnants of the demon clan have been wreaking havoc everywhere, targeting those geniuses with potential. Originally, they thought that this was the same as before. It was just that the major forces in this Zhenwu world used the hands of the remnants of the demon clan to train each genius, but with the actions of the Zhuangshan sect and the Wang family, they realized that things were not that simple. For a moment, everyone started to take action while feeling anxious. There are strong people who, for the sake of the elixir in a family's treasure pavilion, target or even destroy this family, causing its blood to flow like a river. There is a sect that, in order to cultivate truly strong men, cuts off the supply of disciples and elders, and purchases cultivation resources suitable for the ancestors of the sect at all costs. There is a family. Various scenes that were previously inconsistent with the rules and unbelievable are gradually revealed to the world. Everything they do is just to survive. The Sea of Chaos is more than 30 light-years away from the Zhuanghe continent, and the major forces are not aware of the anomalies there. They are still consolidating their own foundation as usual after 2,000 years of full development, although no super strong person at the World Lord level was born. The Sect Alliance also gave birth to a Saint Emperor level being. It has become one of the most powerful forces after the Anhuang Alliance, and this Holy Emperor is the ancestor of Dayan Sect. Bagai, Emperor Yuns of the Four Alliances has arrived. The chief manager of the Central Imperial City Lord's Palace has arrived. At this time, the Tyrant Sect was filled with joy, and many forces from the entire Chaotic Sea were invited to come to congratulate them. Even the Yanhuang Alliance sent a group of strong men to attend, and the leader was Lin Chen, the head of the Lin family. After many years of training, and relying on the Lin family's large amount of resources, Lin Chen did not drop his cultivation level at all due to handling family affairs. On the contrary, his growth rate far exceeded that of many Lin family geniuses. Not only did he break through to the Cave Heaven realm in one fell swoop, he was also far away from the middle stage of the Cave Heaven realm. Not far away, of course, although the peak of the Dongshan realm and the early stage of Chaos Sea can be called a top powerhouse, it is not enough here. None of the powerful men who could be invited by the Tyrant Sect to attend this feast were lower than the Cave Heaven realm. Lin Xiang's cultivation level here can only be regarded as the bottom level. However, despite this, none of the many strong men present dared to look down upon him, and even greeted Lin Xiang politely, making him look familiar. After all, the scene of Lin Chen killing 4 holy emperors in one day is still vivid in everyone's mind. The banquet held by Dayan sect lasted for 7 days and 7 nights. During these 7 days, many powerful people could be said to have relaxed a lot. However, the threat of the demons has always been on everyone's mind. Therefore, after the end, many forces gathered in a hall and planned to say goodbye to the strong men of Tyrant Sect. The strong men of the Tyrant Sect were also aware of this. After politely saying a few words to persuade them to stay, they allowed them to lead their men out of the hall together and came to the foot of the mountain where the sect was located. See you later, see you later. The strong men of many forces and the strong men of the Tyrant Sect hugged each other. Then, the strong men of each major force turned around, wanting to tear apart the void in front of them, return to their own power station, and continue to practice hard to improve their strength. However, at this moment an unrivaled momentum suddenly descended from the sky and crushed everyone. Thump, thump. In an instant, a series of sounds of falling to the ground resounded throughout the world. Everyone gritted their teeth, tried their best to resist the momentum, and looked up. They saw silhouettes of strong men who exuded the aura of late-stage cave heaven realms coming into their eyes. What shocked Saint Emperor Gai the most was that among the figures of these powerful men, there was an old man in linen clothes. Looking at them casually, and the light falling from the sky made them unaware of the terrifying aura. It just radiates from him. A powerful master of the realm? Thinking of this, Saint Emperor Gai couldn't help but feel shocked. He gritted his teeth, stepped forward and asked respectfully, "I don't know why Senior came to my chaotic sea? Senior, please tell me. As long as we can do it, we will try our best to help Senior handle it." "Are you the one who talks about chaotic sea? Very good. I am the Supreme Elder of the Zhuanshan sect and a Taoist from Zhuanting. My sect wants to integrate the surrounding forces to cope with a great calamity. I will give you 3 hours to inform all the second grade and above forces in the chaotic sea, hand over 80% of the resources, and surrender to our Zhuanshan sect, so that disaster can be avoided." As he spoke, Taoist Zhuanting waved his hand, and a contract suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was filled with dense clauses, which were nothing more than the rules set by Zhuanshan to teach them. Hand over 80% of the resources? In the future, Chaos Sea will hand over 1 billion source stones every 100 years in return. The Zhuanshan Church will select qualified geniuses and bring them into the church to practice. This, everyone present was not a weakling, and they could clearly see what was written in this contract at a glance. For a moment, everyone's faces were livid and their hearts were extremely angry. This is not recruiting a younger brother, it is clearly robbery, not only robbing resources, but also robbing them of the geniuses born in the Sea of Chaos to dig out the foundations of major forces. Many strong men present clenched their fists, roared wildly in their hearts, and were in extremely bad mood. Zhuanshan sect's approach clearly treats them as leaks and wants to continuously harvest the benefits they produce and strengthen itself. How is this different from a slave? Senior, don't you think these terms are a bit too dark? Yes, Senior. 80% of the resources, and 1 billion source stones will be handed over every 100 years in the future. If this is handed over, the power of the junior and others will not only develop, but will not decline. It will be very good, Senior. Please change it. Let's talk about the terms of the contract. I don't know who said this first, and then the powerful men from all major forces began to request. Facing the threat from powerful men in the realm Lord Realm, and it came from the famous Zhuanshan sect. They knew in their hearts that it would be impossible for them not to surrender, but such contract terms are absolutely unacceptable to them. Besides, since the Zhuanshan sect is seeking resources, it should be impossible to kill them. Therefore, everyone who had a sense of luck would take the risk of angering Taoist Zhuanting and speak out like this. When did a group of ants become worthy of bargaining with me? However, in the face of everyone's request, Zhuanting Taoist sneered, and without any recruitment, he exploded with his terrifying aura that reached the peak of the early stage of the cave heaven realm, and incorporated a trace of the power of the thunder field to crush them. Puff. In an instant, many of the cave heaven realm experts present flew backwards, vomiting blood, and their breath suddenly became much weaker. Senior, spare your life. Senior, I promise. The overwhelming power that Taoist Zhuanting unleashed immediately shattered the hesitations in the hearts of many strong men, and they all fell to the ground and begged for mercy. If the disciples in their power saw that embarrassed look, it would definitely break the powerful image in their hearts. Very good. In that case, let's sign the contract quickly. Seeing this, Taoist Zhuanting seemed to be a normal person. He took out contracts one after another from his arms with a smile and placed them in front of everyone. Even Lin Chen, who had been silent, had a copy in front of him. Those strong men who were broken-hearted and recognized the reality bit their thumbs without any hesitation and put their fingerprints on the contract. Thanks to book friends, Purple Star Yoshi's 100 starting coin reward. Chapter 165. Take your people and get out of the Sea of Chaos. Why don't you sign the contract? Looking at Lin Chen, who was still standing motionless, Taoist Zhuanting couldn't help but ask with a hint of curiosity flashing across his face. He didn't believe that after seeing his own power, he still dared to disobey his own will with his cultivation at the peak of the early stage of the cave heaven realm. Of course, the reason why Taoist Zhuanting did not take action immediately was also because the aura of life exuding from Lin Chen was very young. His age is estimated to be no more than 10,000 years old. Thinking in his mind, Taoist Zhuangting couldn't help but reveal a smile on his face. Being able to cultivate to the peak of the early stage of the cave heaven realm at this age, let alone in a barren land like the Sea of Chaos, is a rare genius even for the Zhuangchen sect. It would be a pity not to be included in the sect. Reporting to the senior, although the junior is the head of the Lin family, he is not the real person in charge of my Lin family. This matter is of great importance and must be approved by the ancestor of the family. Ancestor of your Lin family, haha, then you should call him out quickly. I don't think he will refuse my proposal. Taoist Zhuangting smiled slightly, his words full of confidence in his own strength in the chaotic sea. There is not even a strong person at the level of the realm lord. What kind of disturbance can the little ancestor of the Lin family make? Oh, really? I refuse. However, just as Taoist Zhuangting finished speaking, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded in the void immediately afterwards. Everyone felt their hearts lighten, and the heavy pressure that shrouded their bodies like a mountain disappeared as a figure of a young man in white appeared in front of them. Ancestor, seeing this figure, Lin Ziyang and others couldn't help but look overjoyed, and quickly saluted and shouted as soon as Lin Chen appeared. They seemed to have a backbone, and they immediately felt confident in their eyes. There is no problem in this world that the ancestors cannot solve. No need to be polite. Lin Chen waved his hand. But his eyes fell on Taoist Zhuangting. What is the peak cultivation level in the early stage of World Lord realm? Unfortunately, it's a little weaker. Feeling the aura of cultivation emanating from the latter, Lin Chen couldn't help but have a flash of disappointment in his eyes. After 2,000 years of seclusion and cultivation, with a sufficient supply of merit points, his cultivation level has long been different from the past. The number of caves in the body has increased from the original 45 to the current 420, an increase of nearly 10 times. The further back he got, the faster he opened up the cave. In addition, his understanding of the Guardian Sword domain has also been upgraded from the 8th level to the 9th level, which has caused earth-shaking changes in his combat power. If before seclusion, he was only comparable to the average early-stage World Lord realm, then now, he can already arm wrestle with the strong ones in the middle stage of the World Lord realm, second only to those at the peak of the mid-stage World Lord realm. Even with regular combat power, he can still compete with strong men who have just entered the middle stage of the realm. However, it is precisely because his strength has improved so quickly that he urgently needs a hearty battle to help him quickly stabilize his state. That's why he was so disappointed after realizing Taoist Zhuangting's cultivation at the peak of the early stage of the realm. Master realm, if you were not a peerless genius who could fight beyond the level, even his regular combat power would be far inferior, let alone a close battle. The limit of cave heaven realm? I didn't expect that a mere chaotic sea could give birth to a peerless monster like you. However, even if you open more than 45 caves, you can't rely on you to challenge a great being in the realm lord realm. Lin Chen was looking at Taoist Zhuangting, and the latter was also observing him. When he felt that he exuded an aura that was somewhat different from that of ordinary cave heaven realm experts, Taoist Zhuangting couldn't help but show a hint of shock on his face. But then his face turned cold and he said in a cold tone he could clearly feel that Lin Chen's cultivation had not broken through to the realm lord realm, but there was a mysterious aura surrounding him. Being well informed, he immediately thought of a possibility: the legendary limiter of the cave heaven realm, that is, the caves in the body opened by living beings exceed the 45 caves in the cave heaven realm that are perfect. You must know that in ancient times, many top forces and supreme sects with profound foundations and their inherited disciples were basically able to enter this realm when they were in the cave heaven realm. It is also the boundary recognized by all living beings in the world of Zhenwu to distinguish ordinary practitioners from the proud ones of heaven. There is even such a rumor: only those who step into the limit of the cave heaven realm can hope to peek into the terrifying realm above the world lord realm. In that case, let me show you the truth. Hearing this, Lin Chen looked indifferent, and an extremely terrifying aura suddenly burst out from him. Taoist Zhuangting, who had originally looked disdainful and was about to continue mocking, suppressed the words in his mouth, and a touch of shock appeared on his face. Color: this momentum so strong, it actually made me feel a little bit of pressure. Fight without saying anything else. Taoist Zhuangting was full of momentum, and then the two of them tore apart the space in front of them and stepped into the depths of the endless void. Battles between realm lord realm experts are extremely destructive, and generally they will not take place within this Zhenwu great world. Seeing this situation, many strong men present looked at each other, then tore apart the space in front of them and chased after him. Looking at the postures of the two of them, it was obvious that Lin Chen had the strength to fight against Taoist Zhuangting. For the powers of the Chaos Sea, who have hardly ever seen battles between world lord realms, It is quite attractive rumble just as everyone was tearing apart the space in front of them and entering the endless void. Earth-shaking explosions sounded in their ears. I saw that in the depths of the endless void, tens of billions of miles away from everyone, there were two light groups, gray and white, that were constantly colliding with each other. With every move, a terrifying aftermath that could destroy the world and destroy the earth was heard, crushing the surrounding void. Broken many secret realms hidden in the depths of the void, dimensional spaces, and other treasures that make Nirvana realm and even Cave Heaven realm excited, were activated by the battle between the two, revealed to everyone's eyes, and then transformed into their distressed eyes. For nothingness, disappear into this world, Gudong. Is this the power of a powerful person in the realm Lord realm? Fortunately, they did not fight in the air over the Chaos Sea. Otherwise, the aftermath of this battle alone would be enough to destroy many continents in an instant. If the fight lasts longer, I have no doubt that the Sea of Chaos will turn into ruins as a result. Compared with those who are powerful in the realm Lord realm, we so-called heavenly emperors and holy emperors are like ants. The gap is really huge. Who says it's not the case? I really don't know how Senior Lin Chen cultivates. He can actually compete with the super strong men of the world Lord realm with the body of the Cave Heaven realm. This is really incredible. I just feel like my Cave Heaven realm cultivation is fake. Feel the same. Many of the powerful people watching had unspeakable horror on their faces, and their voices were slightly trembling as they spoke. This scene is really too amazing. This Zhenwu world has existed for countless years, and they have never seen or heard of such a heaven-defying existence as Lin Chen. This is simply like standing shoulder to shoulder with gods with a mortal body. However, no matter how shocked everyone was, it could not affect the two people who were fighting. The bigger it gets, the more frightened Taoist Zhenwu becomes. He had tried his best, but Lin Chen became more and more comfortable as he fought at this time. Even a pig should have understood Lin Chen's behavior. He is using me to hone himself. When he thought of this, Taoist Zhenwu's face turned dark. If this matter spread outside, he would become a laughingstock in the eyes of countless powerful people. A powerful person in the realm of Realm Master is actually being used to train himself by a creature that has not yet broken through to the realm of Realm Master. This is simply the first new thing in the world of Zhenwu since the beginning of the world. However, he knew in his heart that he knew it, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. There were so many strong men around him watching, and he didn't want to be embarrassed. It ends quickly while fighting Lin Chen, Taoist Zhenwu muttered in his heart. His mind was confused, really boring. Feeling that Taoist Zhenwu's fighting spirit was gradually fading, Lin Chen couldn't help but have a hint of boredom in his eyes. There was no further delay, and his true strength under conventional combat power suddenly exploded. A sword slashed out. Defeat. The bright sword light illuminated the entire world, and with an indomitable momentum, Taoist Zhenwu, who was still fighting with Lin Chen and seemed to be evenly matched, was sent flying with one sword puff on the way. Taoist Zhenwu, who had a vague trace of fear and shock on his face, spit out a mouthful of blood involuntarily, and half knelt in the void with a long sword in hand. He looked at Lin Chen with shock in his eyes. The middle stage of the world Lord realm. You actually have the combat power of the middle stage Lord realm? Hiss upon hearing the words of Taoist Zhenwu. Many powerful people present took a breath of cold air after reacting to the recent incident, and looked at Lin Chen with eyes full of shock and excitement. Especially the powerful people on the Chaos Sea side were even more shocked. How long has it been? Lin Chen's strength soared to such a terrifying level. Could it be that he is really the reincarnation of the legendary supreme power? Yes, it must be. Otherwise, even a peerless genius would not be able to possess such heaven-defying combat power at this moment. The powerful powers of the Chaos Sea, who are still a little skeptical about Lin Chen being the reincarnation of the supreme power, completely believed this rumor. The supremely powerful, that is a terrifying existence that transcends the world Lord realm. Even if you look at the entire Zhenwu world, there are not many great beings who can stir up the situation in the entire Zhenwu world and determine the life and death of countless living beings. Thighs, absolutely thighs. At the thought of this, the eyes of many powerful men in Chaotic Sea lit up, facing the catastrophe that the demons are about to engulf. If they can embrace the lap of a future supreme power, their chances of surviving will be much greater than if they work hard to develop their strength and improve their cultivation. Even with this towering star on their back, in the case of big trees, their hope of becoming truly strong is also greater. Take your Zhuanshan sect people and get out of the Sea of Chaos. Faced with the shock of Taoist Zhenwu, Lin Chen did not explain anything to him, nor did he say any unnecessary nonsense. He pointed at the Zhuanshan sect strongman who was standing not far away from many strong men in the Chaos Sea and looked at him tremblingly, with a cold voice said as soon as these words came out. The entire endless void suddenly became silent. The eyes of all living beings couldn't help but fall on Taoist Zhuanting, especially the many powerful men in the Chaotic Sea, and they couldn't help but feel a sense of joy in their hearts. However, they did not dare to show it for fear of retaliation. Feeling the gazes of the people around him, Taoist Zhuanting's face darkened, but he did not dare to stab him in front of Lin Chen, so he could only leave the Chaos Sea with the many powerful men from the Zhuanshan sect with a dark face at this time. Lin Chen, who was watching him leave, was ready to step out and return to the Lin family. However, at this moment a slightly excited voice suddenly sounded in his ears. "Senior Lin, please stay." Hearing this, Lin Chen froze, turned to look at the person who spoke, and said nothing. "Senior Lin, it's like this. After this crisis, we also understand the gap between ourselves and the top forces. We cannot face the coming catastrophe with our own strength alone, so we have a request. We want to lead our respective forces and join the Yanhurong alliance. Please allow me, Senior." Seeing Lin Chen's gaze, Saint Emperor Gai did not dare to delay at all and spoke out all his thoughts. It immediately aroused the echo of many powerful people present. Yes, we all want to join the Yanhurong alliance, and I ask our seniors to do so. I am willing to hand over half of my background. Although when he stopped, Lin Chen was prepared in his heart, but upon hearing the requests from the leaders of many forces present, a hint of joy inevitably flashed through my heart in his eyes. These forces are moving merit points one by one. They were all preparing to join the Yanhurong alliance, and Lin Chen was eager to do so, so naturally he would not refuse. After all, no one knows whether the demons will wait until 100,000 years before they invade this Zhenwu world. If it happens earlier, it will be a big deal. He must seize the time to improve his strength. Since you sincerely join our Yanhurong alliance, I will naturally not refuse. In this way, how about you move the continents under your control to the vicinity of our Yanhurong continent as soon as possible, and perform sacrifices to heaven and pray for 10 years. After pretending to ponder for a while, Lin Chen suddenly spoke softly amidst everyone's expectations. When everyone heard this, they were immediately overjoyed. He quickly responded, "No problem, no problem. With our strength, it is more than enough to move the continent to the vicinity of Yanhurong continent within 10 years. Then go get ready." After nodding his head and saying this, Lin Chen did not stay here any longer and disappeared in a flash. Seeing this, the masters of many forces looked at each other and saw a hint of relief in each other's eyes. Then, they greeted each other with a smile and hurriedly left this world. They should go back quickly and prepare to join the Yanhurong alliance. Thanks to Book Friends. Purple Star Yoshi's 200 starting coin reward. Thanks to Book Friends. Shui Zhi's 285 starting coin reward. Chapter 166. The Mystery of Martial Arts. Get rich overnight. The major forces moved quickly. Even the four alliances, which were farthest away from the Yanhurong continent, moved to the vicinity of the Yanhurong continent in only 9 years with the combined efforts of many powerful people. Just wait for the 10-year agreement to arrive, and then Lin Chen will take action to integrate the various continents together. It is rumored that hundreds of millions of years ago, the predecessor of our Chaotic Sea was also a large continent. Do you think that after the continents merge together, will the Yanhurong continent be promoted to the level of a large continent? It's hard to say. The war hundreds of millions of years ago not only caused the large continent to fall apart, but also smash many land fragments into powder. Even if all the continents in the Sea of Chaos were merged together, they would probably not be as large as the large continent. 2/3, however, the Chaotic Sea has also lost many powerful people in the Cave Heaven realm over hundreds of millions of years. Many of the corpses of these powerful people and the small worlds they opened have evolved into continents. If it can make up for the remaining, if 1/3 is achieved, Yanhurong continent will have hope of promotion, but if it is not, it will be very slim. It's best to be promoted to a large continent. If not, then we will go outside to grab it. The concentration of spiritual energy and the quantity and quality of treasures that can be produced on large continents are not comparable to those of medium-sized continents. In order to achieve better development, I don't mind being a villain. Actually, this is not necessarily a bad thing for the creatures on the mainland. As the 10-year agreement is about to come, many powerful people have also come to the vicinity of the Heaven Sacrifice platform in Yanhurong City. They look at the continent under their feet and feel the aura and mystery of Yanhurong continent that is far richer than that of ordinary medium-sized continents. There was a lot of discussion. Even between the top-level medium-sized continent and the lowest-level large continent, the gap is huge. This is not only reflected in the area, but also in the concentration of spiritual energy, the quantity and quality of the birth of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. If the comprehensive level of the former is 10, then the comprehensive level of the latter is at least 1,000 or even higher, to say the least. There is a gap of more than 100 times. It's no wonder that everyone thought so. Even Lin Chen, who is in the Lin family, couldn't help but nodded when he heard what everyone said. If Yanhuang continent is not promoted to a large continent during this wave of integration, it is indeed necessary, although under normal circumstances, he will not take the initiative to cause trouble. But he is not a pedantic person either, facing the threat of demon invasion. Sometimes taking the initiative to harvest the resources to strengthen oneself is also a very effective way to see benefits in a short period of time. Thinking in his mind, Lin Chen didn't forget about business. As the 10-year agreement arrived, he appeared in front of many powerful men in a flash. Everyone saluted and said hello. And then Lin Chen's figure soared into the sky, hundreds of millions of miles away from the Yanhuang continent. Looking down at the ground after 10 years of seclusion, the number of caves in his body has increased by 2, totaling 422, which can be said to be a rapid improvement. And he had a hunch that as the number of caves in his body increased and his strength strengthened, the speed at which he could open a cave would continue to soar. I am Martial Emperor Lin Chen. At the request of many powerful forces in the Sea of Chaos, today I will use my great supernatural power to integrate all the continents in the Sea of Chaos into the Yanhuang continent. I hold my hand up to the sky, I decree. As Lin Chen's voice sounded like a mighty voice, it exploded over the entire chaotic sea in an instant. An extremely terrifying aura suddenly spread from his body, enveloping dozens of continents near the Yanhuang continent in the blink of an eye. Then, under the shocked gazes of countless creatures, a giant hand that could cover the sky and cover the entire continent suddenly penetrated the clouds and acted on these continents. Suddenly, the creatures in these continents felt a huge push coming, and then they found that the continent they were on was slowly moving towards the Yanhuang continent. This terrifying scene left all living beings stunned. Strong, really too strong. He is worthy of being the strongest person in the history of our chaotic sea. He can fight against the supreme existence of the Realm Lord Realm alone. With his strength, even if 100 and 1,000 of me are tied together, it's not enough for others to fight. Most of these continents are medium-sized continents. The ancestor of the Lin family can actually push it by himself, and it seems to be very easy. I'm completely convinced. Is he really still in the cave heaven realm? Why do I feel that he is so much more terrifying than the powerful men in the Realm Lord realm that I have seen before? Countless creatures couldn't help but be extremely excited when looking at the scene in front of them. Looking at the figure in white above the 9 heavens, a trace of awe flashed in their eyes. Even a Saint Emperor level existence cannot push a medium-sized continent so easily. Lin Chen, on the other hand, could easily move dozens of continents with just a few movements, including some of the top medium-sized continents like the Central Continent. Unfortunately, it was a pity to know how terrifying the gap between them was. Mainland, unite. Just when everyone was thinking differently, Lin Chen's overbearing voice suddenly came from the 9 heavens. Everyone looked around as soon as Lin Chen finished speaking. In their shocked eyes, a black-yellow light suddenly filled all the borders with the Yanhuang continent, and the terrifying power of the earth surged, making every continent seem to have an explosion. It was like a magnitude 10 earthquake, shaking violently. This scene lasted for 9 years. Just when many creatures were getting more and more nervous amid this shaking, suddenly, an extremely terrifying soul power instantly spread out from Lin Chen's body, pouring into the dozens of borders below that bordered the Yanhuang continent, and began to sort out and connect the power of the earth's veins between the continents. Rumble as this force poured into many continents. These continents shook violently at first, and then gradually calmed down. The dozens of continents that originally surrounded the Yanhuang continent were now perfectly linked to it. Continental integration has been successful. Looking at the endless Yanhuang continent in front of them, all living beings were filled with surprise. It was at this moment that a sudden storm surged over the entire Yanhuang continent. Wisps of golden light suddenly fell from the sky, condensing into golden light pillar hundreds of feet in size. Then, split into two. 50% of them fell on Lin Chen, and the other 50% fell on the Yanhuang continent at the feet of all living beings. Congratulations to the host for successfully integrating the continent, combing and repairing the earth veins, and receiving the heavenly merit reward of Zhenwu Great World. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained 5 million merit points. 5 million merit points. Boom! Hearing this number, Lin Chen's pupils couldn't help but shrink suddenly. and then he showed an expression of extreme excitement and joy. Ever since he opened his merit points, the sum of all the merit points he has gained over these thousands of years is less than half of this number. Get rich overnight. With so many merit points in my hand, when I completely digest them, the number of Dongshin in my body will directly increase several times or even more. As long as the number of Dongshin in my body exceeds 1024, I can use the martial arts code to the secret techniques recorded in it have evolved to correspond to the realm of cultivation in the great world of Zhenwu, thus covering up its own secrets. After reaching the cave heaven realm, the martial arts cultivation method is completely different from the cultivation methods in the Zhenwu great world and even all the worlds. As the supreme divine canon, Wu Dayan claims to be able to defeat invincible opponents in all the worlds if he practices to the extreme. Naturally, his reputation is not in vain. After cultivating to the cave heaven realm, many secret techniques and magical powers recorded in the martial arts canon can be practiced. This includes the art of concealing the truth from the sky. According to the description of this secret method, the cultivation level of opening 1024 caves and transforming into the great world of Zhenwu should be equivalent to the early stage of the realm lord. When the number of caves in the body exceeds 12,600, it will be equivalent to in the middle stage of the world lord realm. 248,000 is equivalent to the late stage of the world lord realm. 5.12 million is equivalent to the peak world lord realm, and 100 million caves are equivalent to the perfection of the world lord realm. There is still a long way to go in cultivation. Now I am holding the eternal sword, and with the help of the 9-level guardian sword domain, the small 1,000 worlds that have grown to the limit, and special magical powers, I can still explode with strength that far exceeds those of the same realm. But once I reach the late stage of the world lord realm and above, if these trump cards of mine do not complete the transformation, their blessings to me will be extremely limited. When he thought of this, Lin Chen's originally somewhat inflated mentality immediately calmed down. The gap between the realm lord realm and the realm lord realm is huge. There may be only a few times difference in cultivation between the early and middle stages, but under the interference of various factors, this gap can expand to 10 times or more. For example, with the same talent and resources, if a person is in the early stage of the world lord realm and the other is in the middle stage of the world lord realm, the latter is very likely to practice a great magical power to a minor or even a great level, while you are just getting started. In this case, the combat power that the two can exert will widen the gap far beyond the gap caused by their cultivation. Any strong man who can step into the world master realm can be called a genius when he's young. The longer he stays in this realm, the more complicated and powerful the cards in his hand become. Now, without the help of the power of Ziokian world and the unity of the special powers, although he can barely compete with the existence that has just broken through to the middle stage of the realm lord realm, he is still no match for him if he really takes action. You can't defeat it unless you use your own trump card, of course. This is under the condition that this powerful person in the middle stage of the realm lord realm is not a genius in this realm. Otherwise, it is not certain who will win. There is no one who can cultivate to the realm lord realm and still maintain his position as a genius, but no one is easy to mess with. By cultivating the power of the domain realm in the cave heaven realm, the realm master realm will begin to come into contact with the 3,000 laws of heaven. However, generally those who can comprehend the existence of the law must have a cultivation level above the realm of the realm lord. Even if they are peerless geniuses, they can only comprehend the existence of the law in the late or peak stages of the realm lord. My guardian sword realm also understands it. When you reach a limit, if you want to break through to the realm of swordsmanship, you must understand the law of guardianship and the law of swordsmanship at the same time. The attribute sword is strong, but it is even more difficult to break through. The law of guardianship may seem ordinary, but among the 3,000 laws of heaven, it is also a top law, second only to the 10 most powerful laws. The law of swordsmanship, as one of the most lethal laws, is also a top law. Top rules. In other words, given Lin Chen's situation, he wanted to break through to the realm of swordsmanship. You must understand these two top laws at the same time, and then integrate them into one to form your own unique way of guarding the sword. Only in this way can you achieve a breakthrough. Why are you thinking so much? The first priority is to quickly hold a prayer to heaven and obtain the merit points derived from the major forces joining the Yanhong alliance. Thinking of this, Lin Chen didn't delay any longer. Soon, they boarded the heaven sacrifice platform with many forces. Among the solemn voices of many strong men, Heavenly Dao responded quickly. Endless luck suddenly fell from the sky, causing the Yanhong alliance's 900,000-foot high lavender luck to break through to 1 million feet in an instant, and then quickly condensed into 10,000-foot sized purple luck. and then skyrocketed again. Stand up. It continued to soar to a size of 300,000 feet, and then slowly stopped at this time. A series of system prompts came from Lin Chen's mind. Congratulations to the host family for receiving the luck support from the central imperial city of the Yanhong Alliance and gaining 330,000 merit points. Congratulations to the host family for receiving the luck support from the tyrant sect of the Yanhong Alliance and gaining 350,000 merit points. After the system prompts in his mind stopped, Lin Chen opened his personal panel name, Lin Chen Cultivation. Those who have reached the limit of the cave world, 422 caves, physique, top level innate holy body, innate Tao body, continuing to fuse, martial arts artistic concept, great divine power, one sword, heaven and earth, perfection, 9 levels guarding the sword domain task. 1. Train Lin Ling to become an alchemist. This task is divided into multiple stages. The 8th level alchemist stage has been completed, and the 9th level alchemist stage, to be completed. 2. The 5th stage of the ultimate challenge mission. The requirements are as follows. 1. There is a strong man in the cave heaven realm in the clan, completed. 2. The number of powerful men in the Nirvana realm exceeds 100, completed. 3. Cultivate 1 8th level alchemist, 2 7th level alchemists, 1 8th level array mage, 2 7th level array mages, 1 8th level talisman maker, 2 7th level talisman makers, and 1 8th level weapon refiner. Master, 2 7th grade weapon refiners, completed. 4. The number of clan members exceeded 100 million, unfinished, merit points. 8,312,321 family buff, total, 1. The chance of a newborn being born increases by 60%. 2. The qualifications of newborns are increased by 85%. 3. The cultivation speed of all Lin family members is increased by 85%. 4. The chance of being born with a special physique increases by 20%. 5. The chance of being born with great luck increases by 4%. More than 8.31 million merit points. Hiss. After a quick glance, Lin Chen's eyes immediately focused on the column of merit point balance. When he saw the 7 shining golden numbers, he couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. The 5 million from the fusion continent plus the original remaining 10,000 merit points. In other words, the major forces joining the Yanhong Alliance brought him more than 3 million merit points. Great, great. With so many merit points, I am sure to increase the number of caves in my body to more than 10,000 in one fell swoop. It's just a question of whether it can reach the number of 12,600. The improvement in strength will not only speed up Lin Chen's opening of the cave, but also allow him to use fewer resources to open up a complete cave. End of chapter. Chapter 167. In the blink of an eye, 5,000 years have passed, and the strength has skyrocketed. The improvement in strength will not only speed up Lin Chen's opening of the cave, but also allow him to use fewer resources to open up a complete cave, regardless of the fact that 480 million caves are a terrifying number that is difficult for ordinary people to understand. The resources consumed to open up these caves are almost as valuable as the resources used by a living being to cultivate to the perfection of the realm Lord realm. However, due to the extremely efficient use of energy in the martial arts set, the same resources can accumulate a stronger foundation than those of the same level. It is precisely because of this that Lin Chen has exerted a power far beyond his peers' strength. Of course, the real reason why Lin Chen can easily leapfrog the fight is not only the profound knowledge brought by the martial arts, but also the influence of external factors such as the eternal sword and the small thousand worlds. Otherwise, relying solely on martial arts, even if he has cultivated several great magical powers to perfection and comprehended the 9-level guardian sword realm, he will not be able to exert combat power comparable to those in the middle stage of the World Lord realm, or even compete with the strong men in the early stage of the World Lord realm. All a bit reluctant. It's a pity that Yanhong continent has not been promoted to the large continent level. Otherwise, the reward would be more than 5 million. Glancing at the Yanhong continent below, which was several times larger than the top medium-sized continent, Lin Chen couldn't help but flash a trace of pity in his eyes. No matter how many times the Yanhong continent is larger than the medium-sized continent, as long as it does not reach the level of a large continent, it is still just a medium-sized continent, and the heavenly law of this Zhenwu great world cannot reward him for the merits of the birth of a large continent. Despite this, Lin Chen did not dwell on this matter. Opportunities are for those who are prepared. Since the Yanhuang continent cannot become a large continent after integrating all the continents in the Sea of Chaos, this opportunity will be created. Thinking of this, Lin Chen couldn't help but look at the many strong men below. Hearing their discussions, a smile flashed in his eyes. Heroes really see the same thing. Just like that, 3 days later a recruitment order suddenly spread from the Yanhuang Alliance to the entire Yanhuang continent, causing an uproar immediately. What? The top leaders of the Yanhuang Alliance are preparing to fight overseas? And they have also received the approval of the leader of the alliance? What is going on? At this time, shouldn't we take advantage of the sharp increase in the spiritual energy of the Yanhuang continent and the endless supply of heavenly materials and earthly treasures to concentrate on training to enhance our own strength? I heard from the gossip that the alliance's top brass is dissatisfied with the current spiritual energy concentration and resources of Yanhuang continent, not satisfied with today's spiritual energy concentration and resources. Hiss. After hearing this, everyone couldn't help but be slightly startled, and then seemed to think of something, and suddenly took a breath of cold air. It's difficult. Could it be that the alliance's top management plans to completely upgrade Yanhuang continent to the level of a large continent? Yes, it must be. If that's the case, it's hard for me not to support it. While muttering to themselves, many of the creatures who reacted could not help but reveal a glimmer of light in their eyes, and their faces were full of anticipation. If the Yanhuang continent can really be promoted to a large continent, the cultivation environment will definitely be more than 10 times that of today. By then, their cultivation speed will also soar. This will undoubtedly be an irresistible temptation for everyone. Therefore, not only did the decision of the Yanhuang Alliance's senior leaders not encounter any obstruction, but it also gained the support of countless living beings. Many strong men responded to the call and joined the conquest army. For a moment, the entire Yanhuang continent couldn't help but boil, and the eyes of countless creatures were attracted by this incident. After all, the success or failure of this matter is related to every living being in Yanhuang continent. All living beings with the same interests appear to be extraordinarily united under the threat of the terrifying power of the demons. However, Lin Chen did not pay much attention to the follow-up of this matter at this time. He had arrived in the secret room where he usually practiced in seclusion. I don't know how many caves I can open up after my retreat this time. 9,000, 10,000, or more than 10,000? With a hint of expectation, Lin Chen glanced at the prosperous Lin family in the outside world, couldn't help but close his eyes, and began to practice with the help of merit points. Time is like running water, fleeting in the blink of an eye. 5,000 years have passed since Lin Chen went into seclusion. During this period, the turmoil in the world of Zhenwu began to appear. Many remnants of the demons went around targeting the geniuses of various continents, causing killings again and again. The major forces, which were already nervous, were cleaning up the powerful demons who were targeting their own territories. Or, seize the time and think of ways to improve your strength. I don't know if it was because the soul-eating demon palace suffered a loss at Lin Chen's hands last time, or for some other reason. In the past 5,000 years, the demons have not targeted the Sea of Chaos. This not only made many senior leaders of the Yanhuang Alliance breathe a sigh of relief, but also allowed them to achieve great success in conquering the major forces outside the Sea of Chaos. For example, Fian continent, a medium-sized continent that was once much stronger than the central continent, has experienced many blows and its foundation has been greatly reduced, and now it has surrendered to the Yanhuang Alliance. However, Lin Chen never came out of seclusion, so the two continents did not merge. In addition to Fian continent, Yanhuang continent is surrounded by many medium-sized continents. A rough calculation shows that there are at least dozens of them, which is no less than the number of medium-sized continents before the Chaos Sea was unified. This shows the achievements of the Yanhuang Alliance over the years. Friend Guidao, when will the leader of your Yanhuang Alliance come out of seclusion? We have been waiting for nearly 1,000 years. In the central imperial city, hundreds of billions of miles away from Yanhuang Holy City, the growing headquarters of the Yanhuang Alliance has long since moved here from the Yanhuang Holy City. At this time, the Gidai Holy Emperor, who was dealing with alliance affairs, heard the sound of footsteps, and then a powerful voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Fellow Taoist Fian, please wait a little longer. It shouldn't be long. Hearing this, Saint Emperor Gidai couldn't help flashing a hint of helplessness on his face, and comforted him in a good voice. Scenes like this have happened many times in the past 100 years. He was also helpless about this. The integration of the mainland is not a simple matter. In the entire Yanhuang Alliance, besides Lin Chen, who else dares to do it? After all, the power of the current Yanhuang continent's earth veins is too strong. With their strength, The chance of successful fusion is too low, and they must wait until the leader of the alliance comes out. Return to Taoist friends. No. Hearing the perfunctory words of Holy Emperor Gay, Holy Emperor Fian was still about to say something suddenly. An extremely terrifying aura swept across the entire Yanhuang continent in an instant, making them all feel their bodies sinking. The two of them were startled, and they immediately flashed outside the hall and looked towards the direction from which the momentum was coming. They saw a stunning figure wearing white clothes and a handsome face, standing there as if they were the center of the world, appeared in front of their eyes, the leader of the alliance. The leader of the alliance, this aura. Could it be that the leader of the alliance has broken through to the realm of the World Lord? Yes, I have seen powerful people in the World Lord realm before, and the aura exuded by them is somewhat similar to that of the alliance leader. Great, great, our Chaos Sea finally has a realm lord realm powerhouse taking charge. At this moment, the excited cheers of many powerful men in the Yanhuang alliance could be heard in the ears of Gai Saint Emperor and Fian Saint Emperor, causing a hint of joy to flash in their eyes. In such chaotic times, having a strong person in the realm of the realm lord in charge and having a strong person in the realm without the realm in the realm are completely different things, which can reduce a lot of troubles now. Their Yanhuang alliance finally has such top powerhouses taking charge. Is this the power equivalent to the peak of the early stage of World Lord realm? It is indeed powerful. Above the 9 heavens, feeling the terrifying power in his body, Lin Chen couldn't help but reveal a smile on his face. After 5,000 years of seclusion and practice, he spent nearly 10 million merit points and opened up 12,000 caves. Adding to the more than 400 caves he originally owned, he was already close to breaking through to the middle stage of the Realm Lord realm. Far in addition to his breakthrough in cultivation, he also comprehended a hint of the law of swords. As long as he comprehended a hint of the law of guardianship, he could merge the two and step into the realm of swordsmanship. By then, his combat power will increase significantly. As for now, because the trump card in his hand has not changed, his combat power cannot be compared with before. His regular combat power is comparable to the strong men in the middle stage of the Realm Lord. With all the means, he can deal with ordinary realms. In the late stage of the main realm, it is still not a problem, and this is because his physique has been upgraded to the innate Taoist body in these years. Otherwise, he would not be able to form such combat power. Of course, this refers to the situation when facing relatively ordinary strong men in the realm of realm. If the opponent is also a genius in this realm, then the situation will be difficult to say. In the past 5,000 years, not only me, but also the Lin family has undergone earth-shaking changes. Not only have all the requirements for the 5th phase of the Ultimate Challenge mission been met, but the 6th phase of the Ultimate Challenge mission has also been triggered. After sorting out his gains over the years, Lin Chen couldn't help but look at the Lin family. Feeling the earth-shaking changes in the Lin family, a smile flashed across his face. Congratulations to the host for completing the 5th stage of the Ultimate Challenge mission and receiving a system reward. The family inheritance bloodline, innate blood. The newborn's qualifications are blessed by 30%. The cultivation speed of all Lin family members is increased by 30%. The chance of being born with a special physique increases by 15%. The chance of being born with great luck increases by 3%, and 500,000 merit points. Family inherited bloodline innate blood, derived from the host's innate Tao body. All Lin family members have the opportunity to awaken the innate bloodline. After awakening, they will receive varying benefits based on the concentration of the bloodline, including but not limited to improved cultivation, improved qualifications, improved understanding, etc. Looking at these two pieces of information in the system log, the smile on Lin Chen's face became brighter and brighter. According to this introduction, those early Lin family members were very likely to awaken their innate blood, and the concentration would not be low. After all, they were not many generations away from themselves at that time. Of course, what makes Lin Chen most happy is the future of his descendants. With the existence of this bloodline, whether it is Lin Xiao or Lin Zhengxiang, their upper limit will not stop at the World Lord realm. Even the supreme realm beyond the World Lord realm, as long as the opportunity is enough, they can take a peek. It is detected that the family background reaches the standard, triggering the 6th stage of the Ultimate Challenge mission. The requirements are as follows. 1. There is a powerful person in the realm of Realm Lord in the clan, unfinished. 2. The number of powerful men in the Cave Heaven realm exceeds 100, completed. 3. Cultivate 1 9th level alchemist, 2 8th level alchemists, 1 9th level array mage, 2 8th level array masters, 1 9th level talisman maker, 2 8th level talisman makers, and 1 9th level weapon refiner. Master, 2 8th grade weapon refiners, unfinished, 4. The number of clan members exceeds 1 billion, unfinished. Continuing to look down, Lin Chen saw the requirements for completing the 6th stage of the ultimate challenge mission recorded in the system log, which made him frown slightly. The difficulty of this requirement suddenly increased with the development over the years, with a large amount of resources and a superior cultivation environment. Although there are many strong people in the Lin family, the number of people in the Cave Heaven realm alone exceeds 200, but most of them are only at the early or middle stage of the Dongshan realm. There are only a few people who have reached the late Dongshan realm. As for those who are at the peak of the Dongshan realm and above, there are none, of course. This is without counting Lin Xia and other tribesmen who went to Zhenwu Academy to study. If we include them, except for the powerful people who have not completed the Dongshan realm, there are others. However, even so, the 6th stage of this ultimate challenge mission is very difficult. In the past, the requirement for the number of clan members was the last to be completed, but this time it may be the second to complete it. Lord Leader, see the leader of the alliance. Just when Lin Chen was thinking a lot, respectful and fanatical voices came from his ears. Look up suddenly, many unfamiliar faces appeared in front of him. These strong men all had reserved expressions, but their eyes that looked at him flashed with deep awe and joy, as well as a hint of apprehension. No need to be polite, Lin Chen waved his hand. But his eyes fell on these strange strong men, and he said in a gentle tone, "You must be the strong men who want to join my Yanhuang alliance during these years of seclusion. Welcome. Senior is joking. In front of you, how can we be called strong? It is our honor to join the Yanhuang alliance." Yes, Senior, everything is in chaos outside. Many territories similar to the Chaos Sea and our Fian continent have been reduced to battlefields. Thanks to the assistance of many Taoist friends from the Yanhuang alliance, otherwise, we, the people, would have been dead. Unpredictable. After hearing Lin Chen's words, many powerful people present thanked him from the bottom of their hearts. If it weren't for the Yanhuang alliance, they really don't know what they would do. Perhaps, with their cultivation, it would be okay to abandon their family business and join a top force, but their clansmen and their disciples would not be able to do that. This is what they do not want to see. The most important thing is the remnants of the demon clan hidden in Zhenwu world are at war with the top forces, and they don't even have the dower to see the top leaders of the top forces. Chapter 168 Lin Chen's Plan. And just when many powerful people in the Yanhuang alliance were harmonious and chatting happily on the other side, deep in the endless sea, in a secret room in the soul-eating demon palace, the master of the black-robed palace, who had been in seclusion for many years, suddenly opened his eyes, a little bit close again. No, I can't continue to practice hard like this. I have to find a way to improve my soul power. Feeling that his body was still stuck at the peak of the late realm Lord realm, a trace of gloom flashed across the face of the black-robed palace master. The 7 emotions and 6 desires formation could indeed quickly help him recover his cultivation. But it had one obvious shortcoming: it cannot help him improve his soul realm. Therefore, he has been stuck in the late stage of World Lord realm and failed to break through to the peak. And from this we can also see how great the advantages of these reborn strong men are. So the master of the black-robed palace found another way. Otherwise, if he continues to practice step by step, he should not have any bottlenecks before reaching the peak state of his previous life. Of course, as the master of the soul-eating demon palace, it is very simple for him to increase the power of his soul, as long as he collects enough souls of powerful people. However, he does not plan to leave seclusion. After all, nearly half of the power of the mortal world in this array of 7 emotions and 6 desires has not been refined. If he leaves like this, the power of the mortal world that he has worked so hard to collect will only be wasted. He couldn't bear to do this, so, after paying some price, the master of the black-robed palace separated part of his soul and cultivation, turned into a clone with 10% of his strength, and then disappeared into the formation immediately afterwards. 3 consecutive voices full of doubts reached the ears of many powerful men in the soul-eating demon palace. Pass the palace master's order and do your best to collect the souls of living beings whose cultivation is at the late stage of the cave heaven realm and above. There must be no mistakes. Pass the palace master's order and do your best to collect the souls of living beings whose cultivation is at the late stage of the cave heaven realm and above. There must be no mistakes. Pass the palace master's order and do your best to collect the souls of living beings whose cultivation is at the late stage of the cave heaven realm and above. There must be no mistakes. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As soon as these words fell, many figures exuding terrifying aura flew out of the secret rooms where they were practicing or resting. They looked at a majestic palace in the center of the soul-eating palace with a hint of fanaticism in their eyes. Yes, we will obey the palace master's order. After saying that, they soared into the sky, broke through the barrier of the soul-eating demon palace, and rushed in all directions for them. Tasks like this to collect the souls of strong men have been carried out countless times, but this time the requirements are higher. Although the soul-eating demon palace has only existed for a short period of time and is not as long as a third-level force with a long heritage, their strength cannot be underestimated. In addition to the black-robed hall master who has already reached the peak of the late realm lord realm, there are 4 other hall masters and 8 elders sitting in charge among them. The cultivation bases of the 4 major hall masters have either entered the middle stage of the realm lord realm, or are only one step away from this realm, while the cultivation bases of the 8 elders of the elder hall are all in the early stage of the realm lord realm. Under them, there are 36 great protectors, all of whom are perfect beings in the cave heaven realm. If such information were exposed, it would definitely cause a sensation. In this time to harvest souls, the soul-eating demon palace came out in full force. Many powerful people were divided into 12 teams, each led by a powerful person in the realm lord realm. In order to complete the task as quickly as possible, they relied on their own understanding of this territory and only went to those territories where there were no powerful people in the realm lord realm to quickly harvest the souls of the powerful people in the cave heaven realm and above. Therefore, in just half an hour, strong men in the late ancient realm and above in 4 consecutive realms were robbed one after another. There is no airtight wall in the world, let alone such a grand move by the powerful man from the soul-eating demon palace. Soon, all the major first-level forces received this shocking news. The Dongshan realm experts in 6 top medium-sized continents, including Sahe continent and Xian continent, have been brutally murdered by the remnants of the demon clan. They are now still targeting other territories where there are no first-level forces. The purpose should be to collect the souls of powerful people in the late cave heaven realm and above. Click. Looking at the information in his hands, the complexion of the first-level powerhouse who was doing his own thing suddenly changed, and the thing he was holding in his hand was accidentally crushed by him at some point. This damn soul-eating demon palace, come here, summon the strong men from the clan, and contact the Zhuanshan sect, Wang family, Xianwu Holy Dynasty and other first-class forces. No matter how they usually fight, they will always fight against the demons. After all, today they sit back and watch the powerful demons wreak havoc. And tomorrow, the demons who get what they want will trample them under their feet. It's not just the major first-grade forces. Lin Chen, who was originally planning to merge many continents in the Sea of Chaos and Yanhuang continent, also received this news, which made him give up the idea. After all, it would be dangerous if a powerful demon clan suddenly attacked him at the critical moment of merging the continent. The soul-eating demon palace is collecting the souls of living beings in the late cave heaven realm and above. Does the master of this demon palace want to break through to a higher realm? No. Judging from the life story of the heavenly desire realm master, the black-robed palace master is obviously a reborn strong man. If he breaks through normally, he doesn't need the so-called strong man's soul at all, unless he is also using the 7 emotions and 6 desires formation to improve his cultivation. So, is he going to break through to the peak of the World Lord realm, or has the World Lord realm been completed? Well, it should be at the peak of the World Lord realm with a high probability. After all, the black-robed palace master made a big fuss in the Xianwu continent before. He has killed many geniuses, and his revealed cultivation is at the peak of the middle stage of the World Lord realm. With the help of the 7 emotions and 6 desires formation, he is now preparing to break through to the peak of the World Lord realm. It is reasonable to say that if it is perfect, it would be too exaggerated. Thinking of this, Lin Chen's heart suddenly tightened. You must know that the strongest combat power he can exert now is only comparable to that of an ordinary late-stage world lord. It would be dangerous if he was targeted by the black-robed master of the soul-eating demon palace. No, I can't just sit there and wait for death. As a time traveler, although Lin Chen likes to solve problems with absolute strength, it cannot be said that he has no brains facing this circumstances. After pondering for a while, he soon had an idea in his mind. Kill with a boro knife. Come here, summon the powerful forces of the Yanhuang Alliance to discuss important matters. Without much hesitation, Lin Chen's order quickly reached the ears of many powerful men in the Yanhuang Alliance. After a while, the meeting hall of the Yanhuang Alliance was filled with powerful people who were in the late Dongshan realm or above. A quarter of an hour later, countless messages turned into wisps of invisible fluctuations and disappeared into the void. Soon, the news that the master of the soul Eating Demon Palace ordered the strong men of the Demon Palace to collect the souls of strong men in order to break through to the peak of the realm. Lord Realm quickly spread to dozens of areas in the surrounding area. It also includes those top forces. What? The master of the soul-eating palace has broken through to the peak of the realm. Lord, how is this possible? No, when Zhenwu Academy enrolled students, he was still causing quite a turmoil in our Zhenwu continent. At that time, he was only at the peak of the middle stage of the World Lord realm. In just a few thousand years, he will break through to the World Lord realm. Peak? Are you kidding me? Even if he is a reborn demon warrior, he cannot be so defiant. Hiss, the 7 emotions and 6 desires formation? What kind of formation is this? It actually has such a terrifying effect. Gudong. Many of these rumors are exactly the same as the information we know, and they are well founded. This, for a moment, the faces of all the first-level forces and the powerful casual cultivators in the realm of realm masters in this area suddenly became serious after reaching their level of cultivation. The gap between each realm is huge. At the peak of the late realm Lord realm, they still have the ability to resist if this rumor is true. Once the black-robed palace master collects enough soul power and breaks through to the peak of the World Lord realm, then none of the first-grade forces present will be his opponent unless the top first-grade forces in their southeast region take action. However, the demons over there are also extremely active, and they cannot count on support from others. I suggest that all the first-level forces present carry the secrets and attack the soul-eating demon palace with all their strength. This will definitely prevent them from harvesting the power of souls. Agree. Good. As soon as this statement came out, it immediately aroused the support of the first-level power masters present with the concerted efforts of all the first-level forces. Traces of the powerful demon clan were soon exposed under their noses without any hesitation. Zhuochen sect, Zhenwu Holy Dynasty, Wang family and other first-level forces, in addition to the strong men guarding the mountain gate, all dispatched one after another and rushed in the direction of the nearest strong demon clan. Yuho continent is one of the top medium-sized continents. This continent has 4 Saint Emperor-level powerhouses stationed there, and 2 of them have cultivated to the limit of the Cave Heaven realm. They just have to break through to the Realm Lord realm and integrate the surrounding continents. Can become a new large continent. However, today is different from the past. Such a prosperous territory naturally attracted the prying eyes of the powerful demons. 1 second ago, all living beings in Yuho continent were living and working in peace and contentment, and they were thriving. The next second, figures exuding a terrifying aura appeared in the sky above the mainland. Before they could react, energy chains were shot out from them, instantly killed a strong person in the late stage of Zhendongshan realm and above, and then, without giving these strong men a chance to reincarnate, strange magical powers rose up in their hands, killing the souls of this strong person in the late stage of Zhendongshan realm and above. Collected into treasure, this process was quick and skillful, causing countless creatures to stare blankly into the void. Their bodies could not help but tremble as they listened to the screams that sounded like pain to the depths of their souls. Devil, help, someone can help me, Kinger. Countless living beings who were affected and seriously injured let out bursts of painful wails. There were also many living beings who were lucky enough to survive. They couldn't help but stare at the sight of their relatives and friends who were playing with them just now, falling directly in front of them. He was so excited that he yelled like crazy. For a moment, the Yuho continent, where everything was originally beautiful, turned into purgatory on earth. Countless creatures stared fixedly at the powerful demon clan who stood above the 9 heavens, filled with hatred in this regard. These powerful demons simply ignored it. They don't know how many times they have experienced this look, but is it useful? In the face of absolute strength, these so-called hatreds will disappear as their lifespans are exhausted and they fall, but they still stand on the top of all living beings, overlooking everything tear apart. However, just as these powerful demons continued to harvest the souls of those who were in the late Cave Heaven realm and above in Yuho continent, suddenly, a sound of tearing in the void sounded in the ears of countless living beings. Immediately afterwards, a group of dozens of strong men exuding extremely terrifying aura appeared in front of them. Soul-eating demon palace, you are so brave. You dare to target all living beings in our Zhenwu great world like this. Come on. The strong men of the Wang family who had just stepped into this void couldn't help but feel their eyes tearing apart when they saw the purgatory-like scene in front of them. The ancestor of the Wang family, who was the leader, took the lead and attacked the strong men of the soul-eating demon palace. Wang family? Seeing the appearance of the visitor, the leader of the reward and punishment hall couldn't help but condense his eyes slightly. Not daring to make excuses at all, he quickly took action to deal with it. Boom boom boom. In an instant, The entire void was reduced to nothingness by the powerful men from both sides fighting together. Countless terrifying visions filled the sky. The terrifying explosions made all living beings in Yuho continent have a glimmer of hope in their eyes. Come on, kill these demons. Wong family, Wong family, Wong family, damn it, fighting in the sky above Zhenwu world. In order for our Yuho continent not to be affected by the aftermath of the battle, the Wong family's strong men obviously can't let go. Damn it, the Wong family's strong men are obviously much stronger than these demon strong men. If we prevent our benefactors from killing these demon strong men, I will not forgive myself. What to do, what to do? Just a moment ago, most of the Dongshan realm experts in our Yuho continent have fallen, especially the 4 holy emperors have fallen. Otherwise, we can work together to move the mainland out of the battlefield. Move, yes, move, let's go find someone to help. Upon hearing this, many smart and powerful people suddenly brightened up. Those with connections used Jade talismans to ask for help, while those without connections flew out of Yuho continent, then tore through the void and headed towards the nearest and possessing saint. The forces with emperor-level powerhouses rushing over, they don't know if others will help in this dangerous situation, but sometimes, if you do it, you won't regret it even if you fail. If you didn't do it, if the Wong family suffered any loss because of it, they wouldn't have the face to face their family. The chaos continues. Things similar to what happened over Yuho continent were repeated over several other continents due to the action of the 4 Hall Masters and the clone assistance of the Master of the Soul Eater Hall. Even though the major powers dispatched a large number of strong men, the overall strength was even much stronger than the former, but due to concerns about the mainland sentient beings below for a while, there was a stalemate. Chapter 169, Promotion to a Large Continent, Powerful People Begged. This news was soon known to Lin Chen, who was far away in the Yanhuang continent, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, now that the strong men of the bloodthirsty demon palace have been held back, I can safely integrate with the mainland. With the current foundation of Yanhuang continent and the dozens of surrounding medium-sized continents, including Fian continent, which is a top-level medium-sized continent that is even better than the former central continent, there should be no problem in being promoted to the large continent level. I wonder how many merit points I can get after being promoted successfully? When he thought of this, a trace of expectation flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. With his current cultivation level, it only takes about 60 merit points to open up a complete cave. The number of merit points that the Lin family can provide him in a year has increased from the original 90 to 102 today 10. Of course, what followed was that his speed in opening up the cave sky accelerated many times. It only takes him more than half a month to open up a complete cave, and as his cultivation level increases, the development speed will also increase. In other words, with Lin Chen's current background, and with enough merit points, as long as it can be delayed for 3 to 5,000 years, even if the Master of the Black Robe Palace breaks through to the peak of the World Lord realm, it will not be a big concern. All is ready except for the opportunity. It's time to integrate the mainland. While muttering to himself, Lin Chen's figure suddenly disappeared from the eyes of many powerful men in the Yanhuang Alliance and the expectant eyes of countless creatures. An extremely terrifying aura instantly filled the entire Yanhuang continent, and was still spreading in all directions at an extremely terrifying speed. In a short while, the Yanhuang continent and even dozens of surrounding medium-sized continents were all shrouded in it. At this moment, is it finally going to start? Large continent, this time, our Yanhuang continent will definitely be promoted to this level. I once went to Zhenwu continent for training when I was young. I still can't forget those sacred mountains and the superior cultivation environment of the Blessed Land. If I could practice in such an environment back then, I would definitely be at the peak of the cave heaven realm now. Why? It is said that it is possible to break through to the perfection of the cave heaven realm. With good luck, it is not impossible to reach the combat power of the Heavenly Emperor. Now, will the dream of my youth finally come true? Not only that, after being promoted to a large continent, the blessing of heaven will greatly increase the concentration of spiritual energy in our Yanhuang continent, and breed many treasures suitable for the cultivation of Dongshan realm and even the Realm Lord realm. By then, our cultivation speed will be faster than now. It has increased by 70% to 80% or even doubled. Yes, this is the innate advantage of beings living on a large continent, and we will be able to enjoy it in the future. Countless strong men raised their heads to look at Lin Chen, who was standing above the 9 heavens. with a hint of expectation flashing in their eyes. There is an insurmountable gap between the cultivation environment and large continents, and now this in disguise gives them more possibilities for their future path. No wonder they were so excited, hands holding up the sky, edict. Just when everyone was talking and chatting with each other, an indifferent voice as powerful as heaven suddenly resounded through the sky, just like the vision thousands of years ago, driven by Lin Chen's terrifying strength. This time, it only took 6 years to integrate all these continents into the Yanhuang continent. It was at the moment when the integration was successful the sky above the small half of the southeastern region suddenly became turbulent. Immediately afterwards, in the astonished and uncertain eyes of countless creatures, flowers fell from the sky, golden lotuses surged from the ground, countless fairies carried flower baskets, sang and danced, and a romantic and beautiful rain of petals actually fell between the heaven and the earth. All kinds of frequent visions make everyone feel confused. What's going on? Why do so many strange phenomena appear in the world all at once? And it doesn't look like it's anything bad. It's definitely not a trivial matter that can cause strange phenomena in the world. Could it be that a strong person has broken through to the terrifying realm above the realm lord's realm? No. If there is a strong person who breaks through to that realm, the coverage area of the vision will not be so small. At least it can cover the entire southeast region. What's the reason? For a time, countless creatures looked at the vision in the sky and couldn't help but talk about it. Only some experienced and knowledgeable strong men couldn't help but fall into deep thought when looking at the scene in front of them. For some reason, they always felt that the scene in front of them seemed familiar. It seems that I heard a strong man say it, and I seem to have seen similar records in an ancient book. For a time, many powerful men began to rummage through boxes and cabinets, searching for the ancient book in their memories. I get it. This is not an anomaly caused by a strong person's breakthrough at all. This is an anomaly caused by the promotion of a medium-sized continent to a large continent in the area near us. After a while, there was a strong man in the late stage of the cave heaven realm holding the ancient book in his hand and shouting excitedly, "What? Has a continent been promoted to a large continent?" Hearing this, countless creatures couldn't help but be stunned, and then their eyes filled with joy when the remnants of the demon clan are raging. Every time a large continent appears in their territory, a large number of strong people will emerge, and they will have an extra layer of security. Even those who live in a medium-sized continent have an additional place to gain experience and gain some benefits. Strange, I haven't heard recently that that continent is about to be promoted to a large continent. Which continent is it? Hey, everyone knows the benefits of continental integration. However, due to various factors, few continents are willing to cooperate, unless the continent can give birth to a transcendent force that can conquer everyone with overwhelming strength, thereby conquering all directions and gathering enough territory. This is only possible. Continental integration is not a child's play. If you do not do well, you may lose everything. No one is willing to bet, unless you have the strength that all living beings trust. It's a pity that the world is in chaos, and the remnants of the demon clan are raging. If you are promoted to a large continent at this time, you will probably be targeted by the powerful demon clan. I hope that the Zhenwu Holy Dynasty, Zhuanchan sect and other forces can delay it a little longer. Your Majesty, the powerful people on the Yuhu continent have asked us to move the continent away from the scope of the war. Do we agree? While everyone was talking about it, many top second-level forces with powerful Saint Emperors also received requests from 4 continents including Yuhu continent. For a moment, everyone fell into silence. From an emotional point of view, they want to help, but from a rational point of view, taking action is tantamount to exposing themselves to the eyes of the powerful demons. Although there are powerful people from the Zhenwu Holy Dynasty and other forces who take action stop, but no one can guarantee that when they move the continent, the powerful demons who are fighting in the 9 heavens will deliberately attack them. Once something like this happens, their life or death will be uncertain. Your Majesty, how about we go to that place that has just been promoted to a large continent and pay a visit? To be able to integrate many medium-sized continents and upgrade the continent you are on to the level of a large continent, that mysterious force should have a powerful person in the realm of realm masters sitting in charge, and it is not a weakling. If they take action, our danger will be reduced a lot. Upon hearing this suggestion, the eyes of many powerful men present could not help but light up, and they immediately agreed. In the end, with everyone's unanimous opinion, a powerful Saint Emperor who was in charge of this top medium-sized continent personally took action and led a group of powerful people straight to the source of the vision. And such a scene also happened in other top mid-side continents. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall when their lives were threatened, even if they face the common enemy of the demon clan. They did not dare to help regardless of the danger. After all, their lives were their own, and this crisis did not befall them. However, if a strong person takes the lead and their safety is guaranteed, then they don't mind helping. Fighting against the demons is everyone's responsibility. Lin Chen didn't know the plans of the top second-grade forces at this time. He was so happy that he couldn't suppress the smile on his face. In fact, after Yanhuang continent was promoted to a large continent, the light beam of merit descended from heaven gave him a big surprise. Congratulations to the host for successfully merging the continents, combing and repairing the earth veins. The Yanhuang continent has been promoted to the large continent level, and has been rewarded with the heavenly merits of this Zhenwu great world. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained 20 million merit points. 20 million merit points. As soon as this number came out, Lin Chen was completely confused, but then, he couldn't help but feel a great surprise in his heart. According to the current consumption of opening a complete cave, these merit points can help him open up at least 300,000 caves, and even as the loss of opening caves decreases, it will be more than this number. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Once I digest these merit points, my cultivation level will at least be promoted to the late stage of World Lord realm. By then, my strength will have undergone earth-shaking changes. However, according to my current speed of opening up the cave, it will take at least 20,000 years to do this. Time waits for no one. It seems that it can only be used to improve cultivation and strengthen one's magical powers. The artistic conception may also promote the small world to the middle world, a two-pronged or even three-pronged approach. Even if my cultivation level is only improved by one level, my combat power will be able to transform, and I will not be afraid of the black-robed palace master. With a sigh, Lin Chen could only change his strategy and turn his attention to the martial arts he cultivated, the guardian sword domain, and even the small thousand worlds. Yijian Qiankan has been trapped in the realm of perfecting the great magical power for quite some time. If he continues to improve his level, he will reach the level of supreme magical power. This level of magical power can only be successfully cultivated by transcendent beings who have transcended the realm Lord realm. In addition, if he can understand the law of guardianship and then integrate it with the law of swords to form his own guardian swordsmanship, his strength will also greatly increase. Not to mention small thousand worlds. Once he is promoted to the middle thousand world, he can basically dominate the realm Lord realm by borrowing the power of this world. Only those who transcend this realm can defeat him. After all, the status of Zhongqian world is equivalent to an existence that transcends the realm Lord realm. For a strong person in this realm, it is terrifyingly powerful. Of these three ways to improve combat power, the simplest is the first. As long as you exchange a few treasures that temporarily improve your understanding, it should not be a problem to upgrade Yijian Jinkun to the level of supreme magical power. As for the other two, first let's talk about raising those magical powers to the level of supreme magical powers. Thinking in his heart, Lin Chen's movements were not slow, witnessed by countless powerful people. Fian continent and other dozens of medium-sized continents with third-grade and above forces joined the Yanhuang alliance on the Heaven Sacrifice platform. It also caused Lin Chen's merit point balance to soar again. In the end, he had a total of 30 million merit points in his hands, and it was a great harvest. Just when Lin Chen was excited and planned to go into seclusion immediately to improve his strength, suddenly, the auras of strong men entered his range of perception, causing him to stop the steps he had just taken and wait quietly. Stars continent, the Starlight Holy Emperor pays homage to the ancestor of the Lin family. Mingyu continent, Mingyu Holy Emperor pays homage to the ancestor of the Lin family. Not long after, the auras of strong men appeared in the sky above the Yanhuang continent. Many strong men who had already known something about this continent from the discussions of the people on the continent reported their families one after another and respectfully greeted the people standing in the void. Lin Chen among them saluted. During the salute, they felt a heavy pressure coming from Lin Chen, and their hearts couldn't help but feel huge waves in the World Lord realm. One is definitely a strong person in the World Lord realm, and moreover, it is not an ordinary World Lord realm. It was even stronger than the momentum they had seen in the middle stage of the realm Lord realm. The Starlight Holy Emperor and the others were shouting and roaring crazily in their hearts, and a trace of insurmountable surprise could not help but appear on their faces. They didn't expect that this newly large continent would actually have such a terrifying and powerful person sitting there. No need to be polite. Are you here for the tribulation of sentient beings such as Yuhu continent? After looking at the excited Starlight Holy Emperor and others, Lin Chen couldn't help but wave his hand. Even without using the Eye of Destiny to examine the life stories of these people, he could still detect the purpose of their trip from the emotions emanating from the Starlight Holy Emperor and others. This made Lin Chen feel a little ashamed, although this matter had nothing to do with him, and even because of his propaganda. Powerful men from various major first-level forces arrived in time to stop the Demon Clan's plan. However, his first idea to gain merit points after integrating the mainland was to retreat into seclusion to improve his strength, rather than to save all sentient beings. This is somewhat selfish. Your Majesty is wise, and I also ask your Majesty to take action to find a way out for the sentient beings who have suffered the catastrophe, defeat the Demon Clan's conspiracy, and save the lives of all sentient beings, please, your Majesty. Take action to save the lives of all sentient beings, please, your Majesty. Take action to save the lives of all sentient beings, please, your Majesty. Take action to save the lives of all sentient beings. As soon as the Starlight Holy Emperor finished speaking, these powerful men who had crossed hundreds of millions of miles of mountains and seas to ask for help immediately knelt on the ground, and their sincere pleading voices resounded throughout the world. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170, Transcendence, the True Heritage of the Human Race Temple. It is the responsibility of all living beings to suppress the Demon Clan. Comrades from all major first-level forces are resisting the ravages of the soul-eating Demon Palace, so naturally I cannot stand by and watch. Lin Chen, who had already made up his mind, immediately agreed anyway. He and the soul-eating Demon Palace have already been at odds with each other for a long time, and he is not afraid of adding another grudge. The most important thing is that moving these continents is equivalent to saving hundreds of millions of living beings, and it is very likely to induce this Zhenwu great world to send merit. Of course, even if no merit comes, these continents he moved out are likely to become the potential foundation for the continuous advancement of Yanhe continent. No matter how you calculate it, it is a matter of great benefit and no harm to him. Come when I go. After saying that, Lin Chen disappeared in a flash. Only a group of helpless strong men were left, staring blankly at the empty void in front of them. Is this being disliked? Starlight Saint Emperor, Mingyu Saint Emperor and others couldn't help but look at each other, and they all saw a hint of wry smile in each other's eyes. They didn't expect that they would be looked down upon in such a way. However, when they thought of the terrifying aura that Lin Chen exuded just now, a trace of relief flashed in their eyes. If they had Lin Chen's terrifying strength, they probably wouldn't bring a bunch of burdens to save all sentient beings, right? After leaving the Yanhe continent, with a thought in Lin Chen's mind, he separated into 3 incarnations and rushed towards the location of the other 3 less volatile battlefields. Although these incarnations were only evolved from a trace of Lin Chen's soul using the secret method recorded in the martial arts canon, they also possess 10% of his regular combat power, comparable to the clones created by some strong men using various treasures. However, compared with a clone, the incarnation cannot replenish energy on its own, nor can it support a long battle. It uses less power and has considerable limitations. However, for Lin Chen, this was enough. His 10% strength is much stronger than that of ordinary strong men in the early stage of the Realm Lord realm. It is more than enough to move these continents within the battlefield. After spending nearly a stick of incense and crossing dozens of large and small continents, Lin Chen finally arrived at the edge of the battlefield where the battle was the most violent, comparable to the incarnation of the late stage of the Realm Master for the first time. It seems that my previous guess was correct. Looking at the master of the soul-eating Demon Palace, who was dressed in black robes and single-handedly blocked the strongest of the 3 realm masters of the Zhenwu Holy Dynasty in the middle stage of the realm, Lin Chen recognized at a glance that he was not his true body, but a clone. His eyes couldn't help but condense slightly. Normally, the incarnation strength of a peak master in the late stage of the World Lord realm can only maintain the level of the peak in the middle stage of the World Lord realm. However, the clone of the Lord of the Soul-Eating Palace is comparable to those who have just entered the late stage of the Realm Lord realm. If it weren't for the fact that these 3 veteran realm masters from the Zhenwu Holy Dynasty had a profound background and combined attack formations, I'm afraid they would all have been defeated. And this also illustrates the power of the soul-devouring palace master's body from the side. Based on the situation in front of us, the true combat power of the Lord of the Soul-Eating Palace is probably not much weaker than that of a strong man who has just entered the peak of the World Lord realm. If he waits for him to break through to the peak of the World Lord realm, hundreds of lights will be around him. Within a year, no one will be able to match it. Thinking of this, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a murderous intention in his heart. He felt that it was not safe to prevent the soul-eating demon palace from collecting the souls of strong men. It would be safer to kill the clone of the soul-eating palace master. After all, a clone is not like an incarnation. It has a closer connection with its main body. Once the clone is destroyed, the main body will also suffer a certain amount of backlash and will need a considerable period of time to recover. However, Lin Chen is not an impulsive person. Just in case, he didn't take action immediately. Instead, he turned his attention to the Sky Continent, which was threatened by the aftermath of the battle between the two sides, and some small continents around it. Without any hesitation, he grabbed them with one hand. Suddenly, before countless creatures could react, giant hands holding up the sky appeared out of thin air, gently acting on each continent, pushing them to move at an extremely fast speed. In a short while, it moved thousands of miles away. Asshole! This sudden scene made the powerful men of the soul-eating palace and the master of the black-robed palace who were fighting in the void couldn't help but become furious. In an instant, a powerful force burst out, briefly forcing the unprepared powerful men of the Zhenwu Holy Dynasty back, and then without hesitation, he struck Lin Chen with all his strength. Presumptuous. Seeing this, many powerful men from the Zhenwu Holy Dynasty reacted instantly and roared loudly. At the same time, their movements were not slow, and they took action to stop him. It's a pity that in the battle between masters, the slightest mistake can lead to 1,000 miles. The interceptions by the powerful members of the Zhenwu Holy Dynasty did not have much effect at all. They only intercepted the offensives of some weaker soul-eating demon palace masters. The remaining attacks continued to attack Lin Chen with unabated force. Seeing this scene, many strong men were immediately stunned, especially those creatures who were enveloped by the attack. With a trace of despair flashing on their faces, there were so many powerful attacks, including an offensive that was comparable to that of the black-robed palace master who had just entered the late stage of the World Master realm. With the cultivation level shown in this mysterious strong man, how could he withstand it? However, just when they closed their eyes in despair, waiting for death to come, a plain voice with a hint of disdain suddenly sounded in the ears of all living beings. How dare a pearl of rice shine? Let me go. As soon as these words fell, countless people suddenly opened their eyes, and then looked up in unison. Immediately afterwards, they saw a scene they would never forget. I saw that following Lin Chen's scolding, the attacks that made them feel extremely frightened and even frightened suddenly stopped, and at the same time, a powerful wave of energy emanated from his body. Wherever this wave passes, the attacks encountered along the way are like snow, gradually melting away. After all this passed, the whole world seemed as if nothing had happened. Except for the collision of the powerful people from the Zhenwu Holy Dynasty and the powerful people from the soul-eating demon palace, it was as peaceful as ever. This unbelievably horrifying scene made them stunned, and their mouths turned into an O shape without knowing when. Gudong. Am I right? The attacks of so many strong men in the soul-eating demon palace were easily wiped out by this mysterious strong man? This incredible, really incredible, this is too strong. Great, great, we are really saved now. And we don't have to die at last. For a moment, the whole world resounded with the cheers of countless creatures, making the clone of the black-robed palace master, who already had an ugly face, look even more embarrassed. He stared intently at Lin Chen's figure, with astonishing murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Okay, very good. The peak of the realm master realm in the early stage can so easily withstand the offensive of the powerful ones in my soul-eating demon palace. I think, looking at the surrounding area of hundreds or even thousands of light years, in addition to the previous destruction, apart from the ancestors of the Lin family who planned the plan of my demon palace, there should be no other living being who can do it. In less than 10,000 years, he has completely improved from entering the cave heaven realm to the current level of cultivation. I can only say that he is worthy of being the reincarnation of a supreme powerhouse, but you should absolutely not provoke me, the soul-eating demon palace, over and over again. Just wait. So what if you are the reincarnation of a supremely powerful man? From now on, with the order of the master of the soul-eating demon palace, I will send you to be on my demon clan's must-kill list. The clone of the master of the black-robed palace spoke fiercely, and did not hide his murderous intention towards Lin Chen in his words. This was the first time he saw Lin Chen. However, both the strength he displayed and the speed of his growth made him, who had perfected the world master realm in his previous life, feel extremely frightened. As one of the main forces invading Zhenwu world, he knows many secrets in the world in the eyes of ordinary people. The supreme powerhouse, who is extremely mysterious, is at best a powerful man with more terrifying power in his eyes. And is not that mysterious at all after all. His branch of the demon clan has many demon cultivators who are comparable to the supreme powerhouses in the world of Zhenwu. The supreme strongman is also called the transcendent realm in the world of Zhenwu, different from the cave heaven realm and the realm lord realm. The transcendence realm is divided into levels 1 to 9. And is also called the 9th level of ascending to the sky by many powerful people. If you want to break through to this realm, you must understand the power of law and integrate it into your own Tao. For example, Lin Chen's guardian swordsmanship. It is necessary to understand a trace of the law of the sword and the law of guardianship at the same time, and then integrate them into the sword realm to break through to the realm of transcendence. Of course, there is also a gap between the strong men who are also at the first level of transcendence. For example, compared with Lin Chen, who has understood low-level laws and integrated them into his own way, and Lin Chen, who has understood the way of guarding the sword, which is comparable to the strongest way. If other conditions are the same, Lin Chen can cause him a crushing advantage. However, this is not the point. The point is, Lin Chen's growth rate is much more terrifying than the reincarnation of the supreme power he knew from other demonic forces. It can even be said that it is not on the same level. According to the news published by the Blood Demon Palace in the eastern region on the high-level exchange forum of the Demon Clan, a being who is suspected to be the reincarnation of a supreme powerhouse has also been born in their territory. Thousands of years in the cave heaven, tens of thousands of years to reach the perfection of the cave heaven realm, and then it took thousands more years to step into the realm of the realm lord. Until now, although the reincarnation of the supreme powerhouse has improved to the late stage of the realm lord realm, but before and after it took a total of 100,000 years compared to Lin Chen, who only took a few thousand years to grow from the first step into the cave heaven realm to the peak of the early stage of the world lord realm, and whose combat power is even more terrifying than the average middle stage of the world lord realm. It undoubtedly pales in comparison. This was the main reason why the master of the black-robed palace was so decisive and issued a killing order for the demons. What? The reincarnation of a supremely powerful man? Hearing the words of the master of the black-robed palace, even a strong man from the Zhenwu holy dynasty couldn't help but have a flash of shock on his face. When he looked at Lin Chen, a hint of disbelief flashed in his eyes, and at the same time, a hint of relief rose in his heart. Yes, if he is not the reincarnation of a supreme powerhouse, how can he easily wipe out the attacks of so many powerful soul-devouring demon palaces with just his peak cultivation in the early stage of world lord realm? I didn't expect that such a powerful person would be born in our area on the edge of the southeast region. The strong men of the Zhenwu holy dynasty were filled with emotion in the southeast region. Their area can only be said to be in a middle to lower position in terms of the number of strong people and resources. It cannot be said to be the worst, but it is not much better generally speaking. Even if the supremely powerful person is reincarnated, he will not appear in such an ordinary territory, but will be born in a fertile place where those powerful people are like stars. However, they couldn't help but frown immediately. Demon clans must kill list. If Lin Chen really makes it onto this list, even if he is the reincarnation of a supreme powerhouse, he may still be killed after all. The remnants of the demon clan can survive for so long in the world of Zhenwu, in addition to those supreme sects and longevity families who want to use their hands to train truly strong men. The most important thing is their strength, which cannot be underestimated. It can even be said that it is much stronger than the top supreme religion. Thinking of this, Lord Zhenwu Shengcheng gritted his teeth, and then a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. Master of the soul-eating palace, if you really dare to issue a killing order for the reincarnation of the supreme powerhouse of the human race, I will definitely crush the token given by Lord Kamikaze and report all this to the human temple. No matter what happens in the future, whatever the outcome is, you, the strong men of the soul-eating clan, will definitely become the first targets of our strong men from the human race. You don't want most of the strong men in your lineage to be killed or injured, or even completely destroyed, right? Just when the atmosphere between heaven and earth fell into a strange calm, the words of Lord Zhenwu Shengcheng broke the silence of the scene. The master of the soul-devouring palace, who was originally arrogant and had an expression of "you must die," upon hearing these words, his face suddenly turned gloomy. The threat of the Lord Zhenwu Sheng could be regarded as hitting his vital point, and it was also very powerful. You must know that the demon clan is not a solid body, but is divided into many tribes and branches. Their soul-eating lineage is one of them. Among the entire demon clan, they can be regarded as one of the middle-ranking groups. The kind that is not as good as the superiors but more than the inferiors. The last time they conquered this Zhenwu great world, their soul-devouring lineage was one of the main forces, dispatching a large number of strong men, and even 2 transcendent beings were dispatched. But even so, compared to the power of the human temple in Zhenwu great world, it is not enough. After all, there are 4 powerful people in the transcendence realm on the surface, but I don't know if they are hidden secretly. In addition, the number of realm experts in the transcendence realm far exceeds that of their soul-leading lineage in the human race temple. It can be said that the last time the demons invaded this Zhenwu world, they were unable to capture it. The main reason was because of the existence of the human temple. The first race and the first force in the world of Zhenwu are not kidding you. Chapter 171. Lin Chen is eager to try. It can be said that if the human temple were to fully target their soul-devouring lineage, the consequences would be disastrous. No one will come to help them. Even the bloodthirsty lineage, the feather demon lineage and the earth demon lineage, which are the main force of the demon clan's conquest of this Zhenwu world, are the same. They will definitely turn a blind eye to being targeted by the human temple. They even wish that they could consume part of the human temple's foundation. It would be best if they could kill 1 or 2 of the supreme experts of the human temple under the threat of life. Only in this way can they reap the benefits and obtain greater benefits. As for whether they will be punished by the higher-ups of the demon clan for this, to be honest, the Soul Eater lineage is simply inconspicuous in the demon clan. It is just a middle-ranking race. Among the demon clan, there are only 8,000 if not 100,000. Even if the entire army is destroyed, there will be only 8,000 among the demon clan. It won't make any waves. Only upper-level races and even extreme races are qualified to enter the eyes of the demon clan's senior leaders and gain some attention. Damn it, you are vicious. In the end, the black-robed palace master's clone could only curse angrily and gave up on using the killing order. Although he was a little worried about Lin Chen's growth rate and felt that he would affect the progress of their demon race's conquest of this Zhenwu world in the future, he did not want to see his soul-devouring lineage being targeted by the human race temple and thus decline, and let other branches gain it for no reason benefit as a result. The strong men of the soul-eating demon palace could only fight with many strong men of the Zhenwu holy dynasty. While watching helplessly as Lin Chen moved many continents out of the scope of the aftermath of the war, withdraw. Seeing that there was nothing he could do, the clone of the black-robed palace master had no choice but to give the order to retreat. Kai Unkao Mo. Just when the Zhenwu holy pilgrimage lord saw this scene, he was about to laugh and watch them leave in embarrassment. Suddenly, Lin Chen's voice with a hint of murderous intent sounded in his ears. Fellow Taoist Lord Zhenwu, I would like to ask you to take action to stop these powerful demons. It might be a little unsafe to let them leave like this. It would be best to completely leave the clone of the Lord of the Soul-Eating Demon Palace behind, so as to delay the time for him to reach the peak of the World Lord realm. Only in this way can I have the chance to master the strength against him before he breaks through. Leave the black-robed palace master behind? Hearing Lin Chen's words, the burly body of Holy Lord Zhenwu couldn't help but tremble slightly, and then a light burst out from his eyes before the last word of his idiom was uttered. He swallowed it hard. Instead, he spat out a cold word that was unexpected by many powerful men in the Zhenwu holy dynasty: chasing. As soon as he finished speaking, the heavenly martial Saint Pilgrim Lord took the lead and chased after him, attacking the powerful men of the soul-eating demon palace who had not had time to leave. Seeing this, the powerful people from the Zhenwu holy dynasty who reacted felt a little strange, but they still gathered around. The two sides fought together again, rumble without the threat to the lives of all living beings on the mainland. The Zhenwu holy dynasty, which had a much stronger number of strong men than the soul-eating demon palace, gained the upper hand as soon as they made a move, leaving the master of the black-robed palace and others with no chance to escape. No, assholes, Holy Lord Zhenwu, what are you doing? Do you still want to keep us? No, it's just that my hands are itchy and I don't usually have a big opponent. You are very good. You are just the right person to train for my Zhenwu holy dynasty battle formation. Holy Lord Zhenwu will naturally not tell the truth and is satisfied with what he said. However, this reason is somewhat decent. For a moment, the black-robed palace master didn't know whether what he said was true or false, and while the master of the black-robed palace continued to fight against the powerful members of the Zhenwu holy dynasty, Lin Chen was not slow in his movements. With one hand, he dragged Yaoyu continent and many small continents towards the direction of Yanhuang continent, while sensing the situation of many incarnations. Very good, everything went smoothly. My 3 incarnations also moved out the many continents covered by the battlefield over there. It's just a pity that the group of strong men from the soul-eating demon palace actually ran away when they saw this scene. Shaking his head, Lin Chen felt a little pity, but not much surprised. If he were the 4 hall masters of the soul-eating demon palace, he would run away without hesitation when faced with a being who possesses the peak strength of the early stage of the World Lord realm in one incarnation. After all, even the most powerful war hall master among the 4 major hall masters is only comparable to the average powerhouse in the middle stage of the realm lord realm. And an incarnation has the strength of the peak of the early realm lord realm, and its body is not to mention. He also possesses the cultivation level of the late realm lord realm. Of course, although Lin Chen has the strength in the late stage of the realm lord realm, this is only after taking into account many trump cards. The conventional combat power is only slightly better than that of the battle hall master. The reason why his incarnation can maintain the peak strength of the early stage of the world lord realm, in addition to his strong background. The most critical thing is that the secret method of condensing the incarnation recorded in the martial arts book is too mysterious. The avatars condensed using these secret techniques have combat power that is comparable to the avatars created by other cultivators who spent many heavenly materials, earthly treasures and part of the power of the soul, and also have 10% of the strength of the original body. Thinking in his mind, Lin Chen's movements in his hands were not slow, but in just a quarter of an hour, he moved a dozen continents threatened by those battlefields to the vicinity of the Sea of Chaos Rumble. The movement of the continent was very loud, and it alerted many forces and powerful people along the way. However, Lin Chen ignored them and continued to go his own way. After a while, he left their sight, leaving behind a group of stunned creatures. Damn it, this strong man came out of nowhere, and he can actually drag more than 10 continents with his own power, including some medium-sized continents. This is something that at least a strong person in the realm lord realm can do. Bar? No matter who he is, we can't afford him anyway. He was so fast that I didn't even see clearly what was on those continents. After a long time, everyone burst into an uproar when they saw Lin Chen's figure disappearing into the distance, and their words were full of offer. A strong man of this level is a first-class existence, even in the entire Zhenwu world. Many of them have never seen one of them since they were born. Now, seeing this scene, it can be said that it is an eye-opener, and they are naturally very excited. However, no matter how many people talk about it, Lin Chen, who dragged Yuhu continent and more than a dozen continents along the way, soon arrived near the Sea of Chaos. At this time, the powerful forces of the Yanhuang Alliance were taking the Starlight Holy Emperor and others to visit this new force. Fellow Taoists, the Yanhuang Alliance is worthy of being a first-class alliance with a great being like Senior Lin at the helm. In just 10 to 20,000 years, the number of Nirvana Realm and Cave Heaven Realm powerhouses has grown to a level that even our Starlight sect is ashamed of. It's really embarrassing to be in such a bad situation. Since Yanhuang continent was promoted to a large continent, his attraction to the creatures in the surrounding areas has greatly increased, and countless powerful people have come here one after another. Many of the powerful ones were attracted by the treatment offered by the Yanhuang Alliance and chose to join. In addition, after years of development in the Yanhuang continent itself, strong men have emerged one after another. Creatures with profound knowledge are constantly breaking through to the Cave Heaven realm. There are also strong men stuck in the late or peak Cave Heaven realm who have broken through the shackles that they have not broken for millions of years. This makes the Yanhuang Alliance have more than 3,000 Dongshan realm experts, and as many as 200 who have reached the perfection of Dongshan realm. Among them, there are dozens of strong men whose combat power has reached the level of the Emperor of Heaven. Even the saints. There are more than 10 fingers of Emperor-level existences with this kind of background, coupled with the presence of Lin Chen, a powerful person in the realm of Realm Master. It is no less than an ordinary first-level force. No, fellow Taoist Xingguang has received the award. The reason why our Yanhuang Alliance is in this situation is all because of the leader of the alliance. It doesn't mean anything. Hearing this, many of the powerful Yanhuang Alliance men present could not help but speak with humility. What he said came from his heart. Although the overall strength of the Yanhuang Alliance has grown very rapidly during this period, that is all because a large number of strong people have joined. Otherwise, if we just count the growth in strength of the strong people they already have, they would be far inferior to the Lin family if nothing else. Let's talk about Lin Xiang, the former head of the Lin family who is still active in Yanhuang continent. He was not even in the Cave Heaven realm originally, but now he not only broke through to the Cave Heaven realm, but also climbed to the late Dongyan realm in one fell swoop, and this was not the strongest of the Lin family. In addition to him, the Lin family has at least 2 extremely terrifying powerful men sitting in charge. They are at least at the peak of the cave heaven realm, and may even be at the perfect cave heaven realm because they had appeared when Lin Chen stepped down as the third generation head of the Lin family. There are rumors that of these two powerful women, one is the wife of the ancestor of the Lin family, and the other is his confidant, of course. They didn't dare to comment too much on whether it was true or not, but it is an indisputable fact that Xiao Jia has been staying in the Lin family and his status is quite noble. In addition to these top experts, the current head of the Lin family, Lin Fengking, entered the cave heaven realm at a mere 5,000 years old. Among the descendants of the Lin family of his generation, Lin Fengking can only rank in the top 3 at most. In addition, all the apparent elders of the Lin family are already at the level of cave heaven realm. As for the Lin family's strong men in the cave heaven realm, there are countless. At the very least, he has seen no less than 1,000 Lin family's nirvana realm strong men. He didn't look for this deliberately, but he happened to meet it when he was a guest at the Lin family. It's a pity that we know how terrifying the Lin family's development speed is. According to the Lin family's development speed, in less than tens of thousands of years, the Lin family's comprehensive strength will be ranked first in the Yanhurong alliance, not counting the ancestors of the Lin family, and firmly sit on the throne of the alliance leader. With such a magical family in charge, why should we, the Yanhurong alliance, be unhappy? It is precisely because of the speed of development of the Lin family that it shocked the various forces in the Yanhurong alliance and made them extremely united, with no intention of competing for power anyway. No matter how they fight, they can't compare with the Lin family. Fellow Taoist, you are so humble. If it were me, Xinguang sect, I would probably be too happy to sleep every day. The Starlight Holy Emperor obviously thought that the words of the Yanhurong alliance's powerful people were just modesty, and couldn't help but wave his hand in response. They just laughed bitterly in their hearts. After glancing at Lin Xiang, who remained silent, he immediately moved the topic to other places. To date, the number of members of our Lin family has exceeded 600 million. We are still far from completing the 1 billion task assigned by our ancestors. However, with this base, it will not take much time. As long as I complete the tasks assigned by my ancestor and cultivate Lin Fengking for a period of time, I can retire with peace of mind and practice with all my strength. While the heroes of the Yanhurong Alliance and the Starlight Holy Emperor and others were chatting and communicating, Lin Xiang on the side felt a little stir in his heart. He has been the head of the Lin family for thousands of years and knows everything about the Lin family very well. It can be said that the position of head of the family that others covet is not very popular in the Lin family, although the head of the family has the right to mobilize family resources to help him cultivate. You must know that the Lin family has no shortage of cultivation resources. Even the cultivation resources of the cave heaven realm can be obtained from the Tower of Babel. The position of the head of the family will only delay their cultivation. If it weren't for the family's appearance, he wouldn't have served for so many years before retiring. It's not that he doesn't want to quit, but that there is no suitable successor. He can't arrange for a clansman from the Nirvana realm to be the head of the family, right? That shouldn't be laughed at by others. Fortunately, with the blessing of the family buff, the younger generations of the Lin family have become stronger than the previous generation over thousands of years. With an average generation rate of 30 years, it has been passed down for more than 100 generations. The excellent blood passed down from generation to generation has raised the qualifications of the people born in the Lin family from the lowest to the top. It's a pity that most of the qualified younger generations are obsessed with cultivation and don't get married and have children. Otherwise, the number of people in the clan, which is only 1 billion, would have been reached long ago. Based on the foundation of my Lin family, how about I imitate my ancestor again and increase the rewards for having offspring? If I am lucky enough to cultivate a genius with supreme divine body and above qualifications, I will be able to retire satisfactorily. Thinking of this, Lin Xiang couldn't help but feel the urge to try. Based on the current foundation of the Lin family, as long as the clan members can marry a wife whose qualifications are not too bad, there will be very few children born with top-level qualifications. Most of them will be geniuses at the spirit level, and those who are slightly better will be a treasure body. However, because the recent generations of descendants are all very talented, no one has thought about getting married and having children, so there is no unparalleled talent among the newly born newborns that makes him move, which makes him a little embarrassed. After all, it looks like this has only given the next head of the Lin family a mess. Well, that's it. Rumble. However, just as Lin Xiang made a decision in his heart, while the Starlight Saint Emperor and others were chatting with each other, a violent vibration suddenly reached their ears. Everyone suddenly rose into the air and looked up. It was as if his eyes were traveling through layers of space, seeing scenes happening billions of miles away. This is the Yuhu continent? Succeeded. Senior Lin succeeded. He brought out many continents that were threatened by demons safely. That's great. That's great. I knew that Senior Lin would be able to do it with his strength. Even so, it's only half an hour. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Starlight Holy Emperor, Mingyu Holy Emperor and others, who understood the difficulty, couldn't help but look at each other, and they all saw a trace of indescribable shock in each other's eyes. Chapter 172 Killing the Clone of the Black-Robed Palace Master, comparable to the combat power of Th. If they were allowed to go, they would probably not reach the nearest battlefield in just half an hour, let alone move these continents to the safe area of the Sea of Chaos under the eyes of the powerful demons. Is this the strength of a powerful person in the Realm Lord realm? Sure enough, it's not something we can compare to. At this moment, Starlight Saint Emperor, Mingyu Saint Emperor and others clearly understood the gap between themselves and the Realm Lord realm. A difference of one realm is a world of difference rumbled just when their minds were filled with thoughts. An earth-shaking loud noise sounded in their ears. I saw that Lin Chen, who was still hundreds of millions of miles away from the Yanhuang continent, had arrived near the continent at some point, and was releasing the continent in his hands into the sea below, causing huge waves. However, before these huge waves could rage, they were waved away by Feng Qingyan, a young man in white standing in the void. The subsequent pacification work on these continents will be left to you. After taking a look at the powerful Yanhuang alliance who came in a group, Lin Chen disappeared in a flash, leaving only a faint word echoing in their ears. Yes, we will definitely live up to the alliance leader's trust. Looking at the void where Lin Chen left, the powerful Yanhuang alliance couldn't help but be slightly startled, but then they reacted, saluted in the direction he left, and responded in unison. Then he headed non-stop towards the Yuhu continent, Fengyan continent and more than a dozen other continents below. However, a trace of doubt arose in their hearts about Lin Chen's departure. Since everyone has been rescued, why do we have to go back? No, this shouldn't be possible. He shook his head to get rid of the horrible thoughts that suddenly popped up in his mind. The strong men of the Yanhuang alliance continued to complete the tasks assigned by Lin Chen, but their hearts were in confusion. Damn it, Holy Lord Zhenwu, what do you want? I advise you to stop in moderation. Feeling that the powerful men in the soul-eating demon palace were gradually losing their luster, the uneasiness in the body and mind of the black-robed palace master became more and more obvious, and he began to yell and threaten loudly, if you are cornered, I will take action even if you pay a certain price. By then, the consequences will not be something you can bear. As soon as these words came out, Holy Master Zhenwu and others could not help but stagnate, and the originally fast and fierce offensive suddenly became much slower. A clone has strength that is comparable to the late stage of the realm of the World Master, and its body has the cultivation level of the peak of the late stage of the realm of the World Master, or even more. After all, the origin of the black-robed palace master is not a secret among powerful men like them. As for their Zhenwu holy dynasty, although their background is not as simple as it appears on the surface, they cannot stop powerful men like the black-robed palace master who have combat power that far exceeds those of their peers. Oh, is it so? In just a few thousand years, your cultivation will reach the peak of the late realm master realm. The 7 emotions and 6 desires formation should be very useful, right? However, just when many powerful men in the Zhenwu holy dynasty were hesitating, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded in the world. What? How? Do you know the 7 emotions and 6 desires formation? Hearing this, the clone of the black-robed palace master suddenly changed his expression and looked at the young man in white who was revealed in front of everyone with an expression of disbelief. The 7 emotions and 6 desires formation was a peerless formation that he created on his own with the help of his 2 lifetimes of experience, specifically for a returning strongman like himself. No one knew about it except himself. Where did Lin Chen learn about this? Could it be Master of Heavenly Desire Realm? You learned about the 7 emotions and 6 desires array from the Master of Heavenly Desire Realm? Right. When he thought of this, the clone of the black-robed palace master suddenly blurted out, and he who was a little flustered suddenly regained his composure. In the entire soul-eating demon palace, apart from himself, only the dead Heavenly Desire Realm Master knew this secret, and the Lord of Zhenwu Realm died in Lin Chen's hands, so he was 99% sure that the news was leaked from the Lord of Heavenly Desire Realm, although he didn't know why Lin Chen was able to break through the soul restriction of their demon clan and detect this news. But when he thought that the Lord of Zhenwu Realm was reborn as a strong man who took away the body of this Zhenwu world, and Lin Chen was the supreme strong man, the reincarnated body has methods that are unimaginable to him and can be said to be in the past. In my heart, I felt relieved immediately, as the saying goes. The unknown is the root of fear. After deducing this almost certain conclusion, the clone of the black-robed palace master did not panic anymore when exposed. Exposed anyway, no one knew the location of their bloodthirsty demon palace, and his plan had been ruined. He was unable to collect the souls of strong men under the noses of many first-order forces, and instead became a bachelor. So, it was you who caused Holy Lord Zhenwu to suddenly stop me. What on earth do you want? As soon as his thoughts were sorted out, the clone of the black-robed palace master suddenly thought of what Holy Master Zhenwu had done before, and suddenly looked at Lin Chen's figure with cold eyes, and asked in a deep voice, "Of course, I want to kill you." Hearing this, Lin Chen smiled faintly, and then a terrifying murderous aura erupted in his eyes. "Fellow Taoists, stop the remaining strong man in the soul-eating demon palace and leave him to me." Before he finished speaking, Lin Chen held the eternal sword and killed directly towards the clone of the black-robed palace master. The terrifying momentum shook the void for billions of miles around, as if it might collapse at any time. In the eyes of many Cave Heaven realm experts watching from a distance, it looked like the end of the world. The end is terrifying. Kill me, haha. Just based on your cultivation at the peak of the early stage of the realm master realm? The clone of the black-robed palace master seemed to have heard something funny and laughed wildly. He admitted that the secret of the reincarnation of the supreme power was beyond his reach. However, he has reached the peak of the late stage of the world lord realm. Even this incarnation has the combat power of the late stage of the world lord realm. The reincarnation of the supreme powerhouse is indeed powerful, but it is not able to cross almost 2 realms to defeat him. Beheaded. If the supreme power is really that strong, the reincarnation of the supreme powerful man in the northern territory would not be beaten to the point of vomiting blood by the powerful demon clan over there and run away. One sword makes the universe. Facing the ridicule from the black-robed palace master's clone, Lin Chen was neither sad nor happy, and stabbed out with his sword in an instant. Billions of miles of void instantly collapsed, turning into an infinite sword of void, forming a world of swords, crushing towards him with an indomitable terrifying power. The combat power in the late stage of World Lord Realm? Damn it! The black-robed palace master's clone, who originally had a sneer on his face and looked down upon Lin Chen, felt a pressure-filled sword, and his expression suddenly changed, and he quickly used his best defensive powers to resist rumble. Originally, the distance between the two was not very far, only a few hundred miles apart. Therefore, in the blink of an eye, Lin Chen's sword collided with the defensive magical power of the black-robed palace master's clone, causing a deafening explosion. Complete this world. Even the Yanhuang continent far away in the chaotic sea felt the slightest vibration. PFFT, in just one breath, a figure suddenly flew backwards, and scarlet blood spurted out from his mouth after flying upside down for tens of thousands of miles. The clone of the black-robed palace master finally stopped, comparable to attacks in the late stage of the general world lord realm. You actually have such combat power. Who are you? Who are you? At this moment, the clone of the black-robed palace master was completely confused, and his whole body began to tremble involuntarily. The cultivation level at the peak of the early stage of the world lord realm is comparable to the combat power of the general late stage world lord realm. Even if such existences were placed in their demon world, only the superior son of God could be compared with him, but that is the son of God. In the world of Zhenwu, there is not even a strong person above the 7th level of transcendence. How could such a terrifying existence be born? You don't need to know who I am. You just need to know that you are going to die. Not only you, but your true body will soon leave with you. Lin Chen's eyes were indifferent, like a superior god judging sins, plain and convincing. Ha ha ha. Yes, my clone is indeed no match for you, but if I die, my body will know everything that happens here. At that time, the news about you will spread throughout the entire Zhenwu world in an instant. I believe it will not be long before the powerful demons from the outside world know about it. When our demon clan breaks through the barrier, you will be a thorn in the flesh of all the powerful demon clan. In the world of Zhenwu, monsters like you are not allowed to be born. Knowing that he was going to die, the clone of the black-robed palace master not only did not feel scared, but instead laughed wildly. Using a clone in exchange for information about Lin Chen's true combat power, he could make a lot of money as long as he operates well and persists until the demon army opens the world barrier and attacks the world of Zhenwu. He will be a great hero, and may even be rewarded by the demon clan's high-level officials. Breaking through the shackles of the realm in one fell swoop and breaking through to the heavenly realm? Your body wants to spread this news and let him know it, right? Okay, just go and rest in peace. Faced with the threat of the clone of the black-robed palace master, Lin Chen showed a mysterious smile on his face. After saying that, he ignored his reaction and immediately unleashed a full blow of his own. The seriously injured clone of the black-robed palace master was just a clone after all. The physical strength and recovery power were far inferior to the original body. He was directly pierced by Lin Chen's sword, and then his soul was shattered by the power of the terrifying artistic conception that carried a trace of the law of the sword. It was at this moment that a mysterious wave suddenly rose from the body of the black-robed palace master's avatar. At a speed that even the peak of the ordinary realm master could not reach, it fled towards the distance and was about to sink into the void. HMPH, if this lets your true spirit run away, won't the experience of reading so many novels in my previous life be in vain? He muttered with a disdainful expression before Lin Chen could finish his words. This ray of true spirit that was speeding away seemed to have triggered some kind of restriction and was immediately intercepted in place. Then, Lin Chen pointed it out and killed it instantly. After putting away the body of the black-robed palace master's clone, he looked towards other battlefields without any hesitation. He rushed over at the same time, deep in the endless sea, inside the soul-eating demon palace. Poof! The master of the black-robed palace, who was sitting cross-legged in the array of 7 emotions and 6 desires, suddenly felt a counterattack from the underworld, and a mouthful of reverse blood spurted out, making his face suddenly turn pale. A ray of my true spirit was actually destroyed. What happened outside? The black-robed palace master's eyes were fixed on the outside world, and huge waves arose in his heart. In this territory, he can be sure that even the strongest Zhenwu holy dynasty only has a few strong men in the middle stage of the realm lord, and there are no late-stage realm lords at the very least. He had never felt the energy of such a strong man. Perhaps those first-level forces have the foundation to fight against or even kill the realm lord in the late stage, but they should not use them until the moment of life and death. Even if they are used, it is impossible to destroy this ray of his true spirit unless a strong man at the peak of the realm of boundary realm or above takes action. It stands to reason that it is impossible for a strong person above the pinnacle of World Lord realm to appear in this territory, right? Could it be him? Suddenly, Lin Chen's figure appeared in the mind of the black-robed palace master. Yes, it must be. This territory will not attract the attention of powerful people above the peak of World Lord realm. However, that guy is the reincarnation of the supreme powerful man. If his disciples or tribesmen from his previous life come to visit, my clone will really not enough to watch. Thinking of this, the black-robed palace master's urge to step out of the soul-eating demon palace to find out what happened was also dissipated. At the same time, a hint of joy could not help but rise in his heart. Fortunately, he didn't take action. Otherwise, you will die before you leave the army. No, this isn't safe either. I have to recover from my injuries quickly and improve my cultivation. The insecure black-robed palace master was devouring all kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures to recover from his injuries. While thinking hard about how to deal with it, he couldn't guarantee whether the unknown strong man would guard this territory and wait for the ancestor of the Lin family to grow up. Therefore, he must master more powerful power, and preferably return to the peak of his previous life, in order to deal with such crises. However, without enough strong souls, he would have no way to quickly improve his soul realm and improve his cultivation based on his own cultivation alone. He didn't think he could match the growth rate of the reincarnation of a supremely powerful man. Before the master of the black-robed palace could think for long, suddenly, familiar auras entered the soul-eating demon palace. They were in a bit of a mess, but nothing serious obviously. They were all strong men in the other 3 halls among the 4 halls of the soul-eating demon palace. After being frightened by Lin Chen's incarnation, they quickly fled the battlefield and then rushed back to the soul-eating demon palace. Seeing them like this, the master of the black-robed palace was moved in his heart, and he formed an avatar and appeared directly in front of the powerful men in the 3 halls. Palace master, I have met the palace master. My subordinate is not doing well in his work. Please forgive me, the lord of the palace. In an instant, many powerful men present knelt down in front of the black-robed palace master, and their words actually contained a hint of fear. Obviously, the soul-eating demon palace usually has strict rules, and their actions are likely to offend the black-robed palace master and be punished. Chapter 173 The Power of Blood. Is your ancestor a transcendent? Tell me, what happened? Looking at the group of kneeling subordinates below, the master of the black-robed palace said expressionlessly, Palace master, this is the kind of palace master he was at that time. Hearing this, the 3 hall masters kneeling at the front looked at each other in private. Then, The most powerful War Hall Master opened his mouth to explain, and the remaining 2 Hall Masters found every opportunity to assist. That's just the way it is. Under the narration of the 3 Hall Masters, the black-robed Hall Master soon understood the cause and effect of the matter. You feel threatened by just one incarnation? In the middle stage of Realm Lord's realm? Even though the Master of the black-robed palace had been prepared for it, he still couldn't help but feel a flash of surprise in his heart. The cultivation level of an incarnation with such strength is at least at the same level as him, and a strong person who can condense 3 incarnations at the same time and still maintain this strength, then he has a high probability of cultivation at the peak of the World Lord realm. If this is the case, then the actions of the 3 Hall Masters are excusable. Only how can he break through the realm of his soul? Thinking of this, the incarnation of the black-robed palace master was silent for a long time. With the 3 Hall Masters feeling uneasy, they finally just waved their hands to signal them to step back, and then his incarnation dissipated directly on the spot. "We thank you, Lord, for your forgiveness," called the 3 palace masters, and the many powerful men under them, who felt that they had escaped, could not help but breathe a sigh of relief and quickly turned around and left the place. However, they don't know it is the master of the black-robed palace, who is in the midst of the 7 emotions and 6 desires, stared at their departing figures with a strange light flashing in his eyes. There are major first-level forces from the outside world watching, and there is also a strong man who is suspected to be at the peak of the Realm Lord realm. With his strength in the soul-eating demon palace, it is simply unrealistic to continue to harvest the souls of strong men. That's only, "Don't blame me, everything is for the great journey of the demon clan." While muttering to himself, the black-robed palace master couldn't help but slowly close his eyes. Before breaking through the realm, he had to recover from his injuries first. With his background and the help of various natural and earthly treasures, the backlash caused by the death of the clone will only take about 3,000 years at most to recover. By then, he will be able to prepare the resources needed to break through to the peak of the Realm Lord realm. Lin Chen didn't know the black-robed palace master's plan. After killing the clone of the master of the black-robed palace, he took action against the other strong men from the soul-eating demon palace who were held back by the Zhenwu Holy Dynasty with the cooperation of Holy Master Zhenwu and others. It only took dozens of breaths to completely kill all the powerful men of the soul-eating demon palace. I don't know if it's to make friends with Lin Chen, or what. Holy Master Zhenwu didn't want any of the corpses of these powerful demon clan men in this regard. Lin Chen, who really needed the corpses of these powerful men to increase the foundation of Ziokian world, did not refuse. In return, he also released his kindness to them. After the 2 parties communicated happily for a while, they dispersed. In troubled times, strong people emerge. Looking at Lin Chen's leaving figure, Holy Master Zhenwu and others were silent for a while, then shook their heads and sighed, and disappeared from the place. In times of peace, first-class forces like them might be able to live a very prosperous life and be superior to all living beings. But in the face of the coming catastrophe, except for the Supreme Sect and the Immortal Family, which are dominated by powerful men in the transcendent realm, all other forces and all living beings are equal. Therefore, Lin Chen, who was suspected to be the reincarnation of the Supreme Powerhouse, became his friend. After Lin Chen rushed back to the Yanhuang continent, the powerful forces of the Yanhuang alliance began to pacify Yuhu continent and more than a dozen other continents in an orderly manner. Seeing this, Lin Chen didn't bother him. After handling some alliance affairs, he plunged into the secret room where he usually practiced in seclusion. At the speed at which I am currently opening up caves, I can increase the number of caves in my body to more than 12,600 within a few decades at most. Well, I will first fully upgrade to the middle stage of the Realm Lord realm, and then exchange for a temporary increase the treasure of enlightenment, while opening up the cave. At the same time, it can comprehend the levels of magical powers such as Yi Sword, Jin Kun, etc. to the realm of supreme magical powers. The higher the realm, the easier it is to understand all kinds of mysteries, especially the blessings of various magical powers and artistic conceptions. As the saying goes, sharpening the knife will never make you chop wood. Break through to the middle stage of the Realm Lord realm first, and then use treasures to temporarily improve your understanding. This can have the effect of getting twice the result with half the effort. As Lin Chen went into seclusion and the soul-eating demon palace went into hiding, the major first-level forces worked hard to improve their own foundations, and this territory also fell into a brief period of peace. In this way, thousands of years passed in a blink of an eye. Southeast region, Rakshasa Sea, zooming continent like the central continent in the Sea of Chaos. It was once a large continent. After a catastrophe, it was torn into pieces. The largest continent inherited the name of its predecessor. However, Zhuoming continent is not as miserable as the central continent. Whether it is size or spiritual energy concentration, it far exceeds the central continent, and is the closest thing to a large continent in the entire southeast region. This also leads to the fact that there are many more powerful people on the Zhuoming continent than on the central continent. Zhuoming continent has more than 10 Saint Emperor level experts alone. As for beings below the Saint Emperor level, there are countless others. One can imagine how prosperous the cultivation world of this continent is. It can be said that the comprehensive foundation of Zhuoming continent is no less than that of ordinary first-level forces, except that there is no powerful person in the realm of Realm Lord. However, such a powerful continent is now like a purgatory on earth, filled with broken limbs and broken arms. And the blood flowing on the ground has formed streams and formed a huge blood-colored lake in the low-lying areas. Even the sky was reflected in blood red. Ha, are you angry? It's a pity that your Zhenshi Academy underestimates the power of our bloodthirsty demon palace. The 3 elders and a group of students also want to stop us from collecting the blood essence of all living beings in Zhuoming continent. Are you overestimating your capabilities? Although the bloodthirsty demon palace in this territory is also a branch force of the bloodthirsty lineage, its overall strength is much stronger than that of the soul-eating demon palace. Not only do they have palace masters who are at the peak of the late Realm Lord realm, but they also have several hall masters who are in the late Realm Lord realm, and 10 or 20 elders who are in the early and middle stages of the Realm Lord realm. Their strength is terrifying in this territory. The bloodthirsty demon palace is the most powerful force, bar none. As the remnants of the demon race raged, the bloodthirsty demon palace sent out a large number of strong men to slaughter all living beings, just to collect the blood essence of living creatures and turn it into materials for improving their own strength. At the beginning, the major first-level forces in the Rakshasa Sea were barely able to compete with each other with mutual assistance, but as the master of the bloodthirsty demon palace personally took action, the situation was instantly broken. The major forces are retreating steadily and can only stick to their own territory and are unable to support others for a time. The entire Rakshasa Sea flowed into rivers of blood, and tens of thousands of powerful people at the mortal transformation realm and above perished all the time. The casualties of the creatures below the mortal realm were even more heavy and incalculable at this time. A strong man from Zhenshi College couldn't bear the suffering of all living beings, so he used secret methods to contact Zhenshi College in the southeast region, hoping that they could send strong men to come forward to support. However, at this moment, the entire southeastern region was filled with wars. There were countless calls for help from Zhenshi Academy, and they could not be dispatched at all. They contacted the inner academy, but received no response, so they could only grit their teeth. 1 elder from the late stage of the Realm Lord realm and 2 elders from the early stage of the Realm Lord realm were dispatched, along with many students to come to the rescue. Unfortunately, in terms of top combat power, due to the intervention of the academy elders, they could barely withstand the attack of the bloodthirsty demon palace, but they still had several more powerful men in the early stages of the Realm Lord realm than all the major forces in the Rakshasa Sea combined under their leadership. They moved to the medium-sized continent in the Rakshasa Sea, causing shocking killings. Hateful, Lin Xia, Lin Ling and other students, who were struggling to resist the offensive of the powerful men of the bloodthirsty demon palace, looked at the cruel scenes around them, and couldn't help but feel helpless in their hearts. It would be great if my cultivation could be further improved. After thousands of years of practice, under the training of Zhenshi Academy, Lin Xia's cultivation level has successively crossed the middle stage of Dongshan realm. In the latter 2 stages, he has been promoted to the peak of Dongshan realm, and is only 1 step away from the perfection of Dongshan realm. Not only him, Lin Ling, Lin Yi and others have also cultivated to this level, and they can be regarded as the top students of Zhenshi Academy. Has a great reputation. However, at this time, they no longer had the same high spirits as before. Everyone's face was pale and their figure was quite embarrassed. Apparently, they were reaching their limit. Okay, the cat and mouse game ends here. It's time to send you on your way. The enemy that Lin Xia and others are fighting together is a heavenly emperor-level warrior from the bloodthirsty demon tribe. If their combat power hadn't been far beyond that of their peers, it would have been comparable to the top cave heaven realm perfectionists, or even better. Otherwise, here under the attack of the Zhenshi emperor-level combat powerhouse, he had already been defeated. Bloodthirsty demonic fist, kill. As soon as he finished speaking, this powerful bloodthirsty demon at the heavenly emperor level waved his fist, incorporating the mysterious power he had comprehended in the 5th level fist domain into it, and struck a powerful blow. Click click click. Under this terrifying giant fist, The battlefield space suddenly emitted loud and clear sounds, and then cracked and shattered inch by inch under the horrified gazes of countless creatures. "It's over." Sensing the movement here, the powerful men who were fighting with the enemy on the surrounding battlefields couldn't help but look up. In an instant, everyone's hearts were shaken, and a trace of despair suddenly appeared in their eyes. If Lin Chen and others are defeated, then they, who are at the highest level of the cave heaven realm, will without exception be crushed by the bloodthirsty demon clan, a powerful heavenly emperor who cannot take action, thereby liberating more demon clans. The strong ones made the situation that was barely able to be maintained completely collapse. This punch, feeling the fatal power of this attack, Lin Xia's pupils couldn't help but shrink suddenly. Although he has the trump card left by his father, however, he is no longer a child. He doesn't want to rely on his father for everything. He wants to stand alone. Let me go. When he thought of this, Lin Xia suddenly let out a hysterical roar. He actually started to burn his essence and blood, his cultivation, and everything, preparing to prove himself. However, at this moment an extremely terrifying and pure energy suddenly burst out from his body, instantly suppressing his behavior of burning everything in himself, and then, in Lin Xia's confused eyes, click click click, a clear and pleasant sound suddenly came from within his body. That was the sound of the bottleneck breaking. The bottleneck that had troubled him for many years was finally broken. Rumble. A terrifying aura suddenly rose from Lin Xia's body, and an incomparable mysterious wave instantly collided with a heavenly emperor-level powerhouse of the bloodthirsty demon clan, erupting with earth shaking loud noises. Wait until the explosion subsides. Lin Xia remained motionless, but the heavenly emperor-level warrior from the bloodthirsty demon tribe stepped back dozens of steps, causing waves to ripple in the void. Complete the cave heaven realm? No, this is not the strength of the cave heaven realm consummation. For the first time, that mysterious wave just now, the power of blood. You actually have the power of blood. Are your ancestors detached? This powerful bloodthirsty demon likes to read various ancient books, and he has lived long enough to know many secrets in the world, in the great world of Zhenwu. And even in all heavens and realms, every powerful force has its own unique bloodline power. The power of bloodline may be strong or weak, but even the weakest bloodline power means that its ancestors have given birth to a supremely powerful person in the transcendent realm. If placed in all the worlds, that would be a super strong person in the heavenly realm. The farther away the bloodline power left by the strong is, the more difficult it is to awaken. If they are blood relatives within 3 generations, it can be said that the bloodline of the supreme power can be awakened 100%. Even if it is more than 3 generations, as long as it is not more than 9 generations, there is a high probability of awakening. After more than 10 generations, it depends on fate. Once the power of blood is awakened, the benefits it brings to the awakened are immeasurable. It is possible to awaken a supreme skill that belongs to their family's bloodline inheritance. It is also possible to improve the bones and physical talents, or it is possible to improve overall. Anyway, as long as you awaken, you will be able to obtain huge benefits. Transcendent? Are you kidding me? Seeing the incredible and frightened look on the face of the powerful bloodthirsty demon opposite, Lin Xiao also flashed a trace of confusion in his eyes. As a student of Zhenshi Academy, he certainly knows how terrifying the transcendents are. However, how could such a terrifying and powerful man be related to their Lin family? If he remembered correctly, his Lin family was obviously a new family that relied on his father to develop. How could it possibly be related to a transcendent person? If there really is a bloodline of such a strong man, no matter how declining he is, he will not live in a remote place on a small continent. There are only a few hundred people in the clan, and there is not even a decent strong man, right? Innate blood, father? However, just when Lin Xiao was extremely confused, suddenly, a torrent of information penetrated into his mind, causing a trace of astonishment to flash in his eyes. What he had just awakened was actually the power of blood. The most important thing is that this bloodline power actually comes from his father? Could it be that the rumors were correct, and that my father was really the reincarnation of a supremely powerful man? Chapter 174. Shocked Zhu Qiang, terrible Lin Xia. What? Senior brother Lin Xia actually possesses the power of blood? Hiss. It's so well hidden. No wonder senior brother Lin Xiao not only cultivates extremely fast, but also has super strong combat power. So that's it. It turns out that he has such a terrifying identity. It all makes sense. Hey, I remember Lin Ling, Lin Yi and the others seem to be from the same family as senior brother Lin Xia, right? In other words, they also contain the power of blood. I'm sorry, there's a group of monsters coming to our academy. Why is it so difficult to get into the top 10 this time? Damn. Not only Lin Xia himself was in confusion, but many of the disciples around him who were also disciples of his Henshi Academy were looking at him with horrified expressions not far away, exuding an aura of perfection that far surpassed that of the cave heaven realm. Full of wonder and wonder detached, these three simple words seem to weigh 1,000 pounds in their hearts. Geniuses who can enter Henshi Academy, even if they are from a humble background, will become knowledgeable and talented after entering this academy, and know many secrets that ordinary living beings do not know. It is precisely because of this that they understand the importance of transcendence in the world of Zhenwu. It can be said that, looking at the entire world, the total number of existences that can reach this realm will not exceed the number of tens. Each one is a supreme existence as far as the sky and the earth, and can shake the world with its own power. With enough power, if you have good foundation, you can also open up 1,000 worlds in one place. Substituting my own will for God's will, I am the way of heaven and control the power of heaven. Of course, it is extremely difficult to achieve this step. Among the powerful people who have traveled through the entire Zhenwu world several times, the only one who can do it is Zhenwu Xianjun, who first opened this Zhenwu world, led the human race to rise in the barbaric era, and became the overlord of the world. At this point, it is precisely because of such powerful men that the Zhenwu world was able to withstand the invasion of the demon army during the catastrophe. In ancient times there are no more than 20 powerful men in the transcendent realm. You must know that this Zhenwu great world is a top-level middle thousand world. Even though it has weakened a lot after the ancient catastrophe, it is still much larger and vaster than the average middle thousand world. Just in the territory controlled by one first-level force, there are billions of living beings, and such a force only occupies a corner of the world in this Zhenwu world. It is conceivable that the number of creatures born in the entire world is a terrifying number. It's simply hard to estimate. However, with such a huge number, only less than 20 powerful people in the transcendence realm have been born since ancient times, which shows how rare and terrifying these powerful people are. It can be said that every transcendent figure is a treasure of the world of Zhenwu and a milestone in the development of the world. Lin Xia and others possess the power of blood left by the powerful people in the transcendence realm. In this aspect, they surpass 99% of the geniuses in the world except for the genius who also has the power of blood. No one can compare with it. With a cultivation level of 41 caves, I actually opened 5 caves in succession. While everyone was marveling in their hearts, Lin Xia's soaring aura finally stabilized. Feeling the terrifying power coming from his body, his face couldn't help but reveal a deep joy. Originally, when he was at the level of 36 cave heaven realm, his combat power was comparable to that of the top cave heaven realm perfection, or even slightly better. Now, his cultivation level has greatly increased. Lin Xia suddenly felt that the terrifying and powerful man in front of him, who was previously unstoppable, had become amiable. His combat prowess has undergone earth-shaking changes. No matter what, my father won't harm me anyway. It's time to deal with this mess in front of us. Although it was late, it was fast. Although many things happened during this period, in reality, it was only a short moment. When Lin Xia had this idea in his mind, his momentum, which had been restrained because of his stable state, suddenly like a volcano erupting, it pressed towards the powerful heavenly emperor-level man of the bloodthirsty demon clan. At the same time, his voice with a hint of coldness and murderous intent also sounded between heaven and earth. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Cat catches mouse. Haha, go to the underground cat and catch mice. As soon as these words fell, Lin Xia's body erupted with an extremely powerful force of yin and yang, and then under his control, it merged into his own sword and slashed at the demon celestial emperor. By his innate yin-yang divine body, he had previously upgraded his qualifications to the holy body level with the help of his father. However, because he was promoted acquiredly, his innate attributes were contaminated, and he became an acquired yin-yang holy body, living up to his innate supernatural powers. However, as he awakened his innate blood, his yin-yang holy body not only reached the top level, but also washed away acquired contamination and became a top-level innate yin-yang holy body. His understanding of the power of yin and yang also reached a higher level, reaching the 7th level of peak under various matching factors. The combat power that exploded was terrifying to the extreme. The combat power of the top heavenly emperor is, no, more powerful than the average top heavenly emperor. This is not an ordinary bloodline power, damn it. Feeling Lin Xia's terrifying blow, the bloodthirsty demon clan emperor's expression suddenly changed, and he roared loudly with fear on his face as he spoke. The movements in his hands were not slow, and he threw out the treasures one by one as if they were not to be snatched, in an attempt to block Lin Xia's attack. At the same time, He also turned around. No, he's going to run away. Seeing this scene, many strong men who had ceased fighting and were confronting the strong demons couldn't help but change their expressions and shouted loudly as they spoke. They also unleashed their own momentum, trying to strike with all their might to stop the demon emperor. Unfortunately, as soon as they took action, the powerful demons on the side reacted and blocked their attack for a moment. The hearts of many powerful men present could not help but sink. You must know that the bloodthirsty demon palace has several strong men in the early stages of the Realm Lord realm. If this demon celestial emperor is allowed to escape and a stronger being is brought in, then they will be completely doomed. Escape? Haha, have you asked me? Glancing at the figure of the demon emperor who was about to disappear from sight, Lin Chen, who had just destroyed all the cards he threw, smiled disdainfully, moved his finger slightly forward, and the terrifying power of yin and yang exploded directly on the former's escape path. A tai chi pattern of yin and yang fish was generated, trapping him in it. The power of yin and yang as one of the 10 most powerful laws, the branch of the yin and yang law. Its power is beyond the imagination of ordinary creatures. In addition, Lin Xia's understanding of the power of the yin and yang realm is 2 realms higher than that of the demon emperor, which is enough to form a crushing force. Lin Xia clenched his palm slightly, and the yin yang fish illustration exuding a terrifying aura suddenly shrank, crushing the demon emperor into a pile of minced meat, and then his soul and true spirit were shattered by the powerful power of yin yang. Completely fallen on the spot, rumble endless thunder resounded throughout the world, and a blood-red downpour fell from the sky. In this world, the eyes of all creatures could not help but focus on the young figure suspended in the void, and fell into silence. The powerful demon clan man who originally had a trace of pride on his face couldn't help but hesitate immediately afterwards. An indescribable fear suddenly rose from their hearts until it spread throughout their bodies, causing their bodies to tremble slightly. Kill. Without giving them any time to fear, Lin Xiao looked at the many powerful demons present. Those words filled with murderous intent made countless creatures who had struggled to resist these powerful demons feel in their hearts shock. Immediately, he picked up the weapon in his hand and charged towards his opponent with a roar as if he had been given blood. With their morale greatly increased, they defeated the powerful demons who had lost their morale. In addition, Lin Xia turned into a ruthless executioner, harvesting the lives of the powerful demons. It only took just an hour. All the powerful demons in this world were slaughtered by them. The wind stopped and the rain stopped. Everyone stared blankly at this battlefield filled with bloody killings, with mixed feelings in their hearts. Demons, all this is caused by those damn demons. Brothers, let's go to support other battlefields and help fellow Taoists who are still struggling to resist the invasion of powerful demons, as it should be. My sect, disciples, and Taoist companions were all slaughtered by those stupid demons. I have no choice but to kill more powerful demons to pay homage to my relatives and friends. Kill, kill, kill. There was no silence for long, and as one of the strong men raised his arms and shouted, everyone's eyes couldn't help but look into the distance. There, they felt a violent collision. They couldn't help but think of the difficulty and burden of fighting against the powerful demons, so they all responded and rushed towards another large battlefield hundreds of millions of miles away from here. Seeing this, Lin Xiao and others looked at each other and saw a hint of determination in each other's eyes. Without much hesitation, he rushed over as well on the battlefield of Zhenwu continent. The bloodthirsty demon clan sent a demon clan strong man who was at the peak of the early Realm Lord realm to lead an army of many powerful men above the Nirvana realm originally, with a powerful person from the Realm Lord realm taking charge. It was a sure thing to win the Zhenwu continent. As a result, he unexpectedly attracted support from Zhenwu Academy. Among them, 2 elders who were in the early stage of the Realm Lord realm fought against the powerful demon who was at the peak of the early Realm Lord realm and were barely able to remain undefeated. But the number of powerful demons in the army under his command is also superior to that of Zhenwu continent. There are 12 Saint Emperor level combatants alone, one more than the Zhenwu continent combined. Even if there are powerful men with heavenly Emperor level of combat power, there are still many more. As for the number of perfect experts in the cave heaven realm below, the Zhenwu continent is much stronger than the demon army, but the disadvantage of the top experts in combat power is not so easy to make up for. Therefore, although the strong resistance of all beings in Zhenwu continent barely stabilized the situation, they were still at a disadvantage overall. However, this situation has been greatly improved as Lin Xia and others provided support everywhere. After Lin Xia awakened the power of blood, although his cultivation soared a lot on the spot, he had not fully digested the benefits of awakening the innate blood. With the continuous battles, His cultivation and combat power were also increasing all the time of enhancers for other Heavenly Emperor level powerhouses. It is very difficult for those in the same realm. He couldn't survive even a few moves in his hands, and was severely injured and coughed up blood. Then he used the power of yin and yang to completely kill him, which took no more than a quarter of an hour. Therefore, Lin Xia also gained a resounding nickname in each battle. Demon Hunter Lin Xia's existence also made all the powerful demons below the Holy Emperor level on the battlefield in Zhenwu continent panic, fearing that he would suddenly appear and be killed by his sword at the next moment. Under such circumstances, a Demon Saint Emperor level powerhouse gave up on collecting blood essence from living beings to explore Lin Xia's whereabouts. Finally found you, Demon Hunter? Haha, I want to see if you have 3 heads and 6 arms. Do you dare to step on the corpse of my strong demon to ascend to the throne, and risk your life, in an area filled with the smell of blood that was hundreds of billions of miles away from the battlefield where Lin Xia was? The blood demon Holy Emperor suddenly opened his closed eyes and looked up at a battlefield in the north. A charming smile appeared on his face. With a movement of his body, he crossed hundreds of millions of miles in one step and rushed towards the battlefield that he had detected using secret techniques. At the same time, Lin Xia, who had defeated a powerful demon at the Heavenly Emperor level on this battlefield, just watched quietly as Lin Ling, Lin Zhongxiang and others fought against demons of the same realm that were several times their size nowadays. The situation on the battlefields below the Saint Emperor level in Zhenwu continent has reversed, and his frequent support is less needed. As for the battlefields above the Saint Emperor level, his participation now would not be of much use. Therefore, Lin Xia planned to let other strong men of the Lin family fight bloody battles with fellow demons in an attempt to stimulate the innate blood in their bodies. If it can succeed, not only will the cultivation of Lin Ling and others undergo earth-shaking changes, they will also have enough confidence to intervene in the battlefield at the level of the Holy Emperor and completely crush the conspiracy of the bloodthirsty demon palace. Feel the power of the blood in your body with all your strength, and unleash your every move to your heart's content. While watching, Lin Xia pointed at everyone. However, although this gave them a deeper understanding of the power of blood, the innate blood in their bodies was still unable to be stimulated. This made Lin Yi and others feel agitated. Just when Lin Xia saw this scene and was about to warn everyone, suddenly, a strange and powerful energy broke into his perception, making his body tense up. No, it's a Demon Saint Emperor level powerhouse. Lin Xia's face changed slightly, and she glanced at the many Lin family disciples who were still fighting against the powerful demons. She took a deep breath, and disappeared in a flash. With the increase in blood power, his combat power could barely reach the level of the Holy Emperor at this time. As long as the power of yin and yang or the cultivation level is further improved, one can fully possess the Holy Emperor level combat power. Chapter 175 The United Lin Family, the power of 8 layers of yin and yang. In Lin Xia's perception, the aura of this Holy Emperor level strongman who broke into his perception was a little unstable. It was obvious that he had broken through to this realm not long ago. This didn't surprise him either, for the demons, the powerful Saint Emperor was just right to deal with the powerful Saint Emperors of Zhenwu continent. Anyway, they had one more Saint Emperor level. Being a strong man of this level might not be able to deal with a strong man of the same level, but he can easily deal with beings below the Saint Emperor level now. Because of his appearance, the powerful demons are panicking. As the only Holy Emperor level powerhouse in the bloodthirsty demon palace who can take action on this continent, it is natural that he would take action. Since this period of time, my yin and yang power has reached a limit. I still need some pressure to break through to the 8th level. Anyway, I have the trump card left by my father to save my life, so I will give it a try. If I really make a breakthrough and make a lot of money, even if I don't, I can still accumulate some life and death fighting experience. Thinking of this, Lin Xia no longer hesitated and took the initiative to greet the Blood Demon Saint Emperor. Good boy, when you sensed my aura, not only did you not run away, but you came towards me. Do you think you can fight against a Saint Emperor level powerhouse? Seeing Lin Xia standing in front of him, exuding a much stronger power than the average top Heavenly Emperor level powerhouse, the Blood Demon Saint Emperor's eyes couldn't help but condense slightly, and then sneered. He had just carefully investigated and found that Lin Xia had no hidden strength at all. This was already the momentum he had unleashed with all his strength. There's so much nonsense. Whether we can fight or not, we'll have to fight later. Lin Xia's expression remained unchanged, and a strong fighting spirit rose from his body, making the Blood Demon Emperor's eyes even more murderous. He hated this kind of creature who was not as good as him in cultivation level but dared to swing a knife at him. This will make him feel weak in this realm and very embarrassing. Okay, then go die. The angry blood demon Saint Emperor did not hesitate at all. He integrated the power of the blood demon that he had realized at the peak of the 5th level into palm magical power, and exploded with terrifying power that shook the sky for billions of miles, and swatted at Lin Chen. The giant palm that covers the sky and the sun appears on the 9 heavens, like ancient sacred mountains, cutting through the layers of void with unparalleled power. Senior brother Lin Chen. This terrifying scene made many of the academy disciples who were watching the battle between Lin Ling and others shout in panic before they could think too much. This palm fell abruptly in front of Lin Chen, colliding with the full force blow of his magical power rumble in an instant. A series of waves set off waves in the surrounding space, and the terrifying aftermath that turned the land billions of miles around, accompanied by a loud noise that shook the earth, came into everyone's eyes. No, at this time, Lin Ling and others, who had forced their opponents back, saw this scene and couldn't help but roar like wild beasts with their eyes split open. A nameless anger surged into their hearts. Crazy, completely crazy, facing the powerful demons who continued to entangle themselves. Lin Ling and others did not even defend themselves. They completely let go of their hands and feet and started fighting with them. The seemingly lifeless fighting style made many creatures who saw this scene suddenly feel frightened and terrified. Ahem. At this moment, a slightly weak cough sounded between heaven and earth. Immediately afterwards, Lin Xia's slightly pale figure appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Uncle Lin Xia, great, great. Seeing this scene, Lin Ling and others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and their faces became much better. Hey, it's just a minor injury. You are worthy of being a peerless genius with the power of blood. Unfortunately, your cultivation is too weak. A hint of surprise flashed in the blood demon Saint Emperor's eyes, but then he sneered, and his murderous intention for Lin Xia became more and more intense. I want to see how many moves you can catch from me. Kill. As soon as he finished speaking, the blood demon Holy Emperor's mana flowed within his body without any hesitation. He turned into giant palms that reached the sky and locked onto Lin Xia, and then slapped him fiercely. Boom boom boom. 1 move, 10 moves, 100 moves. Under the pressure of the blood demon Holy Emperor, Lin Xia could only resist tenaciously. A trace of blood leaked from the corner of his mouth, and his face became increasingly pale, but he didn't back down. The innate blood not only strengthened Lin Xia's qualifications, but also made his recovery power much stronger than that of ordinary top holy body owners. In addition, his strength was only one step away from being a Saint Emperor level powerhouse, which allowed him to withstand the offensive of the blood demon Saint Emperor. However, his recovery power was still unable to completely offset the new injuries, making Lin Xia's aura worse and worse. To me is coming more and more, damn it. Anyone who stands in my way will die. Seeing this, Lin Ling and others couldn't help but become furious. Their faces turned red, and the blood in their bodies couldn't help but boil. The strong demons who could have been on par with them gradually suffered injuries due to their disparate fighting style. However, Lin Ling and others were not having a hard time either, and had more or less injuries on their bodies. The blood is boiling and the anger is burning. They just wanted to quickly deal with their opponents so that they could rush to the battlefield and help Lin Xia fight against a blood demon Holy Emperor. As for whether they will be its opponents, it is not considered. Never abandon, never give up, protect the family, and protect everything they want to protect. This is the clan rule, the motto, and the belief engraved in their bones. There are no cowards in the Lin family. If we want to live together, we must die together. This senior brother K, how about we go up and help? Yes, senior brother K, Lin Xia and others are disciples of the academy like me. If I just sit back and watch them fight so hard, or if they are targeting the powerful demons, I will feel uneasy. At this moment, the surrounding academy disciples who were watching realized what they were doing, and they all asked senior brother K, who was standing in front of everyone. This scene is really too tragic. The blood, as if it was free of charge, was coughed out from the mouths of Lin Ling and others. However, there was no trace of fear or flinching in their eyes. This belief infected everyone. Hey, if I could take action, I would have taken action long ago. With our strength, going up like this will not only not help us much, but it may also cause chaos. Hearing this, Kei Kunji couldn't help but smile bitterly, his face full of helplessness. Although his cultivation is as high as the Cave Heaven Realm perfection, his combat power is at most comparable to the top Cave Heaven Realm perfection. In a normal battle, he can still provide some help by intervening in the battles of Lin Ling and others. However, facing such crazy people, he really felt like he had nowhere to start. Just when the other academy disciples were about to say something, suddenly, loud roars came into their ears. Everyone quickly looked up immediately. They saw a scene that stunned them. I saw that as soon as this painful sound fell, a mysterious wave suddenly erupted from Lin Ling, Lin Zhongxiang and others. Then, As if there was a domino effect, more and more children of the Lin family came to the body. A similar mysterious power burst out. Should I wipe it? Are all their bloodlines awakened? What the hell? Isn't it said that only blood relatives within 3 generations can 100% awaken the power of blood? How come they are all awakened? What is the origin of this Lin family? Many of the academy disciples present looked at what was happening in front of them with astonishment on their faces, and a trace of shock flashed in their eyes. After the ancient times, except for a powerful person who was born billions of years ago, no such powerful person has been born again. In other words, the power of blood in Lin Xia and others was passed down billions of years ago at the latest. It is impossible for such a long time to be passed down to only 3 or 9 generations. A few were in the tens of thousands. However, the scene in front of them broke their 3 views. What on earth is it? For a moment, many of the academy disciples present felt that they were going crazy. There seems to be a problem with the knowledge I learned in the academy in the past. A layer of fog shrouded Ling Ling and other Lin family disciples, causing a flash of awe in their eyes. If the knowledge learned in the academy is correct, then Lin Ling and others are very likely to be the direct descendants of a powerful person in the transcendent realm, and they are at least within the 9th generation. Boom boom boom. Just as the thoughts of the onlookers academy disciples were surging, a terrifying aura suddenly filled the entire void. Breakthrough. Lin Ling, Lin Feng, Lin Yi, Lin Zhongxiang and others all broke through like Lin Xia. They not only broke through to the next level, but also opened up several caves one after another, resulting in earth-shaking changes in their combat power. Kill. After the breakthrough, Lin Ling and others did not delay at all. They used strong means to kill their opponents, and then rushed towards the battlefield where the Blood Demon Saint Emperor and Lin Xia were. Uncle Lin Xia, we are here to help you. With a loud roar, Lin Ling, Lin Feng and others suddenly flashed and came to Lin Xia's side, bursting out with all their fighting power. With their tacit cooperation, the situation was stabilized for a while. Damn it, who are you? How can you awaken the power of blood so easily? Feeling the similar aura emanating from Lin Xia and others, the Blood Demon Saint Emperor couldn't help but feel a little angry with the tacit cooperation of many Lin family disciples. Not only was he unable to defeat Lin Xia, but he was held back by them and could not leave in this way. This war lasted for 30 years at this time, except for the top battlefields of the Holy Emperor and above. The battles in the entire Zhenwu continent have ended. After all, the previous massacre by Lin Xia had put the bloodthirsty demon palace, which had the upper hand, at an absolute disadvantage. 30 years is enough time for many powerful people in Zhenwu continent to deal with the remaining powerful demons. Is this the proud son of Zhenshi Academy? It is indeed terrifying, with about 40 people of Cave Heaven cultivation, working together to fight against a Saint Emperor level powerhouse. I would never dare to dream of such a scenario. Both sides are at the end of their game. It seems they can't decide the winner this time. Even so, it's already strong. Okay, countless powerful people who watched Lin Xia and others fight against a blood demon Holy Emperor, from the initial shock to now, are left with endless emotions and wonders. Lin Xia and others are definitely the top geniuses they have ever seen. The war continues in the blink of an eye. Another 3 months have passed on this day. Everyone thought that the situation would be as usual and the fighting would continue until each other consumes each other to the limit. Then, everyone is safe and leaves this battlefield. Suddenly, a strong black and white power emerged from Lin Xia's body and turned into a huge yin-yang fish immediately afterwards. The endless and terrifying power of yin and yang suddenly surged. The power of 8 layers of yin and yang has arrived. Feeling the terrifying power coming from her body, Lin Xia's mouth couldn't help but curl up, and gradually became wild and wanton. A breakthrough in the power of yin and yang. His combat power immediately soared a lot, truly reaching the level of a holy emperor, with the power of the 8th realm. How is this possible? The power exuded by Lin Xia caused the somewhat pale blood demon Saint Emperor to suddenly change and roar in disbelief. Nothing is impossible. Go on your way with peace of mind. Lin Xia was neither sad nor happy. The long battle had tempered his state of mind to an extremely terrifying level. Coupled with the terrifying qualifications of the innate yin-yang holy body that surpassed ordinary top-level holy bodies, he had achieved a kind of transformation. This is also the main reason why he can break through in battle. Kill. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xia raised the long sword in his hand, integrated the 8th level of yin and yang power into his magical power, and struck at the Blood Demon Holy Emperor with one sword under the restraint of Lin Ling and others. The Blood Demon Holy Emperor, who was not at his peak, was unable to dodge and could only resist. If you want to kill me, you have to look at your methods. The wrath of the Blood Demon. With a loud roar, the Blood Demon Saint Emperor was shaken. and strange bright red flames rose above his head, which increased his combat power by a small amount. How can this mere secret method be compared to my 8th level of yin and yang realm? Lin Chen smiled disdainfully, without any pause in the movements of her hands under the shocked gazes of countless powerful men. His sword directly broke through the blood demon Holy Emperor's defense, and the endless terrifying power of yin and yang instantly eroded his body. The sudden severe pain made the blood demon Holy Emperor's soul become a little twisted. However, Lin Chen had no plans to stop taking action. Because of this, he kept waving the long sword in his hand, unleashing magical powers one after another, constantly destroying the body of the blood demon Holy Emperor, shattering his true spirit that was integrated with the body and filled every inch of his body. Several hours later, after spending a lot of effort, Lin Chen finally completely eliminated all vitality of the blood demon Holy Emperor. Rumble! A huge downpour of blood suddenly fell from the void filled with dark clouds, lightning, and thunder. The blood demon Saint Emperor is dead. All the strong men who were paying attention to this battle couldn't help but tremble slightly when they saw this scene. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.